You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, August 15th, Monday, 2022 at around 11 p.m. I've got my lapel mic on today, lavalier mic as they call it, and that's so that I can run the air conditioner in the background. It's not going to be quite the same audio. Hopefully you'll get used to it. If the channel could let me know if it's okay, might be a little lower in volume than normally. The one advantage is the air conditioner sound hopefully will be blocked out. The other advantage is when I'm reading down, it should be a little clearer. We'll give it a try for this session, and you'll let me know afterwards if it was tolerable, if you can get used to it. It's not my favorite. I prefer the overhead mic, but it picks up too much noise. All right, so what are we doing today? We've decided to play another case of Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine game. This is a game I played first in 2021, January of 2021, a little over a year and a half ago. And then we played one of the expansions just a few days ago. A case that I have mixed feelings about, mostly bad feelings about. But now we're going back to New York City proper, which is the appeal of this game. There are 5 cases in this box. I played the first case in 2021, and I was thinking about which case to play next. I think I've made a decision. I've changed the title of this video to reflect that, but we can talk about it a little bit. Now, I'm not going to spend any time talking about the history of this game because I did that in 2021, and then I did it just last week. So if this is the first video of this series of the Ellery Queen games you're watching, you're missing out on perhaps the most interesting part about this game, which is sort of the history. So you should go back and watch that. Probably the best thing to do is watch the Nick Velvet case that I did a couple of days ago. You can see I've set up the map for New York City. There's 2 maps that come with this game. It's built with this puzzle piece. On the other side is the map of fictional town, but here we are in New York City. To be more precise, here we are in Manhattan. The map goes up to, looks like about 87th Street or maybe 90th. That's about as far as I ever got in New York City. I live downtown in Soho, and I had a friend, Rob, up on 72nd Street now, 70th Street, and occasionally it would go up a little bit higher, but you can see Central Park goes up a little bit more, and then you get to Harlem up there. All right, so what case are we going to play today? Let's look at our choices. I'm open to changing my mind here, but I'll tell you what case I think we should play and why. We definitely want to stay in New York City. I've already played his last book, which was the first case. And I think we should play Black Maria today. That's the last case in this book. I think that gives us a good mix of first and last. I don't know if the last one's going to be the best or the worst. Something he heard looked interesting, but it's very clearly a locked room mystery. You still have to traipse all around Manhattan, but it's a very confined mystery of what happened in a room. I feel like with the train mystery, we kind of did that. And then there's Times a Wastin', which looks a little differently. First, it says you have to play it with 4 people because there's a time limit and you're not going to be able to solve it if you don't play it with 4 people. And then it basically gives you, I think, all the places of interest that you're eventually going to go. It does seem like a cool mystery where you're going to go to these places that are on bank statements and on some list and piece together the crime. It feels nice, but I think right now, after that train, we want a game where we can actually explore New York City. So that rules out that. The King is Dead is the one set in Bromley Station in the fictional world. So that leaves us with Black Maria, which has another advantage of having a nice short intro. And sounds like a cool case. So for my money, I think Black Maria is the one to play. So without objection, that's what we'll play. I've got everything we need, and I made copies of the clue index to make it easier to write on, and a copy of the clues for Black Maria. So unless you object to playing that, we can use these, and then we don't have to keep flipping back and forth in this book. Okay, everyone's up for Black Maria. Okay, so we'll read the intro when we're ready to start. You'll remember we've got our New York Detectives Guide, which is essentially a travel guide to Manhattan. And so if we want to, we may spend a little bit extra time reading some of this and visiting places of interest. You'll remember in this game, we sort of have to track our time. There's no time limit in this game, but we do have an event that occurs at turn 5. So fairly early in the game, we will be doing this event. So we'll keep track a little bit of what turn we're on with this, although we don't have to be strict about it. I don't think we need the rules. You remember the rules. If you were playing multiple players, you'll remember it's got this rule where if you want to stay in your neighborhood, you could ask 2 clues per turn. If you travel out, it takes you a turn, an action to move there, so you might only ask 1 question. When we're playing solo, it won't matter so much. And then I'll remind you of how to look up clues when we get to it. But if you played with me a couple days ago, which Anna and Jonathan both did, then you don't need any reminder. We will have to pick our detectives for this game. I think we should do the normal thing and pick 2. Remember, the only thing that picking these detectives do is it gives us areas of expertise and certain contacts at certain locations. So maybe we'll read the intro and then we'll pick people. I think we should take Ellery Queen thematically. And then we'll pick someone else who has an expertise. I just realized that when we played the Nick Velvet case yesterday, we didn't read the descriptions of the detectives. Not that it really matters, but this time let's remember to do it. All right, but we can pick our detectives after we read our introduction. Let's just check in with the chat before we get started. Anything new? Anyone do anything interesting? I'll tell you what I did. I rewatched 2 movies. One of the great surprises of getting older is that I'm rewatching movies more and enjoying rewatching them, which is something I didn't used to do when I was younger. I watched 2 movies called The Hunt. I rewatched them. I've seen them both many times, maybe 4 or 5 times each. The first movie called The Hunt is from 2012. That's a Mad Mikkelsen movie, and it's pretty amazing. I don't want to spoil it for you, so I'm not going to tell you anything about it, but I definitely recommend it. It's a low-key movie, but it's really got some good character studies and some amazing acting. It's dubbed, it's whatever Mad Mikkelsen is, not Swedish, but Norway or something. And I watched that because I jumped from Riders of Justice, which he's also in. I mean, he's an amazing actor. But The Hunt is one of my favorites of his. And then there's a recent movie called The Hunt from 2020, which really does not get the love it deserves. It was a little bit of teased as a political movie about left of America versus the right of America, the blue states of America versus the red states of America. But it's a very cool movie and has an unusual star. And I highly recommend both of those movies if you haven't seen them. Very different movies, but both very good. And The Hunt has some good humor in it as well. What about you, Anna and Jonathan, and anyone else who's joining us? Anything interesting in the last couple days over the weekend? You guys are supposed to be writing while I tell my little story. That's the time you have to write your stuff. Jonathan Warner says hasn't seen them, added them to his list. Normally we do a half an hour of history and stuff before we start playing, but because we played this so recently, we're just going to jump into it. Is there anything you need to know about reading this map? You can see, just like Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, there are little locations on the map. You can see here's a little inset of Lower Manhattan. This would be where I suppose the courthouses and stuff would be. All right, Jonathan says ready to start. Anna says ready to start. Okay, let us read the introduction and then we'll pick our detectives. All right, here we go. Black Maria. Ellery ran after the man in torn blue jeans. He was half a block ahead of a police officer who shouted for him to stop, and he was gaining ground. A squad car pulled around in front of the runner, blocking his escape up the street. The man, who seemed to know all the ways in this neighborhood, flashed to the right, away from the startled police and into an almost invisible alleyway. "Stop, Melendez! Stop or I shoot!" No reply. The fugitive kept on running. The police officer, checking to see there was no one in the way, stood braced, aimed low, and fired. Melendez did a long somersault and landed on his back. They ran up to him. "I aimed for his legs," the young officer said, obviously worried about the grimace on Melendez's face and the blood seeping from under him onto the filthy ground. "You did hit him in the leg," said Ellery, easing the wounded man over and tearing away part of the shabby t-shirt. "He landed on a broken bottle. It went pretty deep. He's in trouble." "Melendez," the other officer said urgently, "where is Keith Fox? Where is the boy? Tell us." Melendez grinned up at him, breathing with effort. "Black Maria's got him, Officer Piggy. Ask Black Maria." He started choking and fell back dead. "Damn it," said the officer. "Black Maria again." ... "Who's Black Maria?" Ellery asked. The squad ambulance had arrived to carry away Melendez's body. Ellery and the two police officers were having coffee. The younger one was shaking badly, and the older one was plainly exhausted. "I wish we knew," sighed the older man, Sergeant Chuck Snow. "Mr. T.C. Fox would give anything to find out. Melendez and two of his buddies kidnapped his 6-year-old son 2 nights ago. We have no leads to speak of, just the same clue over and over again in the ransom demands. Black Maria. We've got plenty of Marias and some black ones too, but none of them seem well placed enough or clever enough to be holding the son of a millionaire filmmaker where he can't get hurt but can't be found. The kid was snatched a while his old man was sitting in on a New York City Planning Commission meeting. He's making a very sizable donation to the city, and it looks like someone wanted a piece of it for themselves. We followed up some pretty strange leads, but right now we're stumped." Sounds bad," Ellery said. "Would you mind if I took an unofficial hand? This case interests me, and I have an idea or two of my own." "We'd be glad for your help," Officer Steve Candleman said, "but our chief would have a fit. Ask for one of us if you call in with anything." Ellery smiled. "I'll ask my father to say something to your chief. I'm sure there'll be no problem. I'll just tell him I want T.C. Fox autograph. Where can I find him?" "He lives a block down from Hotel des Arts. You might also try the New York City Planning Commission in the municipal building." "And where did Melendez live?" Driver's license in his pocket says he lived on the Lower East Side near the Orchard Street Market. And then we're asked to find out who killed Keith Fox, why was he kidnapped, who masterminded the crime, what does Black Maria mean to the crime, who kidnapped Keith Fox. That's the kid. He's not dead yet. Why was he kidnapped? Who masterminded the crime? And what does Black Maria mean to the crime? Okay, and we're given a couple of addresses. T.C. Fox, that's the father whose son is kidnapped. He lives a block down from Hotel de Artes. We should also try the New York City Planning Commission in the municipal building. And Melendez lived on the near Orchard Street Market. All right. And we know he was sitting in on the New York City Planning Commission meeting. He's making a sizable donation to the city. Someone wanted a part of that. That's what he thinks. And then he says, if we call in, ask for these two. I guess we should identify them by name in case we want to visit them somewhere. We've got Steve Candleson. Melendez is our criminal who just got shot and died. And what's our other cop's name? Sergeant Chuck Snow. Okay, so a nice, simple introduction. We've got some areas. These are all in Lower Manhattan, or New York City Planning Commission municipal building. That'll probably be Lower Manhattan somewhere, yeah. So everything so far down at the bottom end of Manhattan. Okay, Jonathan Jang says, any idea when you're going to do the next set of play-by-mail cases? It'll be this week as soon as I get the replies. We played a little late last week, so as soon as they come in, we'll play them. Could hopefully as early as Thursday would be nice. If not, if they don't come till Friday, but hopefully they'll come in this week. We're at the mercy of when murders by mail get them to us. All right, so there's our story. There's this, which I've made a copy of, so we could use this, or we could just use this. All right, we know everything's Lower Manhattan. We know we've got the City Planning Commission. Now let's choose our detectives. Maybe one of them has a contact at the Planning Commission or the Hotel de Artes, which I don't know what that is. Looks like that might be Midtown. Okay, so Ellery Queen has areas of expertise in commerce, finances, and government. So government could come into play, this one on the City Planning Commission. He's got contacts at the Wall Street Journal, the Federal Building, the Mysterious Bookshop, and the 21 Club. Those don't look to be related to our case. I believe Ellery Queen lived uptown, so he doesn't know downtown as much. We definitely should take one of our detectives who's familiar with downtown. Let's see who we got. We got this guy. And you saw in the story a little mention of Ellery Queen's backstory. His father's a police detective. Okay, Marshall Porlock is from South Dakota. He's got a contact at the hotel. No, he's got a contact at the Bank of New York, Surrogate Court, Tiffany's, Umberto's Clam House, the Russian Tea House. And he knows chemistry, cuisine, and fashion. That doesn't seem very useful to us. How about Cloris Turner? Okay. She's got contact at the New York Stock Exchange, the Surrogate Court, Hong Fat Restaurant, and the IBM building. Her areas of expertise are education, medicine, and art. Doesn't seem very useful to us. How about Lila Adams? She looks like she's black. Maybe that will help us. She's an area of expertise, banking, diplomacy, and music. Contacts at the Federal Building, the Mysterious Bookshop, which we already have a contact at, and Dangerfield's Abigail Adams Smith Museum. Not great contacts. Let's see who else we got. We've got Ken Burke. He looks like a tough guy. He's got contacts at the Bank of New York, Metropolitan Life Insurance, and Cartier, and the Bowery Mission. Well, that's near the Lower East Side where our crime guy lived, so maybe. His area of expertise are communications, publishing, and theater. Not great. And then we've got Gene Lowry. He's an Army brat. He's got contacts at Chase Manhattan Bank, Citicorp, Kitano Le Perigord. I don't know what those sounds like restaurants, but I don't know what they are. His areas of expertise are agriculture, government, history, and military. Okay, so no one really of use to us. Maybe the closest one might be the guy who's familiar with the Bowery. Because our case is, he lived in the Lower East Side. Our criminal lived at near Orchard Street Market, 38. That would be around here somewhere. Okay, so our guy is here. This is where our bad guy lives. And Ken Burke has a contact at the Bowery Mission, which is here. Bowery Mission will probably be where homeless people can live, if I'm remembering correctly. Bowery is a kind of rough area. CBGB's is up here somewhere. So pretty nearby, maybe. But we could also balance it out. We could take Lila Adams. I feel like for this case of kidnappers and people with guns and shooting, maybe we bring the tough guy who's got a contact at the Bowery. Yeah, I think Ken Burke. So Ellery Queen's sort of the pompous rich kid, and here we've got his no-nonsense guy with a gun. I think these are the two we take. All right, let's read our description. Just to remind you, because of the delay in YouTube, I kind of find it annoying when I watch the YouTube channels where like the person is constantly asking the audience a question and then waiting 10 seconds for the reply. So in general, I will just play the game, and you guys should feel free to make your suggestions on your own time, and I'll pay attention to the chat channel occasionally, but I'll try not to have to pause and wait for replies. So if you haven't jumped in with someone you really want to play, I will just make those decisions. All right, let's read our two detectives. Here's Ellery Queen, the star of the whole shebang. Ellery Queen is very well suited by temperament, inclination, and family ties to be an amateur sleuth. His father, Inspector Richard Queen of the New York Police Department, has not always been overly enthusiastic about his gifted son's intervention. To be sure, in his younger days, Ellery styled himself an aristocrat of crime. At the time, he affected a pince-nez and a walking stick. I think those are the glasses, the sort of pretentious glasses that just stick on your nose. And a walking stick. It was Ellery's assumption of superiority, however, that raised the ire of policemen and suspects alike. Now that he has matured a bit, Ellery no longer feels the need to use props or to assume airs. He has even been known to smile on occasion. He's 31 years old, 6 foot, 178, and we read his expertise. Okay, Ken Burke. Ken Burke, a Chicagoan by birth, left high school after the 11th grade to join the Marines. He was denied enlistment due to flat feet. Ken lied about his educational background and joined the Chicago Police Department, in which he acquitted himself honorably. Longing for a change of scene, he moved to Manhattan to join its police force. Luck was not with him. His captain, a specialist in procedural systematics, found Ken's methods untenable. Following Ken's dismissal from the force, he turned to private investigations as a way to satisfy his thirst for excitement while providing a suitable income. He's 42, 6'3", 210 pounds. Okay, so there's our detectives. The only time we're going to need them to look at them is contacts and areas of expertise. And the rest of them can go in the box. That reminds me, actually, the idea of taking these two detectives reminds me of a movie that I started watching but fell asleep watching the other day called The Nice Guys with Ryan Gosling and an actor who I love who was in, I shouldn't say that, I don't want to spoil it. But what's his name? He's Australian. Can someone look it up? It's The Nice Guys. I think it's on Netflix. And some days things come. Russell Crowe, that's right. Jonathan, have you seen that movie yet? It's good. It's sort of like a noirish detective movie, not quite noirish, but sort of buddy movie with its own sensibilities, but quite of cynical detectives. Quite good though. Feels like it was written and directed by someone with some care. All right, here we go. So we got a kidnapping of Keith Fox. Everyone says Black Maria. They chased this guy down and killed him. All right, so I don't know how much notes we want to be taking. In fact, I don't even have my notes. Let me just get my notes here for a second. My notebook, that is. I have to unwire myself. All right. Everything's precarious here with this lavalier mic. All right. So in the last case, the train case, we kept cards on each person. I don't know if we need to do that. Maybe it would be more fun if we didn't, if we tried to do it all by memory. I'm not sure. Matt has been here and says he's seen it too. If we're playing a movie trivia game, there's another movie recently, sort of modern film noir. Well, there's a couple I've mentioned. One with Joaquin Phoenix. Does anyone remember that one? But the one that I love is Kid Detective. That's one of my favorite surprise movies. I would recommend that if you're looking for a good movie. And that's right, Jonathan's right. The Joaquin Phoenix movie is Inherent Vice. Inherent Vice. Yeah. I really like Russell Crowe. He plays certain roles really well. He's in a movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, sort of not Cold War, but CIA operating in the Middle East movie where Leonardo DiCaprio is the guy on the ground and Russell Crowe's the sort of manipulative person who's running him. And there's something about that dialogue and interaction between the two of them that's quite good. All right, let's stop messing around. Where shall we start? What if we used some markers to keep track of where places were in New York City so we can get a sense of place? We've got P.C. Fox, who's the father, who's a millionaire. He lives a block down from the Hotel des Artes, which I don't know. Let's find that. That says 178. So right here. Okay, so he lives right at the park. So you can see he's quite rich, although not as rich as he could be on the east side. He's on the west side. Okay, I'm familiar with that. I used to walk all the way up there all the time. All right, that's where the father lives. And then we could also try the New York City Planning Commission in the municipal building. That's 21. That may be on our inset here, yeah. Okay, so that's there. A little hard to see Maybe I should have picked nice brighter markers. Maybe on the break I'll swap them out. And then Melendez, our criminal who just got shot, who was involved in the kidnapping, lived at 38, which I think I can see without my glasses. It's hard to see these numbers. There he is. Okay. So there's our 3 locations that we know about. We could visit the father. We could visit the scene of the dead person, which seems like always the smart way to go. That's one of our mottos from previous cases is when someone gets killed, you go to their house quick before someone can get in there, steal what they needed to steal, like go in there while it's fresh. So I suggest we go to this guy's house where he lived. I think maybe what we'll do is we'll start using these. So let's do that. Let's go to 38. I'll put a little marker on the board where we go. All right, and we'll keep track with this. So if you'll remember how to do this, we start on this thing. So we're going to 38. So we look up 38, and then we get the paired number, which is 78. Then we find on this thing, which is shared between all the cases, we find 78 and see where it goes to, which is 26. Certain lookups will have special rules. And then we've got footnotes for certain cases, but it looks like we've got no footnotes for the Black Maria case, so that's nice. And then we've got some errata, some corrections that we're supposed to read before we start. And unfortunately, I think I may have figured this out when I did the first playthrough in January of 2021. But these are not clear to me what these mean. The first clue numbered 138 is actually 137. First clue numbered 187 is actually 186. Maybe this means in the book, because I don't know what they mean first. And do they mean this page, or this page? But maybe when we get into the book, there's duplicates, misnumbered. Let me just see. Yes, okay, that's it. Okay, that's fine. These mean see clue book. In the book, there's 2 entries numbered 137, 2 numbered 186, and 2 numbered 187. So it's just reminding us when we go to the book to do that correction, and I've already marked about them. Okay, Anna says we should start by asking about the kidnapping first. We don't even know what happened. That's a good point, but I want to get to this guy's house before his partner clears it. Remember, in this game, something happens at turn 5, and we don't want to let someone get into his house before we get a chance to go there. All right, here we go. We're going to his house to read it. Should we take our little break? Yes, we should do our normal thing. We don't have to take a long break. We'll take a 5-minute break before we actually start into the case. And that'll be our time to remind everyone that if you plan to play this yourself and you can pick up a copy of this game fairly cheaply on eBay, you should stop watching now, go play it. You can come back and watch our playthrough after you finish and see how we differed from you. For the rest of you, I will see you in 5 minutes and we'll start our case. Okay, we're back here watching Caught for Two. Anna has reminded me in the channel to read the travel guide as we go into neighborhoods. So that's what we're going to do, which is going to stretch out this playthrough, but it'll give it some more historical flavor. And you might also think about in your mind the idea that it's not so much that we're going here first. Maybe we send Ellery Queen here and we're sending Ken Burke up here, so, or vice versa. So we're doing things sort of at the same time. All right, so we're traveling to the Lower East Side. It's a little rough and ready down here. Let's read about the Lower East Side, which would include the Bowery here. Okay, and you can see there's the map. The Lower East Side, between the Bowery and the East River, is felt to be New York's most cosmopolitan area. The Lower East Side is the point of entry for staggering numbers of New York immigrants. In fact, for many small knots of the population in this area, English is not just a second language, it's a foreign tongue. Some immigrants have had the fortitude to quit the ghetto and move on to better things. Among these fortunate few are Alfred E. Smith, once governor of New York, Jacob Javits, George and Ira Gershwin, Eddie Cantor, Jimmy Durante. These are all famous people. Performers. Jacob Javits was I don't know if he was a real estate developer, but lots of real estate in New York is named for him. Some of their number are languishing in federal institutions, while others of them still enjoy life to the fullest on the outside. If New York neighborhoods can be said to seethe with humanity, the Lower East Side takes a back seat to none. Its congested streets are lined with housing projects and artists' lofts. Orchard Street throbs with activity Sunday through Friday. The Jewish Sabbath is observed on the Lower East Side. Stalls along Orchard are perpetually crowded with shoppers haggling for everything from clothing to kitchen utensils. Grand Avenue is called the Street of Brides. Dozens of bridal outfitters along Grand delight in making a young couple's nuptials memorable. St. Mark's Place, in the largely Middle European northwest section of the Lower East Side, seems to attract people of atypical social beliefs. It has been a sanctuary for the Beat generation, then the hippies, and now the new wave. They're very ambiguous about what time it is, but this puts us in the 70s, if you believe this. Arrivals and departures have always played a significant part in the lives of Lower East Siders. It is therefore unremarkable that the South Street Seaport Museum is located on Fulton Street. The museum complex occupies a 4-block area surrounding the erstwhile Fulton Fish Market. That's down low here. We'll be on the lowest side of the Lower East Side. Although a smaller version of the market is still in operation, thousands of visitors, unmindful of its existence, come to see the 5 historic sailing ships docked in the river, as well as the Georgian Federal-style architecture in the dock area. Yes, here are docks. As for tourist traps, none has as well-deserved, some say unfortunate reputation as the Brooklyn Bridge. Brooklyn Bridge is here, going into Brooklyn. Opened in 1883, the bridge was conceived as the first link between Manhattan and Brooklyn. The bridge's designer, John Augustus Roebling, suffered an accident mere days after the plans for the bridge were approved. He was taking measurements for the bridge's construction when his foot was crushed. Although the offending limb was later amputated, he died of gangrene. From the outset, the Brooklyn Bridge attracted thousands of visitors. One day, a week after the bridge was opened, a woman fell on the steps. The sound of her startled screams caused a chain reaction of panic terror that resulted in 12 deaths. Over the years, tourists have been duped into paying excessive tolls to cross this trestle, regardless of the fact that the 1 penny toll for pedestrians was abolished years ago. Even the humorists' accounts of incautious yokels who are beguiled into buying the bridge are not entirely fictitious. They are a matter of police record. For some reason, the obsession with the Brooklyn Bridge continues. Each year, dozens of people attempt to dive from its heights. Some of them are seeking a permanent solution to despair. Others plunge in an excess of glee. All right. Points of interest: Governor Alfred E. Smith houses, Orchard Street Market, which is where we're going, where this guy lives nearby. South Street Seaport should be a little bit lower. Here, there's South Street Seaport. Baruch houses, 19th century tenements, Brooklyn Bridge, Manhattan Bridge, Williamsburg Bridge, and the Economy Candy Shop. Don't know it. Don't know this area very well. Then we've got a description of some places, so let's just read the one of where we're going. The Orchard Street Market. His apartment is across from there. Orchard Street is a huge open-air market where New Yorkers haggle to obtain the best price on everything from clothing to housewares. Okay. All right, well, that's the Lower East Side. Now let's go visit this guy's apartment. Jonathan Clabund has stopped by to say hello. All right, 38. Oh, I need my, I forgot my little papers that hide what we're not reading. So, you know, I have some checklists, but I need to add to that these checklists to get out these things so that when we play, we can hide, which we stole from Paul Gauguin. And I still think someone could make an invention that was like an Etch-a-Sketch, so that it would let you cover up the stuff that's not meant to be read, you know, like you could just narrow the window. A little 8.5 thing with the ability to narrow down. You could even use, you know, there's that technology that they use to turn windows from transparent to opaque. They use them in some offices and in some fancy houses. What if you had that? What if you had an 8.5 by 11 piece of glass that you just put over the page and then electronically go in so that only a desired area was visible? That could work. Okay, so we're going down to this guy Melendez's house who was just killed. We know he's involved in the crime. Ellery's, this is where it's supposed to be, right? 38. Where's my sheet? No, 78 to 26. 38 to 78 and then 78 to 26. Okay. Sorry about that. No, that's not right. What's going on here? Okay, here's our Black Maria. We went to 38. That directs us to 78. 78 directs us to 26. Did I mess something up? Because 26 does not sound like... That's not our right place. What have we done wrong? What have we done wrong? He lived on the Lower East Side near the Orchard Street Market, 38. Did I copy the wrong thing? Oh, I see what I did. Can you guys see what I did? Yeah, okay. And I got it right. I looked up here, but this is not the right column. You look up in the gray columns. I just jumped the gun here. These are the ones that go numerically. So 38 goes to 41. And then we can undo this. Okay. 41 goes to 19. Okay, there we go, 19. All right, just the normal hiccup. Nothing to be worried about. Here we are, 19. Is Miss Melendez home? Ellery asked, looking down at the girl that answered the door. Yes, she said, I am Miss Melendez. Ellery did a mental double take. She didn't look more than 17 years old. Are you from the police? I'm working with them, yes. Has an officer been by today to talk to you? He inquired gently. Miss Melendez looked alarmed. My husband is in jail? No. Would you like to sit down, Miss Melendez? I have some very bad news for you. That's better. I'm afraid your husband has had an accident. He's dead. I know. The girl screamed and burst into tears. A cop kill him? No. He was being pursued and he fell. Dios, she whispered. Do you know anything about a boy named Keith Fox? A little boy, 6 years old. He's kidnapped 2 days ago. We believe your husband had something to do with it. No, I know nothing. Miguel hasn't been home in 2 days. He got a few phone calls in the afternoon and he went out. Ellery felt his ears perk up. Do you know who called, Miss Melendez? It's very important. We have to find that little boy. Did you answer any of the phone calls? Oh, yes, see. I answered some of them. His brother called. The boss at his job called. Nobody else I know. And where does he work? He works for Murray Brothers, near the post office in Garment District. He handles racks of clothes. I was Mr. Murray's secretary until the baby came. Mr. Murray is nice. Where does his brother live? What's his name? She says, Eduardo. He lives near at the Baroque houses in the Bowery. Should I call someone for you? No, I call my mother in a little while. Ellery patted her gravely on the shoulder and left. Okay, so Eduardo lives at the Baroque houses in the Bowery. All right, maybe we should make some notes here. So at 19, which is Melendez's house, the wife took phone calls. Wife took phone calls and she knew 2 of them, right? The phone calls were from the brother, Eduardo, who lives at number 40, Bowery. And then she got another call from his boss. She says, we asked about the boy. She says, I don't know anything about him. She says he got a few phone calls in the afternoon and went out. She answered some of them. The boss called, and the boss works for Murray Brothers, which is clothing, which she also happened to work for. That's how she recognized his voice. In the near post office in the garment district. That'll be an interesting area to visit. 94. All right, so we got 2 locations. Now they've got a baby. Might be a reason you would need money if you have a baby. Clarify, John says, did she say she was only aware of the 2 calls or she only recognized 2 of multiple callers? I think she basically said both. She said, I didn't answer all the calls. I answered some of them. And then we say, who do you know? Did you answer any of the phone calls? She said, I answered some of them. Then we asked, then she tells us about the 2. And then she says, I answered some of them. Brother called, the boss called, nobody else I know. So she hasn't told us about any other phone calls, but there absolutely could have been phone calls that aren't from these 2. So we're just going to write down here others. So maybe someone else called unrelated to these 2 that she doesn't know about. All right. So there we were there. We've got some new locations, which we can put out. Do we want to put these on the map? Let's keep track of our turns. That was our first, that's half of a turn. We put a mark here. And then we've got someone, her brother lives right here nearby. And then the boss lives in Midtown in the garment district, which is right over there. All right, so I think logically, if we're sort of thematically playing the game, role-playing, it would make sense to stay in this neighborhood and go here. But we could cross-cut if we're making a film and have the other detective go visit the father if we want to get a feel for that. How about that? Shall we talk to the father? We'll sort of work it from both ends. Someone talk to the father, get information, someone go here. Let's do that. All right, so before we talk to the father, we're going to check out this neighborhood, the Lower West Side. So they're calling this the Lower West Side. I myself would never have heard, don't know that term, the Lower West Side. I would just always think about this as Upper West Side and then Midtown here in the 40s and 50s, and I don't really think of this being a distinct neighborhood. This would just be Midtown to me. This is calling Midtown over here, but I would just think of this whole area as sort of Midtown. Lower West Side, I'm not that familiar with. I would walk frequently from my house up about, I'd take Broadway, so I'd be up here somewhere, come up 59th Street. So I don't really know this area too well. Let's read about the Lower West Side. So now we're sending someone to talk to the father while this guy stays down here and talks to us. So here's the Lower West Side. The theater arts have reached their tendrils into Manhattan's Lower West Side like Homer's rosy-fingered dawn. The most obvious example of this incursion is Lincoln Center. Lincoln Center was planned as a means of bringing New York's opera, ballet, and orchestral endeavors together in one location. The planning committee, headed by John D. Rockefeller III, bought 14 acres of city land in 1957. 188 buildings were razed, 1,600 people were relocated between 1959 and 1969. The 6 buildings that comprise Lincoln Center were constructed at a cost of $185 million. Cost you that much for one of those buildings now. The combined seating capacity of this travertine marble monument to creative genius is 14,000 people. Columbus Avenue from 67th to 83rd has become the new strip for many people working in the performing arts. Large numbers of theater folk can be seen dining and watering in the restaurants and bars there. Columbus Avenue would be this way, west. One of these here. A diner who doubts that the performing arts are alive and well on the Lower West Side need only ask his waiter and waitress how this week's auditions are going. The New York Coliseum, also situated on the Lower West Side, is no legitimate theater, but many of the area's actors and actresses work at its various public and trade exhibitions. Unrelated to the theater, the Lower West Side boasts 3 modern climate-controlled piers, one each at 48th, 50th, and 52nd. So here, these are the piers. All right, points of interest, Port Authority Bus Terminal, which we would visit quite frequently when we would go up to my mother's house in upstate New York. Then we've got some off-Broadway theaters around, sorry, you can't see all that. Some off-Broadway theaters here. The Intrepid Sea and Air Space Museum is quite famous. That would be near the docks, 169. Passenger ship terminal. And then Lincoln Center is 172. Here, Lincoln Center. Don't really know Lincoln Center well. And then we've got various other places. Okay, well, we're visiting the father. He was at 178. I guess I didn't write that down, but we're just going to remember that from the intro. He lives at the block down from Hotel des Arts, which I don't know. 178. Okay. So 178. 178 in gray brings us to 134. 134 brings us to 188. So let's read clue 188. A butler admitted Ellery and took his hat and coat. He also took one of Ellery's business cards off to somewhere inside the mansion. Ellery sat down in a deep armchair, upholstered in heavy red velour. Most of the furniture was antique, heavy, and wooden. There were a few books, mostly of the coffee table, paperweight variety. On a pedestal between the armchairs stood a large and expensive-looking videotape recorder and a rack of tapes. The door of the room opened to admit T.C. Fox. Ellery had seen pictures of him. He was tall, thin man with hollow cheeks and a ruddy complexion. He looked like a healthy cowboy instead of a successful filmmaker. He greeted Ellery with alacrity, insisting that he was happy to have his help on the case. My poor son, he was always, is always bored by museums. I can't help but think it's my fault that he's gone. He didn't want to come with me. I don't blame him. Meetings are dry as dust. You take meetings in Hollywood, and they're supposed to be glamorous, but take it from me, they're not. My son is right. You're afraid he might not be alive and well? I don't know. I pray he's okay, but I've never heard his voice in all these messages. Here, listen. Ellery listened to the tape, which had been compiled from several made of the kidnapper's demands. Behind the voice of the kidnapper, always male, was a tinny echo, as if he were in a large empty room. And who's Black Maria? Well, you know, I haven't mentioned this to the police, but I used to know, back in Hollywood, a woman named Maria Valdez. She was a stage magician, one of the best. We were very good friends. I don't know what became of her. I tried to give her a start in the movies. Yeah, but why Black Maria? Her act was quite sinister. Marvelous. She was really a very quiet, sweet woman. She took her name from those Victorian paddy wagons. Used to use one in her act. Thank you, Mr. Fox. I'll be in touch. All right, so he's given us a lead. I don't know why he hasn't told the police about this, but he says he knew a woman in Hollywood named Maria Valdez, stage magician. Gave her start. She had a sinister act. She took her name from Victorian paddy wagons, used one in her act. All right, so let's write down 178, which is T.C. Fox. He says the phone calls from the kidnappers. He says, first of all, always male. He also said he's never heard his son on the calls. Never heard the son. Sounds like, and then he said there's always an echo from, as if it was a tinny echo, a large empty room. So echo from large empty room, tinny. He also tells us, my poor son, he's bored by museums. So did his son go missing in museum during meeting? He doesn't give us more details. It's a little odd. You take him to meetings. He didn't want to come with me. I don't blame him. And then he gives us the name. He thinks Black Maria might be, maybe, Maria Valdez from Hollywood, who he gave her start to. I don't know why she would be after him if he gave her start. I wrote down 178, but it's 188. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Anna. And in fact, there's two entries, 188, but we read the right one. Yeah, the first, this is, remember I told you about the errata? So look, you can see this was mislabeled 185, jumped to 187, 188, 188. So you're supposed to see 185, you change this to 186. This becomes 187, there's 188. So that's all it was telling you. So I'm just gonna do that. So next time we'll be sure. Okay. Why would Maria Valdez want to steal his son if he gave her her start? That's a question. All right, let's mark on the map where we just went to the father. Okay, and that's 2. I'm going to put a thing for each turn, each action, but this is really one turn of both players. And we want to remember that because when we get to turn 5, we have to read this. All right, now let's go back to the Lower East Side and visit the brother Eduardo and see if he's wrapped up in this case. Okay, so the brother is at 40. 40 goes to 39. 39 goes to 27. Okay, here we go. Ellery pounded on the door to Eduardo Melendez's apartment until a door up the hall opened and a woman's head emerged. "He's not home," she called. "Know where he went?" Ellery asked, strolling over to talk to her. "No, I don't know. I guess he's at work." "Can you help me? I need to find him." "You police?" The woman eyed him with suspicion. "No, I'm a writer," Ellery said. "That's okay, but you'll have problems getting to talk to him. He drives a car for a man named Carlsberg up in the Upper West Side. You want to leave a message? I'll give it to him when I see him. Only I don't know if he's coming back today. He's got a girl over in Stuyvesant Square, Maria. That's her name. I don't know he can afford her. He never has his rent on time, never has an extra dime." This girl Maria, do you know her last name?" "Nope." "All right, thanks. Thanks very much." Okay, so that's interesting. So 27, we've got the brother, Eduardo. The brother. We've got a couple leads on him. He's got a car. He drives a car for a Mr. Carlsberg in 180 at 185. Okay. But he's also got a girlfriend Maria. Last name unknown. But she does know where she lives at 107 in Stuyvesant Square. And she thinks that he can't afford her. This is always, we'll just put, he never has money. Okay. Anna says, "I thought the father would tell us more details about the kidnapping." Yeah, you'd think we might ask about more details, like how exactly, but it sounds like maybe the kid went missing while he was at this museum. He took him to a meeting at the museum and the kid went missing. Maybe whoever set up that meeting may have planned to kidnap him. We don't know. Okay, let's mark off actually when we read a place also. Let's not forget that 188 also. All right. Let's leave a little mark that we've been to this place here. I can take this off. So we visited Melendez's brother Eduardo, and we visited the father. Now we got a bunch more places that we learned about. I guess we should drop them on the map in various places. So the boss works at Murray's Brother Clothing 94. That'll probably be Midtown somewhere, I guess. Is this the place, or do we have two tokens in that location? I guess I probably meant to put it there, 94. Okay, the brother drives a car for Carlsberg at 185. Way uptown. Is that in Central Park? I have a little hard time seeing these. It looks like maybe it's up there. Okay, and then the girlfriend's at Stuyvesant Square, 107. Right there. And we still got the building that this guy, the father, worked at. I should have made a note page for the intro because that's a good way to forget to go to someplace. Yeah, so we've got 3 places in the intro: the hotel where the father lives, the building at the planning commission, and Melendez. Okay, so we went to those 3. All right. Any thoughts on where we should go next? Could Maria, we need to look up the magician Maria somewhere. Could she be the brother's girl? Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely possible. Remember that for New York City, we don't have a phone directory like we do in normal Sherlock Holmes. Although we do, at the end of this, have some yellow pages. So let's just take a quick look at this. So we keep in mind what's available to us. So we can go to banks, bars, books, churches, clubs, department stores, government offices, landmarks, housing, library, museums, restaurants, theaters, transportation, schools, shops. And then here is the same information but organized by neighborhood, which is pretty cool. And then areas by expertise. I'm not sure why you would want to, not sure how that would really be different than organized by classification. But there you go. Okay. So you can't look up people by name in this game. We haven't been to the municipal building yet. That's right. So we were alternating back and forth. We went to the criminal, then the father, then the brother. So now should we alternate back to another father mission? All right, let's go to the father's office. That's what it is, right? It's his office at, oh, it's the planning commission where he was going to make a big donation. Oh, let's read this again in case we missed it. The kid was snatched while his old man was sitting in on a New York City Planning Commission meeting. So while this guy took him to the planning meeting and he was kidnapped. So maybe from here, so maybe it makes sense we go here and get a view of the scene of the crime, and maybe that'll tell us a little bit more about how he was kidnapped. All right, 21. But here we go. This is the Civic Center, I guess you would call this neighborhood. This little inset. All right, let's read about the Civic Center. The Civic Center contains New York's federal, state, and municipal government offices. Foley Square and City Hall Park are at the hub of this bureaucratic complex. I don't know this area that well either, by the way. The oldest of the governmental buildings is City Hall, completed in 1812. It cost about $500,000 to erect. With its French Renaissance exterior and Georgian interior, City Hall has witnessed such diverse events as the return of Lafayette to America and the procession of 120,000 mourners filing past the body of Abraham Lincoln. The municipal building, built in 1914, soars 40 stories and is crowned by the allegorical statue of civic fame. The New York County Courthouse, 1926, with its Corinthian columns and marble floor, is a splendid example of neoclassical architecture. The United States Courthouse, built in 1936, is an unusual blend of modern and neoclassical design elements. Also notable among the governmental facilities here are the Health Department, Police Headquarters, Hall of Records, the criminal courthouse, and the city prison. I'm not sure there still is a city prison there. And then we've got descriptions of the courthouses and the city hall. So I've walked by that plenty of times, but I don't really know. There's nothing really not much to do there. All right, let's make our way to the City Planning Commission. So building is 21. 21 goes to 96. 21 to 96. 96 to 53. All right, so we're learning a little bit about the kidnapping now. Yeah, it was all terrible. Poor little boy, he was just wandering around in the hallway. We're not set up to babysit, so there isn't much for someone that age to play with. Sherman Kemp was all industrious sympathy. We were working on a park theme, one which created an overview of the city in all its stages of development. Here and there we'd be putting up tableaux and displays with handsome bronze plaques to describe the scene. We're working with the New York Historical Society. They're very enthusiastic about the project. What was T.C. Fox's role in all this? He planned a substantial donation, especially for this project, on behalf of a movie he'll be producing next year. So as a courtesy, we let him attend every meeting. Franklin Coe, our chairman, was eager to have Mr. Fox present because he's a great admirer of the Fox pictures. They have exactly the sort of human feel that we want in our parks. He lives in the Dakota Apartments, 180. I'm sure he'll see you. What does Black Maria mean to you? Yeah. We have one tableau worked out all about the history of the police department. The Historical Society gave us several listings of people or organizations that have memorabilia to donate. But you might check with Lucille Minkus. She's the recording secretary of the society, and if I can be of any further help, yeah, I need a list of everyone who attended the meeting. Is that possible? Just write this down here. So we need a list of everyone who attended. He says, I'll just photocopy my list for you. Ellery read the list over. Oh, we got a long list of people here. Franklin Coe, chairman at the Dakota Apartments. T.C. Fox, 178, we visited him. Louis Carlsberg, Samuel Banks, Equitable Building Office. Robert Goldberg, office in the World Trade Center. Charles Wisniewski, who lived in a loft on 14th Street in the Village. Richard Murray III, who lived in a refurbished building by the Chelsea Hotel. Sherman Kemp, Dexter Drake, Citicorp Banking Center office. William Sandberg, who lived near Gracie Mansion. Joseph Arnold Yoder, home near Hunter College. And Isaac Block, whose residence overlooked Riverside Park. Thank you, Mr. Kemp. I'll call you. We got a lot of places to go. This game does seem to like lists. Yes, it does. Okay, Sherman Kemp is who we talked to. All right, well, let's make a note here. 53. This is the Planning Commission. So we're told the kid was kidnapped from here. Kidnapped here. And then we've got a bunch of people we're told about. It says we're working with the York Historical Society. York Historical. 181. And then Franklin Coe is a top on our list to talk to because he's the chairman. We're told he lives in 180. And then this guy suggests we talk to Lucille Minkus at the recording secretary of the society, Historical Society. We're not given an exact address here. We say, what does Black Maria mean to you? And he says, we have one tableau worked out about the history of the police department. Is that like, why is he associating Black Maria with the history of the police department? When we asked about the guy, TC Fox, and he told us about this performer, he also said she used to use a paddy wagon. So is the Black Maria a nickname for a police hearse or something? Oh, Carlsberg. Anna got a hit. Yes. Louis Carlsberg is the person that the brother drives for. Okay, let's just make a note of all this. Lucille Minkus, are we gonna get told here? Is she listed here too? Robert Goldberg, Richard Murray. Okay, so Lucille Minkus is the Historical Society, which we don't have an address for here, but maybe we can look it up. And then we've got lots more places at 53 to check, including Carlsberg. That sounds like that might be our hit, right? That absolutely seems like Carlsberg may be our hit. Let me just get Lucille Minkus at the Historical Society, because it sounds like this might be related to what Black Maria means. She might know. Let's just see if in the guide we have the Historical Society somewhere. Would it be under museums? New York Historical Society, 181. Oh, we are told where that is, the New York Historical Society, 181. So they did give us that information. All right, well, that was a big location, 53. We might have to be coming back to this a couple times. All right, and we got that by going down here to 21, so let's make a note of it. I put a little marker on it. Maybe that's another marker here. That's a couple turns done. All right, is it time to visit Carlsberg or go to the Historical Society? I think, well, let's see, where are we now? We're down here. Historical Society's way uptown. Everything's way uptown, including Carlsberg. Did we get an address of Carlsberg at 8? Yeah, 185 is Carlsberg, way uptown. But what was the garment district clothing place? What was the relation to that? Why do I not have that written down? We talked to the brother. He drives a car for Carlsberg. The girlfriend is Maria. Oh, Melendez's boss was at 94. Right, not the brother, but Melendez. All right, any thoughts on where you'd like to go next? I mean, they're all valid. I don't know why to prefer one over the other. And what's at 107? 107 is the girlfriend if we wanted to walk uptown and walk by her on the way uptown. I think we should do that. Garment phone call from the boss here. Let's walk uptown. My favorite, the only thing I miss about living in New York City is walking long distances and just being able to walk a long distance and see everything. So let's walk ourselves uptown. And so we'll hit the girlfriend first at Stuyvesant Square. Then we'll head over to the garment district, and then we'll make our way up to the uptown where we have lots of stuff going on with these rich people. So our next stop is Maria, the girlfriend. Okay, so Maria's at 107. "107 goes to 31. 31 goes to 6. Ellery felt a keen distaste going into the hotel in which the locals said Black Maria lived. Wait, what? Did the locals say Black Maria lived there? I mean, this is where the girlfriend Maria lives, but we don't know that she was called Black Maria. It looks like she was. Ellery felt a keen distaste going into the hotel in which the locals said Black Maria lived. He made his way up the stairs to the 3rd floor, edging his way past 2 beefy black men who were arguing on the 2nd floor landing. He tried not to rest his hand on the banister, since it clearly had not been dusted or cleaned since the American Revolution. "Maria," he called. "What'd you want?" a voice called sleepily from the dim room. Ellery could see a humped shadow on the narrow bed inside the door. A little boy named Keith Fox. "I don't know nothing about a little boy. I know lots of big boys. Want to see? Come here, man." At that moment, there was a child's wild cry of fear down the hall. Ellery ran to the end of the corridor and shoved open a door. A small boy was screaming out of the window of a dingy room, both hands extended imploringly to something on the streets below. The boy turned and lifted a tear-stained face to Ellery. "My kitty, he jumped. He get killed?" Ellery shook his head, peered outside. An inquiring meow attracted his attention to the right. A small orange tabby sat huddled on the ledge. Both of its front paws rested on a fat pigeon it had killed. Ellery pulled cat and prey into the room and showed them to the child. "Here you go. He wanted fresher cat food than you've been serving." "Gracias, señor. Muchísimas gracias." The boy wiped his nose on the back of his hand. "Is there another little boy about your size in this building? Does Maria have a little boy?" "Sí, she has a little boy. He is muy niño. Just like me, no other." "Gracias, son. Where's the boy now?" "I am not supposed to be saying anything." "Oh, who told you not to?" "Me mama. She not want me to. She say Maria's hombre will take him away." "Well, I'll ask her myself. Keep an eye on your cat." The little boy's mother was extremely unwilling to talk to Ellery about Maria. After a long and circuitous conversation and a small bribe, Ellery discovered that the child Maria was taken care of had been removed to Bellevue Hospital by her husband, whose last name was Gomez. She had never had a child staying with her before. She did have a boyfriend named Melendez. The boy's brother had never seen the child. It feels like we found the kid already. So Maria seems to be Black Maria. And she has a kid. She has a kid. He's 9 years old, it sounds like. Taken to Bellevue Hospital. (116). Her husband's name is Gomez. She never had a child before, and she has a boyfriend, Melendez, which is going to be Eduardo, the brother of the guy who got shot. Boy's mother had never seen the child. All right, that sounds like... just sounds like a lot we just found here. We think we know where the kid is. Bellevue Hospital. Husband is Gomez. Taken to Bellevue by the husband, whose last name was Gomez, who we've not heard of before. All right. Let's put a mark there. That was at 107. I don't love these cues. They're too easy to lose. Too easy to jostle. All right, let's mark where Bellevue Hospital is, though. Bellevue Hospital is at 116. Well, it's on our way uptown, so I guess we'll stop by. Did we read about Gramercy neighborhood? I don't think we did. Let's read that, and then we'll go to on our way up, I guess. Jonathan says, did it say Nino or 9? I guess maybe my Spanish is rusty. I should have, I think you're right. Yes, it just said, we asked if she has a kid. And he says, he is muy niño, just like me. He's very small. Niño is what? He's muy, which is very. He's very, muy niño. She has a little boy just like me. All right, so we don't know that he's 9 years old. I'll just write down that he's muy niño. Anna says, it's very casual how they mentioned she's got a boyfriend and a husband. And Jonathan says, it could just be a custody dispute. It doesn't necessarily, this might not be our kid. Well, we're going to find out when we go to the hospital. Let's read about this neighborhood we were just in, though, Gramercy, which I do not know well at all. Gramercy, or Gramercy Park, is one of the most elegant residential areas of New York. Sam Ruggles, inspired by London's residential squares, designed Gramercy Park in 1831. Today, the neighborhood is a private oasis in the surrounding commercial area and a haunt of artists and intellectuals. Even though the posh residents of Gramercy Park have long since moved north and their mansions have been subdivided into apartments, Gramercy Park maintains a few of its original exclusive touches. On sunny days, key holders to the park sun themselves or read. No bicycles or dogs are permitted on park grounds. The Players Club, founded in 1888 by Edwin Booth, is located at number 16 Gramercy Park, just west of the park. Adjacent to the Players Club, the National Arts Club is the erstwhile home of Samuel J. Tilden, a presidential hopeful in 1876. Stuyvesant Square is located 4 blocks from Gramercy Park. During the 19th century, Stuyvesant Square was considered elegant residential property. On the west side of the square sits the Quakers' Friends Meeting House and the Romanesque St. George Episcopal Church. The Gramercy Park Hotel, a stately Gramercy site, has hosted diplomats as well as popular performers. The land east of the park is taken up by hospitals and middle-income housing projects. The church at 1 East 29th Street is favored as a house of worship by members of the theater community. In 1849, it was named Church of the Transfiguration. Perhaps its most famous memorial is a window that depicts the actor Joseph Jefferson leading his friend George Holland to the church. Post-Civil War prejudice against actors was rife in New York. When George Holland died, Jefferson appealed to the pastor of Holland's chosen church to make funeral arrangements. Jefferson was told to take his friend to the little church around the corner where they do that sort of thing. Thereafter, Church of the Transfiguration was known as the Little Church Around the Corner. The church that refused the Holland funeral rites shall remain nameless. Okay. Now let's hop on over to Bellevue Hospital, but we'll take a break first. We're going to resolve the issue about this kid. Is this kid the kid we're looking for or not? We're going to find out when we come back. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I looked up muy niño. It means very young. So a young boy. All right, let's make our way up to the hospital. Let's see if we can't confirm that this is the kid. It's a little concerning that he's in the hospital, but if he's in the hospital, we should be able to save him. It does feel like we stumbled onto this actual gang a little early. Like I thought it was gonna be a little harder to find out who Black Maria is. I'm not convinced that this woman is our central suspect. Let's find out. So we're heading uptown. We're going to take a little detour here to Bellevue Hospital. I'm going to start marking this before we go so we don't lose track. 116. All right. So 116, how do we get to 116? 116 goes to 108, and then 108 goes to 65. 65. Let's read, but I guess we need to read about the Stuyvesant neighborhood before we read 65. I should say I am not, this is again one of these neighborhoods, quote unquote neighborhoods, that I am not familiar with as being a neighborhood or having a specific name. So let's see what it says about Stuyvesant. There are two selective high schools in New York City, in Manhattan. Stuyvesant and Bronx High School of Science. I went to Bronx High School of Science, but that's the only other thing I know about this neighborhood is Stuyvesant High School. One of Stuyvesant's most visible features is the Stuyvesant Town apartment towers. Built in 1947, the complex was generally reviled when it was new. Aside from the towers, the neighborhood is rather unremarkable by big city standards. Stuyvesant residents are a diverse bunch. Young singles, families, and pensioners are all call the neighborhood home. Ethnically, the neighborhood is largely Puerto Rican and Polish. Incomes in Stuyvesant tend towards middle class. People gravitate towards Stuyvesant for its small town atmosphere and for its reputation as a safe neighborhood during daylight hours. The riverfront view of Brooklyn and Queens is restful, and there are numerous medical facilities handy. Sadly, the same tree-lined streets that gave Stuyvesant charm during the day give the neighborhood a reputation for danger at night. So NYU Bellevue, that's where we're going here. Bellevue Hospital Center. I guess we're going to the hospital center. Public baths. NYU is New York University, the big university in Manhattan. All right, let's go to Bellevue. Where did we say it was? (116) to 108, 108 to 65. All right, let's see what we got in this hospital. Let's see if we can rescue this kid and end this case early. In order to get any information out of the hospital admissions, Ellery had to call upon Officer Candleman for credentials. They met with Dr. Rose Santos, head of pediatrics. A quick check of the record for Monday showed that a child listed as Roberto Gomez had been brought in by his father. The boy had shown signs of abuse and a police report was filed. Is the boy still here? Ellery inquired. Yes, I think so, Dr. Santos said. She picked up the phone. Yes, he's in Ward 5. Would you like to see him? Candleman and Ellery exchanged glances. Yeah, we would. Dr. Santos led the way into the ward. There were about 15 children in narrow beds set along the walls. She stopped at one of the cots. There was a small boy in the cot asleep. He had thick reddish-brown hair and a dark complexion. He also showed obvious signs of having been badly treated. The entire right side of his face was bruised, and there was a wide bandage around his right arm. Officer Candleman was instantly sympathetic. Poor little kid. Poor kid, Ellery agreed, but not our poor kid. Okay, so this is the first time in Ellery Queen that we've been pleasantly surprised Like, we tied up this bow of this false lead. It's not our kid. The woman is probably nothing to do with us. It's unfortunate that this kid is being abused, but it's a poor kid, but not our poor kid. That was a cool scene. That was a nice, subtle scene. Okay, so the kid is Roberto Gomez. I mean, it's a relief that our case is not so simply tied up. And he's been abused, and that's why the father is taking him out. So maybe like the father let him visit the mother for a week and she abused him. And he's like, that's it. Never again. All right. Good. And it looks like I knocked a cube out of place, but I think it was 85 somewhere. Maybe I should use just a different color sticker instead of a cube. Let's see, where was our other place? 185. 94 is where it was, the garment district place. All right, so we've had 3 turns for 2 people. So in 2 more turns, we're going to trigger this event. We still got a little bit to go. It's a little, I'm going to check the rules. I think I've checked this several times, but it's a little odd that with more players, like why isn't it every turn that we advance the turn counter? Put the pawn for the turn record at 1. At the beginning of each subsequent turn, the first player moves the marker to the next square. And then each players must agree, and then each player choose one of the cards. The highest number goes first. The first player then takes his first turn. Each player in his turn. It's very ambiguous about the turn marker. Like, should we be moving it after each person goes? That would make sense. Once the player is ready to propose a solution, the next player then takes his turn. Yeah, because then you can move 2 places, get a clue. If you have a solution, you... It doesn't really matter, but it is awkward. All right, so we went to Bellevue. Now we're going to cut west, cross town, and go to the garment district where Melendez, the guy who got killed, worked, right? Not the brother. The brother drives a car for the guy uptown. This is our guy, our criminal, got killed here. And where was the historical society? Because I'm very curious about that. That was uptown. Okay, I think we're doing the right thing. So let's read about the garment district. A carefully orchestrated confusion characterizes New York's garment district. In the garment district, delivery boys push racks and hand trucks full of clothes from place to place with a manic single-mindedness, varying today's fashions between the main factories and the subcontractors that assemble or trim the clothing. The garment district manufactures 1/5 of the women's clothing produced in the United States. How do you like that? The tourist walking north along 7th Avenue will pass the brilliant wholesale flower markets on 28th Street. So 7th Avenue is going to be here. And there's 28th Street. So we're saying walking up this way. First, walking north along 7th Avenue, we'll pass the brilliant wholesale flower market on 28th Street. The flower market is always as warm with delivery trucks and dealers, especially during the early morning. A swarm with. 29th Street offers the largest group of furriers in the world in a section called the Fur Market. Gimbel's, possibly one of the busiest department stores imaginable, fronts on 33rd Street. The next block contains Macy's, the world's largest department store. So Macy's is probably still there. Gimbel's is gone out of business. My grandmother worked at Gimbel's, and Gimbel's and Macy's were the subject, if I'm remembering correctly, of Miracle on 34th Street, the most amazing Christmas movie, a wonderful Christmas movie. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Anna is confirming how I read it, which is only the first player moves it after a round. So with more detectives, you've got more clues. That's how I read it too. It's just a little awkward. Okay, continuing. East on 34th Street is the Empire State Building, named for New York, the Empire State. This 1,250-foot high structure has 102 stories of offices, and it is among the most impressive features of the city's skyline. The Empire State Building was opened in 1931, a scant 2 years after excavation was begun on the site. The building weighs 365,000 tons, less than the weight of the material that was excavated to build it. Interesting. That's 34th Street right there somewhere. Pennsylvania Station on 31st Street has hundreds of daily arrivals and departures and serves thousands of travelers. The elegant neoclassic General Post Office covers an area of 2 square blocks between 31st and 33rd and 8th and 9th Avenues. It's right there somewhere. You can't see me when I do that. Okay. Further along 8th Avenue between 30th and 58th Street is an area once renowned for its gang violence. This area, a slum by modern standards, was known as Hell's Kitchen. From the mid-1800s until approximately 1920, the names of gangs such as the Gophers and the Gorillas may sound ludicrous to the modern ear, but the fear they inspired in their heyday was genuine. So you could check out Gangs of New York with Daniel Day-Lewis if you want to see some of that. Then we have the Port Authority Bus Terminal, built in 1951, is the largest bus station in the world, located on 40th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue. So there's going to be 42nd Street. Here would be Port Authority Bus Terminal here. It is linked directly to subway lines, Lincoln Tunnel, and major New Jersey cities. So that would be the bus station you would go to mostly to leave the city. And then points of interest on the map with locations are Gimbel's, Macy's, Port Authority. Let's see, where's Gimbel's? Oh, Gimbel's and Macy's are right here. We've got the Police Academy Museum, School of Visual Arts, MetLife Insurance, Madison Square Garden. All right. Oh, I was reading Gramercy Park. Macy's, Gimbel's. Let's read what it says about Macy's. 2 million square feet of selling floor make Macy's the largest store in the world. According to the Guinness Book of World Records, in the giant complex store, the consumer can have his or her hair done, exchange foreign currency, eat at any of 3 most commonly consumed meals, purchase a pet, or shop for almost anything. Handicapped or dilatory shoppers may use Macy's by appointment, the store's shopping and consulting service. Empire State Building, conceived during 1920s, constructed during the 1930s. Empire State Building was once the tallest skyscraper in the world. Between its 3-story marble-lined lobby and its observation decks, the towering landmark is filled with offices. And we've got the New York Public Library is there as well. Madison Square Garden is recognized as New York's most popular entertainment complex. It hosts over 600 sporting and musical events annually, attended by approximately 6 million spectators. All right. Well, let's go to this clothing place and see what there is to see. So it was 94, right? 94. Okay. 94 goes to 181. 181 goes to 150. Wait, did I do that right? 90, no, I looked it up in the wrong order. This is why this double stage thing is so awkward. So 94, first we look up on this chart, which goes to 33. Let's see if someone in the channel caught me while I was doing it. And then 33 goes to 41. So 94 to 31. Trigger the event quicker with 2 ads, more suspense. If the kid gets hurt because of triggering the event early, I call rewind. All right, let's put our marker in there. Let's note that we've gone there. And let's read it. So this is where the guy who got killed and is definitely involved in the kidnapping, where he works. The doorman picked up doorman picked up the phone. Why is there a doorman? All right, what's this? Maybe this is the home of the guys who works at the clothing store. The doorman picked up the phone to announce Ellery. "He'll see you, sir," said the doorman, as if this were painful news indeed. He buzzed Ellery in. Ellery was impressed when he was shown in to see Murray himself. "Queen, is it?" Murray growled. He was a medium-sized man of 60 with thick hair that was going white under protest. "And you're not selling anything." "That's right. As a matter of fact, I'm working with the police right now." Murray's thick eyebrows lifted. "And why have you come to me? I haven't made any complaints to the police." All right, I'm a little confused here. You were at the planning meeting. Oh, this is... I'm a little confused. Is this the driver? I thought we were going to the Murray Brothers Clothing. Was Murray also at the planning meeting? Did we miss that? We got the other guy was there, but maybe Murray was there too. I'm just going to jump back for a second and see if Murray was also at the planning meeting. Samuel Banks, Robert Goldberg, Child Wisniewski, Richard Murray III, who lived in a refurbished building by the Chelsea Hotel at 89. So 89 is where Richard Murray III, which is not the same place, but is nearby. Hard to read this board. There's 89. And then if we visit Melendez's house, we're told that, where does he work? For Murray Brothers near the post office of the Garments District, 94. So it looks like the guy that Melendez worked for was at the Planning Commission. It's a little weird how we run into him. 94, 94 to 33? 33 to 41, is that what I'm reading here? Oh, I see. I must have read something different. Maybe I was reading when we get to his house. I'm not sure how that happened. I read 31. Sorry, guys. I read 31 and I should have been reading 41. 33 to 41. Okay. Sorry about that. I think we're going to come into this guy again now that we made sense of him being there. All right. Sorry about that. Melendez? Asked Mr. Barnard, the foreman at Murray Brothers. Yeah, he works for me. What can I tell you about him? So we're speaking to Mr. Barnard, who works at Murray Brothers. What sort of employee is he? Yeah, nothing special. We don't expect a lot from people in that job, pushing racks around. There's a heavy turnover, partly because it's boring, partly because the pay is appropriate to the difficulty of the job. I understand, Ellery said. Right now, there's a lien on his wages. From GMAC Finance Company, downtown in the U.S. Steel Building. He hasn't had a whole paycheck in a long time. He tried to get the lien taken off, but he couldn't keep to the schedule that they set for paying back the loan. I think Melendez is always pretty short of money. His job doesn't pay a lot, and he's always asking for advances. If he wasn't a union employee, ... Barnard let the sentence hang on the implied meaning. When was the last time he was at work? Friday, I think. He wasn't here yesterday. I wasn't here yesterday myself. Barnard checked the clipboard hanging on the wall. No, Melendez wasn't here yesterday either. He won't be in again, I'm afraid, we say. Ellery said. He was killed this morning. He was? Yeah, I'm investigating the disappearance of a boy named Keith Fox. Melendez is implicated. Fox? Yeah, that was on the radio this morning. He was involved in that? How? Police would like to know that too, Mr. Barnard. Here's my card in case you remember anything that could help. Sure, if I can. Mr. Murray is going to be really pissed off. Mr. Melendez was one of his gophers. Oh, is that so? Where can I find Mr. Murray today? Oh, he lives up by the Chelsea Hotel, 89. I'd better not give you the phone number. It's unlisted, but I'll write the address down for you. Ellery thanked him again and left. Okay, so he gives us Mr. Murray's address. That was the thing I was reading that I shouldn't have. So he gave us 89, which is there. So we're here at Murray's clothing shop in the Garment District. And he's just mentioned to us that Mr. Murray is going to be upset because our dead guy was a gopher for Mr. Murray. So that's definitely of interest to us. So Mr. Murray hired Melendez as a personal gopher. That sounds like he might be implicated in this mess. What else did he tell us, though? And that's 94. What else did he tell us before that that might have been important? He tells us that our guy Melendez had a lien on his property. Melendez has a lien from GMAC Finance at number 16. And he says he's always short of money. Anything else relevant that he told us? Tried to get it taken off. He's always having hard time making enough money to pay it off. Oh, he does say he wasn't in yesterday. Wasn't in yesterday. I don't know if that's... Do we know when the kidnapping happened? Did it happen yesterday? Is that what we think? I don't know why visiting the lone people would help our case, but we might want to consider going there eventually. I guess I'll put a thing on it, even though it's going to get knocked off down there somewhere. All right, let's go visit the place that I was reading when I shouldn't have, Mr. Murray's private residence at 89. We were at 94. And he tells us Mr. Murray's place is 89. So let's now go talk to Mr. Murray and see, why is this guy your personal gopher? On our way there, though, Anna said the cops said you need to be very smart to pull off this kidnapping without a trace. So maybe it doesn't imply someone higher up than Melendez. Yes, good point. Jonathan says, clarify the part where it mentioned the lien on his wages. Did it mention something about a steel company, or did I mishear? I think it just said the building is the steel company building. He's got a lien on his wages from GMAC Finance Company downtown in the U.S. Steel building. It's just the building's name is U.S. Steel building. Okay, let's go read about Chelsea. Another neighborhood I don't know too much about. We're going to Mr. Murray's place. Let's read about Chelsea. Across from Gramercy Park on the west side of Lower Manhattan, Chelsea struggles to maintain an air of gentility. The land on which Chelsea sits was inherited by Dr. Clement Clark Moore, who wrote A Visit from St. Nicholas, also known as 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, in 1822. Dr. Moore drew up the original plans for Chelsea streets and homes, many of which still stand. One of the highlights of this beautiful residential area is a 2.5-story brick house that was completed in 1785. Nowhere is the desire to preserve Chelsea's dignity more apparent than along 20th, 21st, and 22nd Street. The wrought iron balustrades and small gardens along these streets are meticulously maintained. In 1884, the Chelsea was built on 23rd Street. This Victorian Gothic precursor to the modern apartment building was meant to attract upper-class tenants by virtue of its marble fireplaces, large accommodations, and duplex suites. Its proximity to theaters and excellent shopping provided an additional lure to the moneyed class. In 1905, however, as the focus of fashionable New York shifted north, the Chelsea was converted to a primarily residential hotel. As a hotel, it attracted creative residences like O. Henry, Sarah Bernard, and Thomas Wolfe. Across 23rd Street from the Chelsea Hotel sits the oldest YMCA in New York, the McBurney Y, whose membership has included Arthur Godfrey, Dale Carnegie, and Lowell Thomas. Chelsea appeals to people of divergent tastes, middle-class New Yorkers shopping for flowers and spices. Students and blue-collar workers can be found in abundance there. Chelsea has a number of off-Broadway theaters and restaurants. Even New Yorkers and tourists who have inquiring minds can find something to do in Chelsea, as it is home of the Mystery Writers Association. I believe I've been in the Chelsea Hotel before. All right, well, let's stop in and talk to Mr. Murray and see if he is knee deep in this mystery. So 89 goes to 34. And 34 brings us to 31, which was the one I started reading by mistake. Let's put a little mark. I think it might be time to trigger this event. These really are impossible to read from here. 89. Okay. Okay, here we go. 31. The doorman picked up the phone to announce Ellery. "He'll see you, sir," said the doorman, as if this were painful news indeed. He buzzed Ellery in. Ellery was impressed when he was shown in to see Mr. Murray himself. "Queen, is it?" Murray growled. He was a medium-sized man of 60 with thick hair that was going white under protest. "And you're not selling anything." "That's right. As a matter of fact, I'm working with the police right now." Murray's thick eyebrows lifted. "And why do you come to me? I haven't made any complaint to the police." "Well, you were present at the meeting on Sunday at the New York Planning Commission from which Keith Fox disappeared." "Yeah, so what?" "Can you give me any information that might help us find the boy?" Ellery asked. He continued as Murray shook his head. Perhaps you'd like to tell me about your man Melendez," we say. He says no, and then we say, "Well, maybe you want to tell me about Melendez." "Yeah, what about him?" "He does little jobs for me. He works in my factory. He's always out of money, but his wife used to be my secretary, and she asked me for a favor." "Did he ever mention T.C. Fox? Did he know him?" "No, and I wish I didn't know him either. That man is a pest. He wants respectable New York parks to look like fancy, yuppie restaurants. Melendez may be a poor worker, but he sure is a good listener. I may have mentioned something to him, but I never asked him to do anything about it." "Is it possible that he might have done something to please you, hoping for a good reward?" "A future reward?" "Good God, man, he isn't an idiot. Sounds like he was planning to reward himself, doesn't it?" "There are demands for a ransom, aren't there?" "That's correct, sir." "Well, sounds like a pretty fancy way to get out of debt." All right, so I'm not sure there's anything of value for us in this clue. Is there, or is there something I may have missed? He says, so Murray dislikes T.C. Fox, the father of the kidnapped kid. But he just says he's a pest. He wants the parks to look like yuppie restaurants. And he says, he does say Melendez may have overheard him talking bad about T.C. Fox. But that's hardly a reason to do anything about it. And this guy's saying that's ridiculous. That's not a motive, that he was hoping to please me. Makes no sense. He's trying to get his own money. He says, though, there are demands for a ransom, aren't they? How does he know there's demands for a ransom? Is that suspicious? He did mention the day of the meeting. Okay. Sunday, day of meeting. I don't like how this game makes it so hard to figure out what day of the week everything is happening on. All right. I don't think he gave us much information, though. Well, he said he heard about the kidnapping in the news. Anna says he probably heard about the ransom there. I mean, it's reasonable. It's reasonable. It's certainly possible. If, if there's a kidnapping, you normally assume there's going to be a ransom. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, that's right. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've actually been to 8 places. That would be about 4 turns. But not really. Remember, it's confusing because as long as you stay in a neighborhood, you could do 2 as 1 turn. So 2 players. So we're not up to it yet, but in another couple clues, we're going to trigger this event. All right. And we've got places we haven't even used cubes for because that whole list of people, we didn't put marks, we didn't put cubes on them, the whole list of people that attended. So let's see here for a second. Historical Society is at 181, which is there. The chairman of the planning thing is at 180, which is there. Carlsberg is 185. Oh, sorry. 185 is Carlsberg, right up there. And then we've got the Historical Society and the chairman of the Planning Commission here. They all live nearby. Carlsberg, the driver, is definitely suspicious for us. And then we've got other people who were at that meeting that we'll want to look up eventually. Maybe we want to look them up now and put them on the map. Okay, let's see. Franklin Co. 180, we've got him. He's the chairman. TC Fox 178, we visited him already. We've got Samuel Banks. Let's just I'm going to write down more people here from the meeting. More from 53. We've got Samuel Banks at 14. Let's see, where's that? Down there. We've got Robert Goldberg, office in the World Trade Center, which is down, not here, but here somewhere. There. We've got Charles Winitsky, who lived in a loft on West 14th Street in the Village, 71. Boy, there's a lot of places in this map. And then 89, the Chelsea Hotel, which is Murray. We visited him. Sherman Kemp, Dexter Drape, City Corp Banking Center. Sherman Kemp, 158. This case really has us going all over the place. 158 is over here somewhere. William Sandberg, who lives near Gracie Mansion, 226. Here somewhere. Then Joseph Yoder. Is at 220 near Hunter College. Gonna be up here somewhere. And Isaac Block, 186 Riverside. All right, so those are all people who attended the Planning Commission meeting. I don't think I wrote Robert Goldberg at the World Trade Center, 7. Did we already get that? Yes, I guess we did. Well, we got a crowded map here. Let's see what the chat says. Maybe we should go to the Black Maria lead at the society, Lucille Minkus Historical Society. Yeah, that's completely reasonable. I want to mark these because I'm going to forget these. 14. Where was the 16? William Sandberg? Who do I have at 16? 16 is the lean. Because these are going to get knocked off, so I just want to record them in one place. All right, so shall we go up? Let's go up and check out that historical society. And then we'll go right to Carlsberg, who's right next door, and ask about the brother. All right, so we're heading uptown from the Garment District. There's lots of stuff happening uptown. Our first stop looks like it might be, okay, we've got 180, 182. 180 is Franklin Coe, the chairman. 181 is the Historical Society. So let's hit the Historical Society first, which is 181. Put a mark on it. Take this off. $181. Okay. 181 goes to 150. And then 150 goes to 78. And before we read 78, we want to read about the West Side. Or as I would call that, the Upper West Side. Given the cultural wealth of all New York neighborhoods, enmity between them seems absurd. The grass is always browner, however, on the other side of Central Park. Some West Side residents find the Upper East Side alternately pretentious and vapid. Some of the denizens of the Upper East Side, in turn, find the West Side squalid and lowbrow, citing the many actors, writers, and large families that live there. So the fights between the which side of the park you're on, the Upper East Side or the Upper West Side. I happen to like everyone, the people I know lived on the Upper West Side, most of them, but the Upper East Side was just quieter with larger sidewalks, all residential, no shops, just more relaxing. Okay. Some of the denizens of the Upper East Side, in turn, find the West Side squalid and lowbrow, citing the many actors, writers, and large families that live there. Many of the West Side's current inhabitants migrated to the area in response to the rising rents and nouveau riche atmosphere that came to pervade Greenwich Village. Most of the area's solidly entrenched Jewish population has been there for decades. Performers who seem to carve niches in many of New York's neighborhoods have settled comfortably on the West Side. The area is rife with off-Broadway dance schools and theater groups. This would be, wow, I don't know if that's really true. Not the least of which are Richard Allen's Center for Black Theater Arts and the Equity Library Theater. Those actors who are fortunate enough to secure television work need commute no further than the West Side, as the Reeves Studio, the CBS TV studio between 52nd and 53rd, and the ABC TV studio on 54th Street are all located in the area. Not really. They're lower down from the West Side. Recreationally, actors whose names are not yet household words congregate at Cafe Central or Paulson's. The elite of popular music also live on the Upper West Side, especially along Central Park West in the 60s and 70s. These giants of the musical world can be seen there shopping or airing their dogs. When the people with big names feel a desire to be noticed, they might dine at the Russian Tea Room on 57th Street, which would be somewhere in there. Riverside Drive on the west side of the neighborhood was once the cause of scandal. The cost of installing the scenic riverfront drive was originally estimated at $1.5 million. Lurking in the wings, however, was one of New York's most notorious politicians, Boss Tweed. He and his minions bought the proposed land in chunks and resold it to the city. The final cost of Riverside Drive, completed in 1885, was in excess of $6 million. The boat basin along the promenade in the park is the docking facility for many of the city's most luxurious yachts and launches. In addition, many of the city's classical music celebrities live along the drive. There's Riverside Drive right there. The Upper West Side's cultural facilities are no less impressive than its residents. The New York Historical Society on 77th Street at Central Park West has permanent exhibits that trace New York City's history from the time that it was inhabited by Native Americans. So I've been there. That's a pretty cool museum, I must say. Then the American Museum of Natural History, one of my favorite museums, completed in 1869, has 12 acres of floor space. Its 35 million artifacts and specimens are studied by scientists, scholars, and students from around the world. I went to the Museum of Natural History with a girl I had a huge crush on, Bianca Fuchsman, and we went into the mineral room. It's like this giant sets of rooms, all dark with the glow in the dark minerals. It was very romantic for me, probably not for her. It was kind of magical for me. Okay. Unrequited. Okay. The American Museum of Natural, I did that. The Hayden Planetarium, which was a place we would go to watch. They used to do a planetarium they would put on Pink Floyd music. It was a very psychedelic experience. People would go take hallucinogenics and go there. The Hayden Planetarium, administered by the museum's Department of Astronomy, is connected to the museum by a passageway. Then we've got the Dakota Apartments, which is where the guy that we're going to see lives. But look what it says about the Dakota Apartments. These apartments, among the first luxury domiciles in New York, are now among the city's most sought-after living spaces. The film Rosemary's Baby was set in the Dakota Apartments, and John Lennon was shot in a doorway of his home here. The New York Historical Society, where we're going now, in addition to the city's largest and most comprehensive collection of memorabilia, the Society's library is a major reference library for American history. Then we've got the American Museum of Natural History and the Hayden Planetarium. I'm going to read this because I'm so curious about it. The American Museum of Natural History is founded in 1869 for the purpose of encouraging and developing the study of natural science, advancing the general knowledge of kindred subjects, and of furnishing popular instruction. It's 12 acres of floor space with displays of biology, paleontology, anthropology, zoology, and mineralogy, like that dark mineral room. Do exactly that for 2.8 million people annually. The museum is one of the largest in the world and has over 34 million artifacts. Besides its importance as an exhibition space, the museum has 11 scientific departments that promote research and publish literature for both natural history professionals and the layperson. Hayden Planetarium is connected to the museum by a passageway. Preeminent in the planetarium is the Sky Theater, capacity 660, that features changing shows about the heavenly bodies. That's the one that I said people go to. Okay, then we've got other places. All right, so finally, we're going there. We're reading 78. This is the Historical Society that we're going to talk to that woman who might know about the term Black Maria, we're hoping. Lucille Minkus is her name. Let's check in with the chat first. He said, maybe we should, Minkus person. Tracking the brother ask, oh, that's it. Just Drunk Tiger has come in here to smile about something I said. Maybe about Bianca Fuchsman. All right, here we go. Lucille Minkus was studying photographs when Ellery arrived. Most of the pictures were simple recording shots of sights and things of historical interest, but they were so badly composed that Ellery couldn't tell what they were supposed to focus on. Yes, of course, the City Planning Commission and Mr. Fox have been so nice about their project. We of the Society feel that history should not be as neglected as it has been. Our young people have a right to know their heritage, such as it is. This city is very young on a worldwide scale, but so much has happened in it. Yes, ma'am. What I'm investigating is the Fox child's kidnapping, which occurred only 2 days ago. Okay, so kidnapping 2 days ago. Not very much time on your charts, but quite long enough for his parents. I should say so. I can tell you nothing about a living person named Black Maria, but I do know about the police vehicles by that name. We had planned to use one for the park. It would require a donation by someone who had one, because we must either remove all the doors to prevent accidents or seal them all up to prevent vandalism. I have photographs of our 2 best prospects right here. She sorted through the pile and laid 2 photographs before Ellery. This one is in the Village Gate Park in Midtown Manhattan, situated behind a wrought iron fence. It was part of a display at one time and has been there a long time, so parts of it may be rotted. I shall have to examine it. The other is in front of the Carlsberg mansion, near the Claremont stables. Louis Carlsberg of the beer family, you know, is on the City Planning Commission too. Another tie-in to Carlsberg. That's a lot of coincidences for our guy Carlsberg. So Black Maria is the name of a police vehicle, like a... Someone could probably look that up for us. Could someone look up what a Black Maria is? It sounds like it's a police vehicle, either a hearse or a paddy wagon. I think maybe where they would have transported criminals. One in the village park. Okay, so Black Maria, police vehicle. There's one in Village Gate Park, 70, and one at the Carlsberg Mansion. He's now come up 3 separate times. He was at the meeting commission. This police vehicle is outside his house, and one of the brothers, the brother of the murdered criminal, is a driver for him. So we say, can you give me a list of the people who were present at the meeting on Sunday? Of course, since you're an official investigator, we have to be careful because of the press, you understand. So he reads the list on the way out. It looks like it's probably the same list as we've got before, but I guess we should check it a little bit. She says, Dakota Apartments Chairman, Franklin Coe, we've got him already. T.C. Fox, we've got him. Carlsberg, 14, we've got that. Robert Goldberg at the World Trade Center, we've got that. Charles Wisniewski, who lived in a loft on 14th Street in the Village, 71. Do we have that one? I don't have that one written down. Why don't I have that one written down? In fact, I got a bunch here that aren't written down, but maybe I just didn't write them down. A little confusing. So we've got Wisniewski. I know we saw his name, but why do I have him here? I don't have him written down at this address. In 89, we went there. That's the Chelsea Hotel. Planning Commission, we went there 21. City Corp office 158. Do we have that one? Yes, we've got that one. Gracie Mansion 226, we got that one. Hunter College 220, we have that one. And Riverside Park 186, we got that one. For some reason, I didn't have this Wisniewski 71. Let's give him a cube. There's 70. Where's 71? There's 70. Where's 71? Well, I'll just put this here. I must just not have written down that one. All right. Jonathan says Black Maria is the same as a paddy wagon. Okay, so what you transport people in. I think they're telling us are they telling us that kid that's where he's being kept in a paddy wagon? Should we now go visit those 2 paddy wagons to get the kid out before this event triggers? We've got 2 paddy wagons. There are 2 Black Marias they're interested in. I'm sure we're up to this so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9, 7, 8, 9. I think we should check those 2 paddy wagons, and then the event will trigger. John says, looks like Black Maria originated when horses drew the wagon, in particular references a famous racehorse named Black Maria. Makes sense? Makes sense? All right, so I'm suggesting now that we divert. Well, we're right up here near Carlsberg. Let's start by going to Carlsberg's paddy wagon on his mansion, if he'll let us look at it, because that seems like a good candidate for us. And I think we should check those 2 before the event triggers. Melendez said Black Maria has the kid. That could mean he's in one of them, yeah. And if we had to guess, Carlsberg Mansion would be the one to go in. I wonder if it's the real Carlsberg from Carlsberg Beer. All right, but it's time for us to take a little break. So we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and then we'll bust down the door into that paddy wagon and see if the kid's in there. Maybe we can wrap up this case early. I'll see you in 8 minutes. You're watching Call for Two, and we're talking about Bianca Fuchsman and the Museum of Natural History. And then on the side, we're trying to save this kid who's been kidnapped. We think that Black Maria refers to a cop paddy wagon. We know that the Historical Society has got its eyes on two historic ones that they're trying to recover and maybe planning to reuse. One of them is owned by this guy Carlsberg, who we've got 3 connections to in this case. Makes him very suspicious. We're now going to knock on his mansion door, or maybe just try to sneak around and get a look inside this car. We're actually told a little bit about how they would normally have to seal up the doors in these cars so they can't be used. You could imagine it might be a very big car. So we're going to go to the Carlsberg mansion right now, which is 185. Let's do it. So 185 goes to 167. 185 to 167. Don't want to knock everything over here. And then 167 goes to 176. So 176 from 185. And this is the west side where we already are, so we don't need to read more about the neighborhood. We're just going to turn to 176. Carlsberg Mansion. All right, so we're at the Carlsberg Mansion. And let's see what we see. Fox, what about him? His son's been kidnapped, Mr. Carlsberg. Louis Carlsberg, an impatient, florid man of 40, had a hot temper. He had grudgingly spared Ellery 5 minutes and was regretting even those. Do you know a man named Melendez, Mr. Carlsberg? Certainly I do. My chauffeur is named Melendez. Yeah, is he here? Did he report for work today? Yeah, he reported for work. He lives here. No, I haven't seen him since lunch. I sent him out to Morton's garage near the Port Authority bus terminal to have the car seen to. It's been missing. To have the car seen to, it's been missing. I think he means like the spark plugs are missing, or however the car works. The plugs have to fire. They can misfire. Okay, send him out near the Port Authority bus terminal to see to the car at Morton's garage. I understand. Also, Ellery Press, that you have a Black Maria you're offering to the city for the Historical Society. May I see it? You may not. It was stolen last week. I haven't had any peace with the damn thing since I acquired it, and I wish the thief joy of it. Carlsberg snorted. The police have been no help at all. I was to call a Sergeant Morley at this number. He produced a card. If I heard anything. Ellery examined the card. It was from the police precinct near Murder, Inc. A name he hoped was not appropriate in this case. Carlsberg reclaimed the card. I'm sorry to hear about Fox's son, but Fox is an upstart. I've had enough of him for a lifetime. New York is not a movie set, Mr. Queen. It's real. Now, good day. Okay. This was kind of a fun thing because we had Carlsberg pegged as our bad guy. Now it sounds like maybe the Melendezes are the key here, and maybe the Melendez stole or arranged to have stolen the car. But maybe this guy Carlsberg is not the ringleader. Okay, so Eduardo showed up today. Yes, he lives there. He was sent to Morton's garage, which was 166. Is that right? 166. And then we say, hey, I heard you're giving your Black Maria. And he said, nope, it's been stolen. When was it stolen? Last week. So Black Maria stolen last week and reported stolen, right? That's lends a little more credence to it. Reported stolen to Sergeant Morley. And he gives us a number. Police precinct 180 near 184 near Murder Inc. Murder Inc. is going to be some bookstore, I believe. We can find it in the directory. Should we reread the intro to see what the context about the Black Maria is now that we think it's a car? I'm curious if the context makes different sense. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let me first just mark this with the, take this cube off and mark it as visited. Okay, so that's that visited. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we've now visited 10. It's almost time for the event to trigger. Okay, so stop Melendez or I shoot. A cop's chasing him. Keeps running. He gets shot in the leg, but he trips over, hits a broken bottle in his stomach. He's bleeding out. The cop says to him, Melendez, where is Keith Fox? Where's the boy? Tell us. Melendez grinned up at him, breathing with effort. Black Maria's got him, Officer Piggy. Ask Black Maria. He does say ask Black Maria. That sounds like a person. Damn it. Black Maria again. We say, what's Black Maria? Ambulance comes, takes away Melendez. It's like you're cutting to the scene where they're having coffee. He says, I wish we knew. The father would give anything to find out. Melendez and 2 of his buddies, I think we missed that, kidnapped his 6-year-old son 2 nights ago. I think we missed that from the intro, that we're told he's got 2 buddies. Two buddies. This is why these games are lessons in life. How easy it is to overlook stuff. So we think probably one of them is the brother. We're guessing. We have no idea who the other one is. We have no leads to speak of, just the same clue over and over again in the ransom demands. Black Maria. Got plenty of Marias, some black ones. None of them seem well placed enough or clever enough to be holding the son of a millionaire filmmaker where he can't get hurt but can't be found. Kid snatched while at the meeting. Then we've got the 2 cops, Candleman and Chuck Snow. That's it. All right, what do you guys make of that information? Is it a car? Is it even older and it's just a horse-drawn carriage? It's interesting that we missed that part about how 2 of his buddies, I don't know how they know 2 of his buddies, but it doesn't sound like they have them in custody. And if one is the brother, it means we might still be looking for one more. So the police precinct is right up in this neighborhood. It's like right next door. That we're supposed to call if we get a lead about the Black Maria. Eduardo's in Morton's garage. All right, let's put some more things out here. So that's right up there is where the police cap. Did I take from the wrong place? Yeah. Right up there is where the police sergeant wants us to call if we find information. And then Eduardo, the brother, has taken the car into the shop at 166, which is right there at Morton's garage. And then I'm not sure if we remembered to put a cube at this other guy at the meeting that I didn't record, 71. Maybe that was this one. We can't assume that the cubes are all of them. We may have to check here. And it says, let's go after Eduardo to that garage for now. Yeah, and then we're going to trigger the event. We're going to do 2 more, and then we're going to trigger the event. So we're going to hightail it all the way down to the garage and see if we can't get a lead on the brother. I guess it's not all the way down. Where is it? It's across town to Midtown. Wait, that's 158. I don't know. I'm not sure what's at 158. 158 was one of the attendees. But Morton's garage is 166. Oh, that's here, back on the Lower West Side. Okay, is this our first time visiting the Lower West Side? I guess it is. Doesn't seem like it is, but according to this, it is. All right, we're going downtown, not that far away, to the Lower West Side. Let's read about it. Be nice if we get to go to my neighborhood eventually. Lower West Side. Time for the event. So if you were doing it, just to answer Jonathan's question, we're going to do, because one person could take 2 actions, and you could take 2 actions if you don't change neighborhoods. And we did that a couple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we have a little bit more. Sure, we didn't read this. Okay, so we're going to take a couple more actions, 2 more actions, and then we're going to trigger the event. The theater arts have reached their tendrils into Manhattan's Lower West Side like Homer's rosy-fingered dawn. The most obvious example of this incursion is Lincoln Center. Lincoln Center was planned as a means of bringing New York's opera, ballet, and orchestral endeavors together in one location. The Planning Commission, I feel like we read this. Yeah, we did read this, but when did we go to the Lower West Side? Oh, it's all part of this thing. Okay, sorry. We went to it when we went here, which I don't consider part of the Lower West Side, but we did. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's meet Eduardo. Let's see if we can catch him. See what he has to say for himself. I think he's going to run when we catch him. All right, 176 goes to 104. Sorry, 166 goes to 104. And 104 goes to 132. I think he's going to make a run for it. 132 from 166. Morton's garage. Let's make a mark. Take it off. Okay. $132. Ellery inquired of the owner if a Mr. Melendez had brought in the Carlsberg car for repair and whether it had been picked up. You bet, brother. It's over here. Sure is a beauty. The owner pointed to a long Lincoln limousine pulled in close to the back of the building. I don't like to leave it out front 'cause kids scratch their names in the paint. It's ready, but I ain't seen Melendez yet. You may not. Why's that? Wait a minute. Here he comes. Ellery turned to look. A tall, swarthy man in a uniform was walking up the driveway towards them. Is that Mr. Melendez? Yep. I have some bad news for him. Excuse me. Ellery stopped the chauffeur and introduced himself. When he mentioned the events of the morning, the man paled. Yes, sir. I just finished up at the medical examiner's. I had to identify the body. He was my brother. Can you help me? I'm trying to locate the fox child. Nope, don't know anything about that. Can't help you, I'm sorry. Did you drive Mr. Carlsberg to the meeting 2 nights ago? Yes, sir. Sit out in front in the Lincoln. I read books. I don't go anywhere. Last chauffeur got fired because Mr. Carlsberg came back sooner than he said he would, and there was no one at the car. It was a long meeting this time. I felt sorry for the boy. Just him and 13 boring adults. It must have been just 13 men and him in that building all by themselves. What is it trying to get at here? Is this saying that one of those people in that building they think kidnapped him? I'm just going to put 13 adults at the meeting. I wonder if, well, the brother didn't run for it. I sure thought that the brother was going to make a run for it and was involved. He seems a little more believable now. I'm just going to make a note here that Eduardo seems believable. I'm not entirely convinced, but it sounds like he drove, like, it can't be him, right? Because he can't have kidnapped the kid, at least, because he's driving that car, picking up his boss when his boss is done. So either his boss is in on it with him and he drove the kid away, or he's not involved. I see we have a spammer in the chat. If Jonathan could kill that spammer, or Anna. I think Jonathan and Anna both have authorities, powers to do it. But either he's not involved and his boss is not involved, or they're both involved, right? I mean, I guess they could be involved in a way other than actually transporting the boy. But if we're to believe someone drove the boy away, it can't have been the chauffeur while he was picking up his boss unless they were in on it together. All right. Uh, let's trigger the event now. Jonathan says, how would Eduardo know how many people are at the meeting? Did Cronenberg talk about it? Did Eduardo see the list somehow? It's an interesting question. I don't go anywhere. I felt sorry for the boy, just him and 13 boring adults. Must have been boring. And he says, yeah, it must have been 13 men and him in that building all by themselves. Well, I'll make a note, Jonathan. I'll make a note. How does Eduardo know there were 13? Maybe his boss was talking about it. And should we check our list and see if that's right? Ellery read the list over. Franklin Coe, T.C. Fox, Louis Carlsberg, Samuel Banks, Robert Goldberg, Charles Wisniewski, Richard Murray, Sherman Kemp, Dexter Drake, William Sandberg, Joseph Arnold Yoder, and Isaac Block. That's 12. Franklin Coe, T.C. Fox, Louis Carlsberg, Samuel Banks, Robert Goldberg, Charles Wisniewski, Richard Murray, Sherman Kemp, Dexter Drake, William Sandberg, Joseph Yoder, Isaac Block. That's 12. That's 12. Let's look at that other list. Remember, we got the list from someone else, too. "12 people. Unless I'm miscounting something. Let me check the next list. The second list we got was at 78. That's weird. That's weird. We read the list. Franklin Coe, T.C. Fox, Louis Carlsberg, Samuel Banks, Robert Goldberg, Charles Wisniewski, Richard Murray, Sherman Kemp, Dexter Drake, William Sandberg, Arnold Yoder, and Isaac Block. That's 12 again. Let me just make sure on the first list that I treated this person as a separate person. Frank Coe, T.C. Fox, Louis Carlsberg, Samuel Banks, Robert Goldberg, Charles Wisniewski, Murray, Sherman Kemp, Dexter Drake, William Sandberg, Joseph Yoder, Isaac Block. That's 12. Was Lucille Minkus at the meeting? We are working with the Historical Society. You should check with Lucille Minkus. She's the recording secretary of the society. I need a list of everyone who attended the meeting. And they give us 12 people. Wow, now the brother is looking suspicious. It's also, he says, 13 men, the brother says. That's looking very suspicious now. So we have 12 people on the list, and he says the kid is there with 13 men. Sorry for the boy, just him and 13 boring adults. Oh, it does say adults. And then we say it must have been 13 men and him in that building. He says 13 adults, and we say 13 men. I don't think we have any sign that Lucille Minkus was at the meeting. We talked to Lucille, right? Did she say whether she was at the meeting? Let me just look at this again. She's studying photographs. She's just saying she's involved. I should say so. Let's see. Where does she just takes photographs. Can you give me a list of the people who were present at the meeting on Sunday? Of course, since you're an official investigator, we have to be careful because of the press. I mean, maybe she was there and just not in this list. Well, okay, something for us to keep in mind. I think what's triggered this event, we're probably triggering it a little early. But on the other hand, I think we should trigger it. We don't have a good reason to go anywhere else. Or should we check the other Black Maria first? All right, let's check the other Black Maria, then we'll trigger it. Okay, this is our last clue before triggering it. Although, why would we think it's in the other Black Maria if it's not related to... Well, let's see. If they stole both of them, then it's interesting. And it says, who did we talk to in that building? Could you look up the clue, the first list clue? Sure. 53. Oh, it's Sherman Kemp that we're talking to. He says, we're working on a park theme. Here and there we'll be putting up tableaus. We're working with the Historical Society. It's Sherman Kemp that we're talking to, and he's included himself on the list. He's included himself on the list. He's included himself, and he hasn't included the Lucille Minkus. So, list of everyone who attended the meeting. Very suspicious. Anna says, I mean, reread. Okay, well, let's just quickly reread it. Yes, it was terrible. Poor little boy. He was just wandering around in the hallway. We're not set up to babysit, so there isn't much for someone that age to play with. Sherman Kemp was all industrious sympathy. We were working on a park theme, one which created an overview of the city hall in all its stages of development. Here and there, we'll be putting up tableaus and displays with handsome bronze plaques to describe the scene. We're working with the Historical Society. They're very enthusiastic. What was T.C. Fox's role in all this? He planned a substantial donation on behalf of a movie he'll be producing next year. So as a courtesy, we'll let him attend every meeting. Franklin Coe, the chairman, wanted Mr. Fox present. What does Black Maria mean to you? We have one tableau worked out, all about the history of the police department. Historical Society gave us several listings of people or organizations that have memorabilia to donate, but you might check with Lucille at the Historical Society. I need a list of everyone. I'll photocopy my list for you. Thank you, Mr. Kemp. I do think that might be key. Yeah. I think Jonathan was right to pick up that he said 13 and there's only 12 in the list. That means Eduardo knew there was someone else, the 13th person who's the kidnapper. I think that's probably right. Although I don't know how to get to that, how to find that person. But that would mean Eduardo was the second person. We still have one more person who could be involved in this. It might imply that Eduardo had a physical list of the people. Mm-hmm. Um, okay. The question is, where do we go next? Let's trigger that event. Let's go ahead and trigger that event. If it looks like we should give ourselves more time, we can always give ourselves more time. All right, so if we look at the list of clues for this case, it says at turn number 5, read 149. I really wish they hadn't used a hyphen here. It's turn number 5, it should be like colon, read 149. Okay, now, does it mean we look up 149 here, or we directly go to 149? It's not clear. If we're supposed to look it up here, then we read 96. So let's think. I think it probably means to just jump directly to 149, but I'm going to look. No. Okay, so then if we go to 149 from here, it would be 96. Let's try that. All right, I don't know. It is related to our case. I just don't know why. It's just a weird. Well, let's see. We only have two choices. Either we go to 149 and do that. Let me reread 149 again. No. Okay. So 149 goes to 96. Here it is. Is it specific to the case? Yes, it is. This is our Black Maria case. This is our specific thing. It is. This clue is directly related to the case. It just comes out of nowhere. So let's just read it together. What do you know? It's Mr. Queen. Hello there, Eddie. I wonder if you've heard anything worth mentioning about a Black Maria. I heard she got Melendez killed, but I don't know if it's the same one, you know, Mr. Queen. There's a Maria Valdez, used to be called Black Maria, lives in a mansion near Sherman Square, 183. The one I'm thinking of is a hooker on the east side near Stuyvesant Square, 107. She's mezcla, half Latina, half black. Here's your lunch money, Eddie. Just don't use it for phone calls. I don't want to visit an empty house. I don't know either one of them, Mr. Queen. Then you'll enjoy your lunch. Okay, I don't really get this. Anyone have any it sounds like maybe here's an informant of ours we just ran into when he gave us some information. He says, I heard she got Melendez killed. And so he says Black Maria got Melendez killed. And then he gives us two. And he says there's a Maria Valdez that used to be called Black Maria. She's at 183. But he says the one I'm thinking of is a hooker at 107. She's half black, half mezcla. All right, now, which ones did we, and it has to be, this is our clue. It's just a little weird. It sounds like maybe we could have gone there on our own if we had found it. And this is just like, if you don't find it in time, it's sending you there. Now, we went to the hooker one. That's 107. We went to that one. But he's saying he actually heard about a different Black Maria who's at 183. That's much closer to the action up here on the Upper West Side. 184, 186. Where's 183? Here. Sounds like we need to pay a visit to that Black Maria. And it says, are there informants in this game? Nope. Maybe she told the cops where he is, so that's how she killed Melendez. Yeah. Isn't the other Maria the magician? Is that what it is? Who told us about that? No, that was the Black Maria that T.C. Fox, the father, told us about from Hollywood. Who was the magician? That must be her, though. Yeah. But would we have been able to find her another way? Is that it? So our informant now gave us her address at 183. I wonder if we could have found her in a magic shop or something. Where does this guy say she lives? She lives in a mansion near Sherman Square. I don't know how we were supposed to. Maybe that's what the timed event is. The timed event is giving us information about where that musician lives. And then Jonathan was asking about the mechanics. Do you look up 149 on the case-specific chart? I did both. I see. Well, if I were to look up 149 this way, 165, and then 165 would be no clue. So it can't be that. All right. Yeah, it's weird. There's 3 different ways you could find this number 149. One would be to start from here. If you do start from here, you go from 149. If you took that 149 to be from here, you'd go 149 to 165. And then when you got to 165 here, it would say no clue. So it's not that way. If we look up directly 149 in the clue book, that doesn't make sense. So the only way is to look it up here. When you look it up here, you get to the one we got. So I think that timed event was just an informant telling us where the original Black Maria was. So it's time to visit her at 183. So here we go, visiting her. This could be the breakthrough of the case. We don't have to care about keeping track of turns anymore. So 183 goes to 156. One 156 goes to 173. All right, here we go, our second Black Maria. How may I help you? The lady was of small of stature, graying, and quietly dressed, but Ellery could easily see how she could hold the attention of an audience, with or without props. She had an inner fire and attractive vitality. Ellery explained his concern with the kidnapping, and her eyebrows flew upward. Yes, of course I know T.C., and I know little Keith. People in New York don't know their neighbors, Mr. Queen, but children go everywhere. Keith came to my door one day last summer. He introduced himself so nicely and explained that his baseball was in my yard. What could I do? I let him in. I gave him cookies. I helped him find his ball. He came back many times. I've wondered why he has not come back lately, but boys find many things to hold their interests. Have you ever had an employee named Melendez? Melendez. Is that the man from the Pierpont Morgan Library? They have many of my old stage props on display. I've loaned them my collection. You might want to ask them there. So she is right next door to our TC Fox. There they are. They're neighbors, apparently. She says the kid knocked on the door. He lost his ball. Of course I know TC and I know little Keith. Why didn't TC Fox tell us that she lives right next door? Does he not know? That's weird, right? Like, she's talking as if she has no history with this guy, and she just knows him because they're neighbors. So she's saying Keith came by, they're neighbors, and then we ask about Melendez, and she says, we say, have you ever had an employee? He came back many times, but he hasn't come back lately. Weird. Yeah, TC Fox acted like he lost contact with her. Here she is, a neighbor. Very weird. Okay, so then when we ask about Melendez, she says, hey, is that the guy from Morgan Library? What kind of weird answer is that? They have my stage props on display. Very fishy. Where is that? 125. Tudor Sutton neighborhood. I don't know anything about that neighborhood, but it seems like we should go there now. Funny how Fox said, yeah, I knew a magician named Marie and I helped her get started, but he didn't mention that she's the neighbor. I mean, maybe he didn't know. Does she say she knows TC Fox or does she know of him? She says, of course I know TC and I know little Keith. Weird. Very weird. He says he lost track of her. Very weird. And now when we talk to her, Anna points out she didn't mention she worked for him. Weird. All right, well, let's follow up on this woman. 125. Let's go to her. Let's go to this library that she's pointed us to. Although I don't. Weird. Very weird. Very weird. Does she invite us in? Doesn't really say. All right, let's follow this up and see if we can get more information about her. 125 goes to 91, and then 91 goes to 99. And then let's mark it here. I guess we should read about Tudor Station. Is that 128 or 127? That's 128. It's actually not in Tudor Station. Where is it? 125. It's in Murray Hill. Okay, so let's read about Murray Hill neighborhood. It's right there. East 42nd Street at the northern edge of Murray Hill is not to be confused with the 42nd Street of bawdy movie houses and shops that cater to man's baser instincts. In fact, East 42nd Street has some of Manhattan's most distinctive architecture. The Daily News building, home of the nation's most widely read newspaper, rises 37 stories above the street. The Chrysler Building, one of the area's most remembered landmarks, rears its stainless steel arches above the street, as does the Mobil Building. For the rest, Murray Hill is a restrained residential neighborhood. Its quiet, decorous townhouses shelter old money widows and young couples who are at the top of the financial heap. Transportation to any other portion of the city is exemplary. Murray Hill is never not pleasant. Okay. There's a nice Japanese hotel here. Pierpont Morgan Library, that's where we're going. The Pierpont Morgan Library is famous for its collection of rare books, manuscripts, and art. I don't know why this is relevant for our case, but maybe it is. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So look what happens when we go to 99. No, Mr. Queen, my name is Mendez. Seems to me that Mrs. Valdez should remember that. She forgets names often, but her visual memory wonderful. She set up our displays so beautifully. Come. Mendez took Ellery into a vast room in which all sorts of escape tricks had been set up, with dummies to substitute for the magicians who had performed the tricks. We had not room enough for all the things lent to us by artists in the area. Some of the things we've borrowed from them are on loan to New York University for props in a movie they're making there. Do they have some of Mrs. Valdez's equipment? Yes, I believe so. And had you a Black Maria? Yes, we did. But I do not know if that went to the college or to our warehouse for repair. The warehouse is down by the docks across from the Roosevelt Expressway from the Fulton Fish Market. If you want to check there, some of our pieces sustained some little damage during the burst of a water main last week. I hope I'm not all wet on this one, thanks. Yikes. Oh, it's not over. I hope I'm not all wet on this one, thanks. I hope not, Mr. Queen. Here's a letter to my warehouse man. If you do not find what you seek, why not ask the city? They might have some real Black Marias for you. Items at, so she's got some items at NYU, which is 65. And then warehouse 39, the Fulton Street. That's where a Black Maria might be. And then he says also, hey, ask the city. The city might have one. Wow, we're really chasing all over the city, and we don't know if we're chasing a person or a thing. If we wanted to ask the city for vehicles, is there a government office that would handle such things? Police? All records, municipal building, police headquarters. Police Academy Museum. Range. All right, well, let's put out markers where these places are. NYU, they're sending us 65. They have some more of her stuff. Well, I mean, we're suspicious of her. And then Fulton Street, 139. I thought Fulton was downtown, but apparently not. This game really has us running all over the place. There's 139. Wow, we got a lot of places here. Let me make a mark on 125. Oh, that was just... We can't trust these cubes. Every once in a while I find a cube that's just sitting here. I think we should pursue our lead about our theory about the 13 people. That means talking to the chairman. That's what I suggest, that we go to the chairman of this planning commission. Maybe he can tell us about something. Franklin Co., the chairman's at 180. That's this, like right in the, well, all of this trouble is happening here. So I want to go to this guy here, 180. Franklin Co. Maybe he knows what's going on. 180 goes to 18. '18 says before turn 40, number 439 only, turn 4 and after 127 only. That's interesting. If we had gone there early, we would have gotten something else. All right, so 127. Hope that doesn't come back to bite us. Yes, he said. Were you interested in adding a suggestion to the planned concept, Mr. Queen? Not really, Mr. Coe. I was more interested in finding a small boy who's been kidnapped, Keith Fox. A tragedy, Mr. Queen, and you say that Black Maria is the only clue you have? That's right. You were planning to use one for your park display. We intended to, yes. Our best candidates are the carriage that's presently in Village Gate Park and the one owned by Louis Carlsberg. We've been gathering exhibit material as fast as we can, Mr. Queen, but I feel we are falling behind on our deadline. Where were you keeping the artifacts for your displays? Well, the Piermont Morgan Library has lent us space in their warehouse. Also, we were using the Museum of Contemporary Modern Design owned by Mr. Carlsberg. Again, Carlsberg? It's closed, so we have the run of the place. It's across from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Then you're using the same place as our Black Maria woman magician was using. Then he says, and we have the Fox warehouse near the Staten Island Ferry 1, which is also abandoned. Mind if I have a look? No, not at all. I'll give you a letter to all three places. Okay, so Planning Commission items. Staten Island Ferry warehouse, which is at location 1. And also he says Village Gate Park, which is at 70. Carlsberg we went to. Piermont Library we went to. And then at the MoMA, at the Museum of Modern Art, 200. Where are you keeping the artifacts for your displays? And this one near the Museum of Modern Art is closed down and owned by Carlsberg. All right, let's see. What have we got here? Let's put these places on the map. So one is at 70 here. That's the Village Gate Park one. I wonder if this is not misplaced and should be there. Then one by the Staten Island Ferry, which is all the way down here. And then one by the Museum of Modern Art, which is at 200, which would be 201. This would be the right area for it. Or up near the park. There it is. Okay, that's the Museum of Modern Art. That makes sense. Okay. So which one is Carlsberg? That's Carlsberg's owns the one near the museum. His name keeps coming up. Anna says, it looks like this game is not really about brain work, but footwork. You just have to chase lead after lead after lead. So far, yes. So far, it's not really challenging us to figure anything out. It's really just having us traipse all over New York City, all over Manhattan, chasing down these red herrings. But let's continue. We don't know how it's going to end. I think we should go up near the MoMA where Carlsberg has his place. Next. Wow, there's so many places. This is kind of crazy. All right, we're finally going to the Lower East Side, though, so let's read that. Not the Lower East Side, the Upper East Side. The East Side, sometimes known as the Upper East Side, can afford to cast a complacent eye over the rest of Lower Manhattan. Once a person can afford the East Side, he has arrived. This section of New York has more art collections per capita in its elegant and sometimes controversial galleries and museums than any other neighborhood in the city. The former palatial home of steel baron Henry Clay Frick, with its glass-roofed courtyard, now houses the Frick Collection of paintings and objects to art. The Institute of Fine Arts of New York University dwells in the previous home of tobacco magnate James Biddle Duke. Tired of New York's dizzying social whirl, many East Side residents find it restful to spend an afternoon browsing along Madison Avenue in the 70s. The selection of galleries there is definitely top drawer. The oldest of these establishments, opened in 1857, is the Graham Galleries. From the Graham Galleries, one can easily stroll to the Pearls Galleries, Dannenberg Galleries, and the Waldenstein Gallery. The Asia Society, founded by John D. Rockefeller, has its museum at Park Avenue and 70th Street. The museum facility of the Asia Society displays ceramics, sculpture, stone and bronze works from Southern Asia, China, and Japan. This is a very beautiful, fancy, very fancy set area down here adjacent to the park, full of museums and galleries and like no shops. So it's very relaxing. The Guggenheim Museum, a repository for modern art, is also located on the east side. This inverted spiral structure has always had its share of architectural critics, but as its architect Frank Lloyd Wright said to its detractors, one should no more judge a building from the outside than a car by its color. Among the 6,000 works in its permanent collection are the world's largest collection of Kandinsky's and more than 70 works by Paul Klee, along with sundry Chagall's, Delaunay's, and Picasso's. The Whitney Museum of American Art at Madison Avenue and 75th was also viewed with scorn when it was completed. The building, constructed like an inverted ziggurat or wedding cake, contains one of the most comprehensive collections of 20th century American art in the country. Many New Yorkers aspire to Upper East Side accommodations, those, that is, whose new money is in ample supply. The west side of the neighborhood has achieved its own measure of fame. Its cooperative and condominium shanties are occupied by lawyers, doctors, stockbrokers, and bankers. They are among the most expensive digs in the country. Okay, and a whole bunch of museums and stuff. Dangerfield's nightclub, owned by Rodney Dangerfield, who often appears here. Adam's Apple, a bar, loud and gutted with singles, mostly men. Maxwell's Plum, a lively restaurant. Bloomingdale's, maybe that's where my grandmother worked. I can't remember if she worked Bloomingdale's or Kimball's. I think Bloomingdale's. Hunter College, the Frick Collection, the Guggenheim. Okay, well, we've had an explanation of the area. Now we're actually going to go there. So basically, this game is like a tour of Manhattan while we're chasing down this mystery, and chasing down is what it feels like rather than thinking too hard. But that's okay. We're here for the flavor, although we don't have too many hours more of flavor to go. Okay, so 200 goes to 17. 17 is another timed entry. Before turn 10, 161. Turn 10 and after, 72. Okay, so we need to make a note here that 200 led us to 161, but after turn 10, which eventually we'll want to go to, 72. We'll have to remember to come back here. Unless I've misread something. Let's find out when we go to 161. (161) Incandescent bulbs have been wired here and there to illuminate the place, since the fluorescent fixtures have apparently been removed weeks or months before. Boxes and crates were set up on skids in rows that were just out of view, if anyone could see through the tempera coating on the windows. The light that the red paint let through the windows was sinister, and it hid more than it brightened. There were no fixtures, no motors humming anywhere in the building, and yet there was one electrical cord plugged into the wall in the main gallery. He followed the cord along the floor to a dead end at the wall. He tapped the wall and discovered it rang hollow. I think we just found the kid. He found a joint in the wall where invisible hinges held a door, using a folding chair as a lever. He pried the wall open. Inside the storage room, lit from inside by a weak blue glow, stood a Black Maria. "Hello?" he called softly. No answer. He came over to the carriage, tapped at the side. "Hello?" he asked again. "Daddy?" came a tiny voice from within. Ellery rushed to the door of the wagon, saw the form of the boy through the thick barred windows. He worked the chair leg in under the padlock securing the door, levered it, and snapped the bolt loose. The door swung open. Keith Fox, dirty, pale, big-eyed, wearing the clothes he'd worn for 3 days, alive. Ellery smiled. "No, I'm not your daddy, but I'll take you to him." All right, let's make sure I read the right place, because if I didn't, then we read what we shouldn't. So 200 goes to 17, and then 17 said before turn 10, 161. So it looks like this kid may have died if it took us more than 10 turns. Okay, so we found the kid. We've rescued the kid. We've rescued the kid, and he's stored in a warehouse owned by Carlsberg. So we've rescued the kid, but we have not solved the case. Although he was walled off in this storage warehouse inside a Black Maria. Inside the storage room, lit from inside by a weak blue glow, stood a Black Maria. Ellery goes over to the carriage, taps at the side, and the kid's like, "Let me out." All right, that was a weird sort of climax moment here where we found the kid, but we found him. We rescued the kid. You should be happy. We rescued Keith. It'll be interesting to see what you read if you got there late. So we'll have to remember to do that. But we still have not solved the case. Our assignment here was: who kidnapped Keith Fox? Why was he kidnapped? Who masterminded the crime? What does the Black Maria mean to the crime? We weren't even charged with rescuing the kid. So, like, we haven't really solved any of our stuff. We know it's tied in with Carlsberg, but as Jonathan says, Carlsberg did claim his Maria was stolen. And we don't understand the 13 men thing. Okay, so if his car was stolen, he could have faked that report, or it could have been stolen by his driver and accomplice. Don't forget, Melendez could be the guy, the third man in there. And it says, "I'm glad we rescued the kid and he didn't get hurt." Yeah. All right, so it's time for us to take a break. We rescued the kid, but now we've got to sort of work it from the other way around now. Now we've got to figure out how to prove who was actually involved in this. Was it Carlsberg or was it the workers for Carlsberg? And I'm not exactly sure how to do that. But we'll take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll see if we can't crack this case. We're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're discussing in the chat where we've just rescued this kid and we realize we don't know what's going on in this case. We're traveling all over Manhattan and we really do not understand what's going on in this case. And we're debating whether the answer is going to be satisfying to us, but it is quite mysterious. Natina is here with us and she says, could the 13th man be his father? Was his name on the list? I think his name was on the list, but let me just, yeah, his name is on the list, T.C. Fox. He is on the list. So if there's someone missing on the list, it's not him. But I will point out that it could be Menendez. Like, the Eduardo is the driver. He can't be in that building kidnapping the kid, I don't think, if Carlsberg's not involved. But he could be the one who goes up and kidnaps the kid. The brother would know about the meeting and could fill him in. This woman is very suspicious, though, because she's doing lots of suspicious stuff. She's saying she met the kid, he dropped his ball in the yard, then she sends us somewhere and says, Menendez, maybe you should go visit this other guy whose name is not quite Mendez. So his name is Mendez instead of Melendez. We don't know Carlsberg's involvement. I was saying I'd like to go talk to the detective. He did say, when you find the car, go talk to the detective. And now we found the car. So that just confirms more in my mind that we should go talk to that detective that Carlsberg claims he told about his stolen car. So Carlsberg says he showed us a card of Sergeant Morley at the police precinct near Murder Inc. And we should go there if he found anything about the car. And I'm curious if the policeman believes him that it really was stolen. So that's where I want to go next. 184, which is right at the top of our map. Well, that's where we're going to go next. But at some point, we have to have a little discussion of our theories of this case. Okay, so 184 says go to 5, and 5 says read 2. Ellery learned that the antique paddy wagon was stolen from the carriage house in back of the mansion. Since there were no signs that the doors had been forced, the police were working on the assumption that it was an inside job. An inside job. The wagon was insured by Carlsberg for a large sum of money, although several cars stored in the carriage house were not. Carlsberg said that since the cars were drivable, they were insured on his regular policy. The police had a lead that the missing vehicle might be in the closed Museum of Modern Contemporary Design across from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. So this directs you to where it really is. That's a weird situation that it's telling us where to go find it. Okay, so this is the cop on car. He says, inside job. First it says it's an inside job. Then it gives us a reason to be suspicious of Carlsberg in that this car was insured for a large amount, but he didn't insure his other cars. And Carlsberg has an answer for that. He says, well, I don't need to insure them because they're drivable, so they're covered on my regular policy. I'm leaning towards not suspecting Carlsberg, but just suspecting the driver did it. This doesn't really help us, though. Well, we got a lot more places to go. Let's review what they are. Let's review what these places are. We've got 2 more places where the commission is holding stuff. I think we may need to think more about what this commission actually is trying to do and if this Maria Valdez might object to it. All right, so we've got 2 more places where the Planning Commission is keeping artifacts. We've got 2 more places where Miss Maria Valdez has her artifacts. One at NYU, one at the Fulton Market. We've been to that one. We went to the garage. We went to the police precinct. The Village Gate Park is where there's another Black Maria. But now that we've found our Black Maria, it sounds not so important. We've got a whole bunch of other people who attended the meeting. It sounds like that would be our natural thing to do now, right? Like, we should be talking to the other people at that meeting who are potential witnesses who might have seen someone in the building that didn't belong. So it seems to me that that's, and if we're looking for this 13th person, we should ask the witnesses who were there if they saw anyone and try to identify someone out of place. Then we've got the place where the lien was. Okay, so it looks like we've got mostly other people who've attended the meeting. There were 12 of them. We've only been to some of them. Anna says, the game specifically told us that there was a mastermind behind all this. Who could have a motive? It does feel like possibly the mastermind could be this woman. She's being misleading about Fox. Fox is being misleading about her. Like did something go on here? Is she trying to blackmail him? I wish we knew more about the ransom notes. Not notes, they were calls, weren't they? He played us the call. It was always a man who called. And remember, they were in a tin room, like a tinny, empty room. Maybe that means they were calling from this walled off room. Although we didn't see any phone there. John says, looking back at notes, when we visited the Murray brothers, mentioned something about unions and not firing Melendez. Could it possibly be a reference to mob ties? Should we look at that again? Melendez, he works for me. He's got a lien on all his stuff. Tried to get the lien taken off, but he can never pay it off. He wasn't here yesterday either. He won't be in again. Mr. Murray's going to be pissed off. Melendez was one of his gophers. I don't see anything about union. Let's clear some of this stuff off before you. Let's let these theories cogitate in our minds while we visit some of these places. I think I'd like to visit some more of these witnesses, the attendees. So let's see if we can hit some of them. Let me see where Sandberg is. Why didn't I write that down? Sandberg is 226. All right, let's write these down, and then maybe we may have to make a distinct list of everyone who attended and make sure we get to all of them. However, we've got one guy who's actually right near the heart of all of our troubles. No, I guess he's not right near, but he's at 186. Let's try him. So I'm going to go to Isaac Block, who's at 186. Let me see how he's described at this from this meeting. Isaac Block, whose residence overlooked Riverside Park, 186. Okay, let's try that. Let's talk to more of these witnesses and see if someone saw anything weird. 107. 107 brings us to 86. I'm going to tear this off. I'm very curious to hear what these attendees say. Maybe we can get more information about this, about any disagreements in this place too. Isaac Block refused to speak to Ellery. When the doorman phoned up to have him admitted, Block's negative reply could be heard from the receiver right through the man's head. Ellery smiled politely and left, making a mental note to have the police make this call for him. So Isaac Block refused to talk. Are we told Isaac Block oversized Riverside Park, but we're not told anything about him? Like, we don't know what role he has in any of this. All right, well, let's make our way down the list here. Next up, who have we got? 200, we did that one. Isaac Block, we did that one. Trying to go to more places uptown while we're uptown. Joseph Yoder is at 220. Let's do him. $220 goes to 93. I'm going to check in on the chat in a minute here. $93 goes to 111, but has a footnote, but not for our case. 93 goes to 111. Yoder was not home when Ellery came by. Yoder's wife said he went out to buy some books and she didn't know when he'd be back. She wrote down Ellery's name and a phone number. So Yoder is not home. Okay. Well, we're making quick work of some of this. William Sandberg is 226. Is that what that is? It's 227. 226 up here in Yorkville. Okay, so let's go visit this guy. I have no idea what this neighborhood is in Yorkville. I've never been up here. So we're going to read this. Yorkville. Never even heard of that. Yorkville is not noted for its hospitality, but it's an example of the Protestant work ethic at its acme. Yorkville's working class, I don't know what that means, at its acme. Never heard of that. I think that's a typo. Yorkville's working class citizenry sought out the neighborhood for its safe, clean streets and mixed-priced habitations. Neighborhood inhabitants are largely Germanic and East European people whose ancestors moved into the area from Tompkins Square when the above-ground public train system was completed at the end of the 19th century. Though the flavor of Yorkville is somewhat bland by New York standards, the neighborhood has no paucity of historical and cultural features. In fact, during the Second World War, a Nazi spy ring was discovered and smashed in Yorkville. Gracie Mansion, the first house to be erected on the banks of the East River, is located in the neighborhood on the East End Avenue at 88th Street. The mansion in Carl Schurz Park housed the original museum of the city of New York. Now it serves as the residence of the mayor of New York. So that's where the mayor's house is. Interesting. Few, if any, of Yorkville's immense mansions are now privately owned. The former Georgian-style home of Andrew Carnegie at 91st Street and 5th Avenue is now the Cooper Hewitt Museum for Design and the Decorative Arts. Frida Warburg, widow of Felix Warburg, donated the couple's palatial mansion to the Jewish Theological Seminary to house the Jewish Museum. The museum's collection of ceremonial artifacts is one of the 3 foremost collections of its kind in the world and the largest in the U.S. So we have Gracie Mansion, that's where the mayor lives. Elaine's. Elaine's is not popular for its food. People go to Elaine to gawk at the celebrities and would-be literati. Okay, so that's where Elaine's is. There's a comic book emporium. All right, interesting. Let us go there. Well, this guy is rich. 226. 226 goes to 3. 3 goes to 152. Who are we meeting here? William Sandberg. Sandberg has a bad cold and didn't want to have a prolonged conversation with Ellery. All he could remember about the meeting was that there were 13 men there, and he felt that was unlucky. He also recalled hearing footsteps in the hall during the meeting in a supposedly deserted building. I wonder if we're somehow miscounting. So 152 is Sandberg. He says 13 men in meeting. And then footsteps. He heard footsteps in deserted building. Have we visited the building where it happened? I believe we did, right? That was 21. I wonder if we need to reread that. I think now I'm confused about this 13 men. Now he says there are 13 men officially. I'm going to read, will someone count? I'm going to read the actual literal list because when I normally read it and count, I've been skipping the locations. And you know what? I'm going to make a copy of this list here. Okay. I'll photocopy my list for you. Ellery read the list over. Franklin Co. I'm going to read it. Someone can keep track as I do to help me count and make sure it's 12, 13. Okay. Franklin Co., chairman of the Dakota Apartments. He's at 180. Next, T.C. Fox. He's at 178. Next, Louis Carlsberg. Next, Samuel Banks. He's at the Equitable Building Office, number 14. Next, Robert Goldberg. He's got an office in the World Trade Center, number 7. Next, Charles Wisniewski. Charles Wisniewski, who lived in a loft on West 14th Street in the Village, 71. Next, Richard Murray III. He lives in a refurbished building by the Chelsea Hotel, number 89. Next, Sherman Kemp, who we just visited. Next, Dexter Drake, who's in the Citicorp Banking Center office, 158. Next, William Sandberg, who lived near Gracie Mansion, 226. Next, Joseph Arnold Yoder. Joseph Arnold Yoder, who lives near Hunter College, 220. Next, Isaac Block, who overlooks Riverside Park, 186. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What is going on? So someone attended that's not on that list. Sherman Kemp is not telling us his address. We have 2 people that we don't have addresses for. Louis Carlberg, but we already visited him. Sherman Kemp. Is it saying Sherman Kemp and Dexter Drake live in the same place? Sherman Kemp, did I just read? Sherman Kemp and Dexter Drake almost sound like they're telling us they're in the same place, but let me see here. Sherman Kemp is the guy we're talking to when we show up. He works at that place. So we may have already talked to him since he's the person we're actually talking to here. We don't need an address for him, I think, maybe. That's still 12 people. I don't understand why now this other guy we just talked to says there were 13. John says, who are the people with the list? Could someone manipulate the list to leave someone off? Maybe it's simpler than that. Maybe just someone showed up who wasn't expected to be there. But why wouldn't this person tell us about that? Or is it a typo in the game? All right, let's keep talking to our witnesses. Let's just do this methodically. We talked to Franklin Coe. We talked to T.C. Fox. We talked to Carlsberg. We talked to William Sandberg. We talked to Joseph Yoder. We talked to Isaac Bloch. We've still got a couple. We talked to Richard Murray. Let me just make sure we went to Richard Murray's. I mean, we did. We went to his house. Yes. Okay. So we haven't talked to Samuel Banks, Robert Goldberg, Charles Wisnicker, and Dexter Drake. Let's talk to those people. Let's get what they know, and then we'll reevaluate. We'll clear up this map a little bit, and we'll be able to think more clearly. Next up on our list is Samuel Banks at 14. It does feel like this case is a little bit about shoe leather. 14 goes to 82. 82 goes to 90. Says, Ellery called on Samuel Banks in his brokerage office in the Equitable Building. Banks, although he was extremely willing to help, could not tell him anything new. He did admit that Carlsberg and Fox had a three-corner argument going with Richard Murray, but he thought it had to do with old business rather than this new project. That is interesting because here are the people that we're suspicious of. Carlsberg is the guy with the stolen Black Maria, and Richard Murray is the guy that our dead criminal worked for. Old business, huh? What old business? I think we're getting some, we're got our fingers on something. So Samuel Banks says an argument between T.C. Fox, Carlsberg, and Murray. I think we need to reread what T.C. Fox tells us. The father. I'm starting to get a little suspicious of this father not telling us something. He's being very cagey about the woman. He's not being very forthcoming about his son's kidnapping. I'm getting awfully suspicious about this father, this movie producer. Fox movie. We can't go to his movie place, can we? And it says, looks like we stumbled onto something here with this old business. It does feel that way to me. Something with some real estate, maybe? Well, let's continue going through our witnesses, but I guess let's reread the Fox comment again. Where do we find the father? T.C. Fox was 188. We visited him quite early on, so it's possible we skipped over something important he may have said. Let's reread that. All right, so this is like a real kidnapping case where you talk to the father again and you get a little bit suspicious. Coe mention a Fox warehouse? Number one, that's a very good point, Jonathan. We've got it down at the South Ferry. I think we should go down there. Okay, let's reread what the father said. A butler admitted Ellery and took his hat and coat. He also took one of Ellery's business cards off to somewhere inside the mansion. Ellery sat down in a deep armchair upholstered in heavy red velour. Most of the furniture was antique, heavy, and wooden. There were a few books, mostly of the coffee table, paperweight variety. On a pedestal between the armchairs stood a large and expensive-looking videotape recorder and a rack of tapes. Remember, this guy's a movie producer. The door of the room opened to admit T.C. Fox. Ellery had seen pictures of him. He was a tall, thin man with hollow cheeks and a ruddy complexion. He looked like a healthy cowboy instead of a successful filmmaker. He greeted Ellery with alacrity, insisting that he was happy to have his help on the case. My poor son, he is always bored by museums. I can't help but think it's my fault that he's gone. He didn't want to come with me. I don't blame him. Meetings are dry as dust. You take meetings in Hollywood, and they're supposed to be glamorous, but take it from me, they're not. My son is right. You're afraid he might not be alive and well? He says, I don't know. I pray he's okay, but I've never heard his voice in all these messages. Here, listen. Ellery listened to the tape, which had been compiled from several made of the kidnapper's demands. Behind the voice of the kidnapper, always male, was a tinny echo as if he were in a large empty room. I think that's just saying it's calls from the warehouse that we found it in. And we say, who's Black Maria? He says, well, I haven't mentioned this to the police. Why? Why have you not mentioned this to the police? But I used to know, back in Hollywood, a woman named Maria Valdez. She was a stage magician, one of the best. We were very good friends. I don't know what became of her. I tried to give her a start in the movies. Why Black Maria? Oh, her act was quite sinister. Marvelous. She was really a very quiet, sweet woman. She took her name from those Victorian paddy wagons, used to use one in her act. We were very good friends. I don't know what's become of her. And then she's a neighbor? Jonathan says, is it weird that the father says he's bored of museums and the son is being held in an abandoned museum? Why did he take a 6-year-old to a business meeting and he didn't tell about Maria? Is he trying to get out of making this donation? Is that what he's doing? But then what's the fight that he's getting into about old business? The donation is how he's getting information about this project. It's a little confusing what this planning project is, isn't it? Are we sure the neighbor is the magician Maria? The name of this woman is Maria Valdez. And the guy tells us how may I help you? The woman was small of stature, gray and quietly dressed. He could see how she could hold the attention of an audience with or without props. She says, yes, of course I know TC and I know little Keith. People in New York don't know their neighbors, Mr. Queen, but children go everywhere. Keith came to my door one day last summer. He introduced himself so nicely and explained that his baseball was in my yard. What could I do? I let him in. I gave him cookies. I helped him find his ball. He came back many times. I wondered why he had not come back lately. Have you ever had an employee named Melendez? Yes. That's the man. Is that the man from the library? They have many of my old stage props. I mean, it seems like it's got to be her, doesn't it? Where do we get her address? We got her address from the event. Let's read that again. Let's see what our informant told us about her. What do you know? It's Mr. Queen. Hi there, Eddie. I wonder if you heard anything about Black Maria. And our informant says, I heard she got Melendez killed. But I don't know if it's the same one, you know, Mr. Queen. There is a Maria Valdez, used to be called Black Maria. She lives in a mansion near Sherman Square. That's where we went. She's in a mansion. That was her. She's mezcla, half Latin, half black. I heard she got Melendez killed, but I don't know if it's the same one. He says there's two Maria Valdezes. There's one in a mansion right near our guy neighbor, and then there's another one who's the hooker at Stuyvesant Square. So there's two women named Maria Valdez. One is the hooker that we had a kid and we traced to the hospital, had nothing to do with us. And the other one is this woman who's a neighbor who happens to be the magician. Jonathan says, I like the idea of going to Melendez's bank. Maybe you learn more about him. Purpose of loan, if more than just high living, maybe get a co-signer on the loan. That's an interesting idea. And it says, let's reread Carlsberg and Melendez's boss. Okay. So Melendez's boss is Murray. Remember, Murray has a business and then he has his own house. When we go to Murray's house, he growls. He's not happy, but he lets us in. Why do you come to me? I haven't made any complaint to the police. You were present at the meeting on Sunday at the New York Planning Commission from which Keith Fox disappeared. He says, so what? He says, can you give me any information that might help me find the boy? He says, no. We say, perhaps you'd like to tell me about your man Melendez. What about him? He does little jobs for me. He works in my factory. He's always out of money. But his wife used to be my secretary, which the wife confirmed, and she asked me for a favor. That sounds like the wife is in on it and got this, figured out how to get this guy a job where they could reach T.C. Fox. Did he ever mention T.C. Fox? Did he know him? He says, no, I wish I didn't know him either. He's a pest. He wants respectable New York parks to look like fancy yuppie restaurants. So they're redoing parks. Melendez may be a poor worker, but he's a good listener. So he got a job and he's trying to listen for people to rip off, maybe, is how I read this. He's a good listener. I may have mentioned something to him, but I never asked him to do anything about it. Is it possible that he might have done something to please you, hoping for a future reward? He says, good God, man, he's not an idiot. Sounds like he was planning to reward himself. And then he says, sounds like a pretty fancy way to get out of debt. So it sounds to me like his driver was listening in on people to rob. And maybe this guy Murray told him about how this TC Fox is loaded with money and he's going to make this big donation. That's how they found out about this mark to rob. And then Carlsberg, who's the other person. Remember, there is also Murray's business. Carlsberg, we were very suspicious of. He's at 176. He says, Fox, what about him? His son's been kidnapped. Bruce Carlsberg's an impatient, florid man of 40 and a hot temper. Grudgingly spared Ellery 5 minutes and was regretting even those. We say, do you know a man named Melendez, Mr. Carlsberg? You certainly do. My chauffeur is named Melendez. Is he here? Did he report for work? Yes, he reported for work. He lives here. Now, I haven't seen him since lunch. I sent him out to Morton's garage to fix the car. You have a Black Maria. He says it's stolen. Has never brought me any peace since I acquired it. I wish the thief the joy of it. It was stolen. He hasn't had any peace with the damn thing since I acquired it. I wonder what that means. I haven't had any peace with the damned thing since I acquired it. And then it was stolen. It was from the precinct near Murder Inc. That's one we visited. I'm sorry to hear about Fox's son, but Fox is an upstart. I've had enough of him for a lifetime. New York is not a movie set. It's real. So they don't like him. But no reason to kidnap his son. We're still looking for Melendez's 2 partners. We know his brother could be one, but we don't know who the third is. John says Melendez was just the gopher. Okay, so it's confusing, but remember that they both have the last name Melendez. It is the brother Eduardo who works as the driver for Carlsberg. But Melendez worked at the clothing store of Murray as his personal gopher. And he's the one who owed money. So, and remember, the 3 people arguing are Murray, Carlsberg, and Fox. And Anna points out Carlsberg did not fess up about this argument. Let's go to the loan of our guy and see if we can get any more information on the loan by Melendez. 16, so it's all the way downtown somewhere. So Whitehall neighborhood. It's time for us to read about a new neighborhood in Whitehall. Sometimes it seems the streets in some New York neighborhoods were laid out with the intention of confusing and dismaying visitors to the city. Whitehall, at the southern tip of Lower Manhattan, is no exception. Whitehall's narrow, segmented streets are the result of a system of roads designed by New York's earliest settlers. The roads were planned to solve the problem of carrying goods from ships docking in both the Hudson and East River. So down we're talking about at the very southern tip of Manhattan. Most of Manhattan is on a nice grid, but here it gets a little messy. Another factor that contributed to Whitehall's chock-a-block appearance is the demand for this prime real estate. Whitehall has long been a battleground for various energetic commercial enterprises. This rivalry is best evidenced in the construction of superbuildings. The Singer Building was installed in the neighborhood in 1908. It stood a whopping 47 stories tall. It was soon outdone by the 60-story Woolworth Building that shot up in 1913. About this time, the city fathers were becoming alarmed by the megalith-style architecture of these new structures. The Equitable Life Assurance Society building, a one-square block slab 44 stories tall, was the final straw. In 1916, the city slapped Whitehall with a zoning ordinance, which stated that any subsequent structures must be designed with setbacks in the wedding cake style. Notwithstanding, commerce was determined to have its way. Many of Whitehall's landmark buildings were cleared away to make room for business. Despite public outrage, the Trinity Corporation demolished the 100-year-old St. John's Chapel in 1918. Castle Clinton, a round brownstone in Battery Park, survived. It was built in 1811 to defend the city against possible attacks by the British. In 1823, it became a public theater. In 1855, the building was turned into an immigration depot. In 1890, it became the New York City Aquarium, someplace I've been, not for many, many years. Just as a child was I at the aquarium. Now designated a national monument, the Wrecker's Ball cannot touch Castle Clinton. Fraunces Tavern on Pearl Street is sometimes mistakenly called the oldest building in New York. The tavern is actually a clever copy, built in 1907 in the Georgian architectural style of the early 1700s. The original tavern was built in 1719 and later renovated. As the Queen's Head Tavern, it saw the founding of the Chamber of Commerce of the state of New York, which august body was instrumental in fighting the Stamp Act and the tea tax that led to the Revolutionary War. Now the bar and restaurant on its first floor attracts captains of industry from Whitehall's teeming offices. Above the public house are a small museum of Revolutionary War artifacts and the headquarters of the Sons of the Revolution in the state of New York. Another landmark, Trinity Church, with its 280-foot steeple, was built in 1846 and rises above Broadway in Whitehall. Whitehall's modern buildings often reflect a feeling that bigger is, by definition, better. One need go no further than the World Trade Center on Liberty Street to see an application of this axiom. The 110-story World Trade Center occupies 16 acres of ground and has its own 5-acre plaza. The center, administered by the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey, features sculptures by Masayuki Nagar, Fritz Koenig, and Alexander Calder. Though it is not noted for its size, the New York Times building is also located in Whitehall, where it fled when Times Tower was stripped to become the Allied Chemical Tower. Now you obviously know, you'll recall, that this World Trade Center that they're talking about, 16 acres of ground space, the hallmark of that were the two twin towers, World Trade Center 1, World Trade Center 2, which were destroyed by terrorist attack in 2001, September 11th. Those are the two towers that got knocked down. Since has been built a replacement giant tower. Business interests have inundated Whitehall streets, with corporate offices. Visiting the area during lunchtime can be singularly harrowing experience, and during the rush hours, the bus and subway lines that converge at Bowling Green are glutted with passengers. During the hectic afternoons, however, a few corporate executives may be seen wandering along the esplanade in Battery Park, gazing wistfully at cruise ships and barges, hoping to quiet their jangled nerves. Some New Yorkers find the park's marine memorial, an eagle perched on a black marble pedestal, restful. Monday through Friday, the daily crazed rush of Whitehall expires after the evening rush hour. By 8 o'clock, the streets are deserted and cavernous. So all of the businesses, that whole area is not residential, very little residential. So when you would walk down from my neighborhood down here to Wall Street and this area here, it's just completely deserted. Big, giant streets and plazas that there's no one around, because once they leave work, the whole neighborhood's empty. Let's just read about World Trade Center here. The 6 buildings of the World Trade Center, situated on a 5-acre plaza, comprised a centralized location for government agencies and businesses whose main concern is international trade. The center contains 600 businesses, including importers, freight handlers, steamship lines, international banks, and the new U.S. Customs House. The center contains World Trade Institute, a school for international trade and languages, the crowded commodities exchange, the observation deck, subway stations for the IRT, the BMT, IND. These are different subway lines that course through all of Manhattan. Port Authority Trans-Hudson Station that services Hoboken, Newark, Jersey City, and Harrison. These are all New Jersey places. And 8 restaurants that range in price from rather costly, Windows on the World, to inexpensive, the Big Kitchen. The Vista International Hotel, also located in the center, numbers among its clientele the elite of international business persons. And then the Stock Exchange. This neoclassical building is filled to the rafters daily with brokers, runners, clerks, and tourists who come to gaze at the frenzied activity from the visitors' gallery. That's the New York Stock Exchange, which is somewhere here. There. All right. That took us quite a while. Let's catch up with the chat, and then we're finally going to go into their offices there and check on his lien. And it says, the 3 of them were arguing, but neither of them mentioned that to us. Maybe we should ask the other people on the list who's left. We still have a couple more people on the list. We're going to get to them in a second. First, we're going to go to see about Melendez's lien, which was at 16. So 16 goes to 43. 43 goes to 33. You are getting a real tour of Manhattan with this game. So next stop is at the GMAC building. Which is 33. Which is the GMAC lien. Okay, let's see what they say. I mean, we just think this is just telling us that he has no money, but maybe there's some more information to learn. The secretary at the local GMAC office has the file at her fingertips. Yes, we have had to resort to measures with Mr. Melendez, she said, opening the file and examining the sheets inside. He took out a very large loan on an automobile and stopped paying entirely on it when the car was stolen. On these occasions, when the borrower has no insurance, it is fairly common to try to default on the loan. His wife appealed to us to set up a payment schedule, and we did so. They paid on it for a while, and then that fell through. I'd say that they are living well beyond their means, so we were forced to take our share out before it went through their hands. You would say that the Melendezes are short of money? Oh, I'd call it desperate. We are not their only creditor. Our investigator suspects gambling debts as well. I can't show you this credit report. She waved a piece of paper. But I can tell you that they have many very large bills outstanding. But we are getting our money back gradually. You might have gotten all you're going to get, said Ellery, rising. Melendez is dead. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, said the secretary, but we'll get the money through Mrs. Melendez. She was very conscientious about the payment schedule. We may set up another one at a reduced rate. I know that sounds hard, but business is business. She shrugged and closed the file. Business is business. You take out a loan, they want it back. All right, so we're only told two important things here. One is he's desperate for money. Well, we're told the wife is responsible, so I don't think she's involved in this. We're also told that he had an automobile stolen a while ago. That could be nothing, but it's a little odd. He had gambling debts. They're living beyond their means. Did it seem weird to you that he had an automobile stolen? There's a lot of auto theft going on in this case. I'm not sure what that means. Could his brother be stealing the autos from everyone? All right, so that was his lien. Let's continue with our, let's make our mark to record that we've been there. Where's our stickers? What did I do with the stickers? Hey, where'd the stickers go? All right, so we went down to the GMAC building. That's one of these. We still got a bunch of places downtown. Let's visit two of our attendees of the meeting who live downtown. We've got one who's in the World Trade Center, I believe, and then one nearby. So 14 and 7. Let's do our two people who are there. Two more people who are at this meeting. Let's see if we can squeeze a little bit more information out of them. First up, Samuel Banks at 14. Samuel Banks at 14. So 14 goes to 59. 59 goes to 80. One of these people is going to give us some good information. I can feel it. That doesn't seem right. What did I do wrong? Samuel Banks is at 14. 82. 82 goes to 90. Oh, looks like we already visited this person. Ellery called on Samuel Banks in the brokerage office. He admitted Carlsberg and Fox had a three-corner argument. Oh, I guess we just went to that. Okay, so I just didn't mark it, though. Okay. So then 7. This was the argument. Did I already write that down? Yes, I did. 14 to 90. Okay. So the next person is Robert Goldberg. Robert Goldberg is at 7. 7 goes to 179. 179 goes to 169. Robert Goldberg was not in when Ellery called. The secretary, who received at least 20 phone calls in the 5 minutes he was in the office, told him that Goldberg wouldn't be back until Friday at the earliest. His wife was having a baby. Since these things were too difficult to schedule around, the secretary was under orders not to disclose his location and not to make any appointments until further notice. 169 gone with baby. All right, he's a busy man. Let's mark that. All right, now according to my cubes, I have another place that's downtown. We've only got 2 more people we haven't spoken to, according to my records. So we'll want to visit them soon. And I may have misplaced a cube, so there may be no more places downtown. Well, let's see if we can quickly find another one that might be there before we leave the neighborhood. Alone. This is where, if we didn't write down who that is, and State Ferry, that's what it is. That's the last one. The State Ferry is one of the warehouses. I guess we should visit it before we leave, just for completeness. South Ferry warehouse. So we're going to go to the South Ferry warehouse because we're in the neighborhood and we can finish up. One goes to 53, 53 goes to 76. So this was one of the warehouses where I believe it was the one goes to 53. 53 was 76. This was Jonathan's thing about Fox having a warehouse. So maybe we are going to learn something here. Jonathan remembered that one of the warehouses was owned by Fox, but then wasn't sure, but it looks like it was. Let's read what it says. The Fox warehouse, remember T.C. Fox is the father. The Fox warehouse was a decaying pile of rusty corrugated metal siding and stained timbers. Ellery presented his letter of introduction to the guard on duty and was conducted on a quick tour of the premises. There was a great deal of archaic film-making equipment in the building, but no wagons or boxes that resembled a Black Maria. The only telephone was in a small room, which, when Ellery tested it, proved that it was not the phone from which the ransom demands had been made, since there was no telltale echo in the background. The guard had never heard of anyone named Melendez. So this is kind of important because it is reminding us that we are looking for the room where these phone calls came from. And I was thinking it was the room where that Black Maria was walled in. But now that I think of it, that warehouse didn't seem like it had any phone lines, did it? This was Fox Warehouse, had nothing of interest. Not place of phone calls. So we should still be looking for maybe Maria Valdez's workshop, warehouses. We still have one more of hers I don't think we've been to near NYU. We should be looking for a large open room with a phone. All right, let's get rid of this. Put a mark here. That's most of downtown. We don't have too many clues left on the board. We do have, though, 2 more attendees of the meeting that I think are our high priorities. Jonathan says, I don't know the warehouse. The boy was big and empty, so it makes sense for an echo. Yes, it does to me. We could go back and reread the passage and see if it mentions it. I think that's a good idea. That's a very good idea. That's what we'll do. We'll go back and read that paragraph at some point and see if the calls were made from there. It would make sense. But, the father says very clearly he never heard the son's voice. That makes me think that the phone calls were not made from that location. What do you think about that? If you were the ransomer and you were calling and the kid was 5 feet away, you would say, talk to your son and scream out. Like, you would say, here's proof of life. And you would use that emotional leverage. So I don't think the phone calls were made from where the kid was kept. Something to think about. In the meantime, it's time for another break. I will see you in 8 minutes. I have to say, I know the audio is not as good as normal, but boy, is it more pleasant in here with the air conditioning on 75 degrees compared to the normal 85. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're about 5.5 hours into this. And I think we're all feeling a little more, when I say all, I mean Jonathan, Anna, and myself, feeling a little more involved in this case, given that it looked like it was just a matter of traipsing all over Manhattan, just doing shoe leather as if the game was eventually just going to feed us the answer. And at least we've all been pleasantly surprised that we find ourselves in this weird situation of lots of these dots now that are very intriguing, that we can't quite connect and make sense of. Whether it's going to be a satisfying ending or not, it is enjoyable to be challenged here. And there is also this enjoyable element of, we sort of had that bottleneck feeling of where we exploded all these clues on the board and now we're contracting again to where there's not much left to look at. Anna was pointing out, reminding us that it does have a little bit of feel of the train case, and this was the same author, Jody Lynn Nye. Jody Lynn Nye, I believe that's Jody Lynn Nye, yeah. Had this same sort of flavor. This one we may have to email Jody Lynn Nye, who's the sci-fi writer, afterwards and talk to her about it. If it's like our train game case, then we're just looking for someone who's like saying some stuff that seems like it has discrepancies and just accusing them. Okay, but let's continue with our process. Jonathan was saying that, Jonathan was saying we should go back to the warehouse where we found the kid after turn 10. That was because there was a different thing to read at that point, which is suspicious, which is weird because it feels like maybe something's going to happen at turn 10. Oh boy, I see something else that's suggesting that maybe it's related to that turn 10, something happening. So I'm a little nervous that after turn 10, bad things are going to happen. Now, we haven't really been keeping track of turns so much, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You could argue that turn 10 is coming up soon, although if you do stay in the same neighborhood, they don't count against you, so a lot of these were. So really, we could be at turn 8 or so now, or arguably turn 10. But I feel like that kid would have been put on the phone if the calls were made from there, so I think they were made from somewhere else. But I think what we should do now is go over what these remaining clues are on the board. Make sure we haven't missed any clues. So I'd like to do that now. All right, now, here's our list of the 12 men at that meeting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're told in the 2 people we talked to that there were 13 men. That's very suspicious. We only have a list of 12, so we don't quite know the answer to that. From this list, though, there are only 2 we haven't visited, we believe. One is Quis Weisennecker or something. He's at 71. That's here in the village. Let's in fact read who he is. Charles Wisnowski, who lived in a loft on West 14th Street in the village. Okay, so that would be our first visit to the village. We've got a bunch of other places there, according to this, although one may be off or 2. We'll look at that in a second. All right, so we know what this one is. And then we've got Dexter Drake at 158. Let's see what his explanation is. Dexter Drake is at the Citicorp Banking Center, office 158. That sounds like it could be interesting. So 158 is this one here. Okay, so these 2 are our 2 people who were at the meeting, the last 2 people at the meeting that we haven't spoken with, I believe. So we've got 3 more clues on the board that I'm not 100% sure what they are, if they are really on the board. So I want to identify those 2. So let me do this. Let me put a double marker on those two. These are the ones that we know what they are. Then we've got 3 more that we don't know what they are. Let's see if we can identify what those are from our previous clues. And if you can think of it, you let me know. I think one might be one of Maria's warehouses. Myself. Okay. So at location 70, we're told, is the other Black Maria vehicle. Where would that, where is pure location 70? Got 71 here. 70's here. Okay, so at 70 is now another known place. This is the Village Gate Park where one of the other Black Marias are. So let's make a new thing. 70 is a Black Maria car. At 71 is meeting attendee. 150, 158 is another meeting attendee. Okay, so this is going to be our list of places that are on the board for us still to go to. All right, let's keep going through this. So we went to Black Maria's warehouse. She says she's got some of her items in a room by NYU. That's 65. That must be this one. So that's another place. This is Maria Valdez storage at NYU. And then Fulton Warehouse, another place where she's keeping stuff, is at 139. Maria Valdez Fulton Warehouse. Is that what this is supposed to be? Yes. Okay, so there we go. All of our places on the map are real clues to go to. Let's just make sure there's no more that. And then she hints we could talk to the city. Planning Commission also has stuff in the Village Gate Park. That's curious. We've got both Maria, I believe, and the Planning Commission are storing things at the Village Gate Park. Okay, that's it. That's all the clues. Village Gate Park. Yeah, I think that's the. No, that's not the NYU one. I don't know. Let's go reread where we're told. I've got the 5. There they are. But I don't have a note about. I'm going to take off the doubles here. We don't need these anymore. Okay. Let's reread that statement where we're told, okay, we talked to Lucille at the Historical Society. We say, where were the Black Marias that you guys might use? She says, one is at the Village Gate Park in Midtown Manhattan. That's 70. That's this one here. And then one's in Carlsberg, which we visited. And someone else tells us about that location as well. We're told at 127, so that one tells us about that. And then 127 says, is the chairman of the commission. And we say, Black Maria is the only clue. We say, yeah. He says, we say, were you planning to use one for your park display? And he says, yes, our best candidates are the one that's in the Village in Carlsberg. So he tells us the same thing that the historical woman tells us. That makes sense. But it's Maria Valdez who tells us where her stuff is. That's maybe more interesting. So she says, some of my items are on loan at NYU, 65. And then some are in the warehouse down by the Fulton Fish Market. Oh, the Fulton Fish Market is 39, not 139. I think I may have written that down wrong. Fulton Fish Market is 39. That makes more sense because I don't know why because I was thinking it's not up there. 39 is downtown. I mean, I think that's where the fish market is. So since we are downtown now, let's go there. There, right near the ports. All right, so we'll hit this and then maybe we'll make our way up, or maybe we'll go directly towards the other people who are at the meeting. But let's start here since we're down here, 39. The Fulton Fish Market. This is where Maria Valdez has some of her stuff. 39 to 40. 40 to 15. Fulton Fish Market. That makes sense. Did everyone follow that part where I had mistakenly put it up here, reading it as 139, but it was really down here, which made more sense. At the time, they said the Fulton Fish Market's up here. That's weird, but no, that made more sense. Okay. All right, Miss Maria Valdez's place. Ellery showed his driver's license and the letter of permission to the guard on duty at the warehouse. The guard, grateful for any distraction on the job as tedious as this one, was happy to guide Ellery around. Ellery had a quick look at the other exits of the building, and all the other doors, including loading dock, had padlocks and chains across the lintels, as well as deadbolt locks, but the windows could all be opened with a screwdriver. He mentioned the observation to the guard, who sighed. Yeah, Mr. Queen, we do have a problem with break-ins. No one takes much of anything. I think they just want to look at the curiosities. It's usually just kids. I'm more afraid they'll hurt themselves. Miss Valdez's Black Maria was in a large room with other exhibits of that approximate size. There were a lot of muddy footprints in the room, and Ellery remembered that it had been raining for a few days straight. This was the first clear day. The windows were too high up to afford a clear view of the vehicle. The guard assured him that there had been no noises from the room all day, but Ellery asked for the key to the vehicle and flung open the door. The Black Maria was empty. Okay, so I think this is just a way of us, like, if we suspected she was doing this all, we would hoping to find the kid in here, but we didn't. So we found a Black Maria that was empty. I don't see anything more interesting here. There was the stuff about the muddy footprints, but I don't see how that's relevant for us. All right, so let's put our mark there. All right, next up, you want to talk to the people still from the meeting that we haven't spoken to yet? Anna says, I wonder if you didn't pick Ellery as your detective, but he's still in the story. That's true. It's weird. The expertise or context have not come into play at all. Nope, they haven't. I'm a little suspicious that there is a number 10. I'll show you when we see it, if we see it. All right, so let's go uptown to talk, midtown, and talk to our people. Although we didn't read about Wall Street, I guess we should, since we're doing a tour of New York City, and we might as well be complete, and that we were kind of in the Wall Street area. The heart of American business is enclosed within the sheltering skyscrapers that surround Wall Street. To say Wall Street implies more than the 7 blocks of the actual street. To say Wall Street implies more than the 7 blocks of the actual street. The Wall Street area includes the entire financial district and all of its brokerage houses. The street's name is derived from the wall erected by the area's original settlers to keep unfriendly Indians at bay. The wall was removed in 1699. I did not know that. During the mid-1840s, business moved into Wall Street. Shipping baron Cornelius Vanderbilt and financier J. Pierpont Morgan from J.P. Morgan Bank, Chase J.P. Morgan Bank, set up shop on the street, as did Jay Gould. Gould and his partner James Fisk attempted to corner the gold market. When Fisk left Gould to pursue his own endeavors, Gould sold out. The resulting panic of September 24th, 1869 is known as Black Friday. Wall Street today seems rather like a canyon filled with money. The area houses some of the nation's largest banking institutions. The Chase Manhattan Bank was formed in 1961 by the merger of the Chase National Bank and the Bank of Manhattan. The Bank of Manhattan was founded in 1799 as the Manhattan Company to distribute clean drinking water to the city following the 1798 outbreak of yellow fever. The Chase National Bank is no neophyte to finance either. It was founded in 1877 by Salmon Chase, the man who perpetrated the National Currency Act of 1863, which established a national currency and set up the federal banking system. Currently, 150,000 people are employed by the Chase Manhattan Bank. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York is also found in the Wall Street area. This Renaissance-inspired temple of finance contains the gold reserves of non-communist nations, about 319 million troy ounces. The gold is secured in a vault half the length of a football field that is located 80 feet below the Earth's surface. Wall Street overflows with neoclassical architecture. Citibank, founded in 1812, sports several tons of marble and travertine, from its Roman arches to its 72-foot-high domed ceiling. The Federal Hall National Memorial, administered by the Park District, gives the appearance of a Doric temple. The memorial was originally City Hall. Then in 1788, it was declared the nation's first capital. George Washington took his oath of office here. Down the street, the marble fortress of the Morgan Guaranty Trust Company once harbored J. Pierpont Morgan's copious funds. Not to be overlooked, the New York Stock Exchange is faced with Corinthian columns and features bas-reliefs of the allegorical figures of commerce on its pediment. Over 1,000 exchange members trade daily in stocks from over 1,000 of the nation's leading companies. The stocks of almost all of America's automobile manufacturers, 90% of the steel companies, and 80% of the nation's producers of electricity are traded on the floor of the stock exchange, and 1 out of every 7 Americans is a shareholder. I wonder how that compares to 2022. Points of interest is the stock exchange, Chase Manhattan Bank, Federal Reserve Bank, Wall Street Journal, U.S. Steel. Okay. Let's go to the last 2 attendees of the meeting. We've got Charles Wisen something, 71. All right, let's do it. 71 goes to 182, and then 182 goes to 136. $136 is Charles Wisen something, one of the meeting people. Oh, 71. Okay, let's see what he has to say. If we're lucky, he overheard the fight. There was no answer at Wisniewski's home when Ellery arrived. He left a card in the door with a request to have Wisniewski phone him as soon as possible. Okay, we call that no answer. What neighborhood was that? Greenwich Village. Okay, we got to read Greenwich Village now. After I mark it. So we're going to take a look around Greenwich Village, right adjacent to where I grew up. Not quite in the village, though. So for every 1 minute of clue, we get 15 minutes of reading the tour guide. All right, but Greenwich Village is a very storied neighborhood in Manhattan that everyone should hear about if you're playing the game for that. Greenwich Village, here's where we are right here, is probably as close as Manhattan comes to country charm. The area was originally settled by the British, and in 1696 they named their settlement after the English town of Greenwich. By the 18th century, Greenwich Village was a well-established settlement of large estates, and it had inns, taverns, and an access road. The 1830s brought prominence to Greenwich Village, but like many New York neighborhoods, fashionable families moved north when industry moved in. This exodus left plenty of undesirable or low-rent housing. Artists and writers, taking the lead of Edgar Allan Poe, flocked to the area. By the 20th century, reformers, intellectuals, and radicals had hopped on the bandwagon and moved in. Greenwich Village stood ready to challenge the establishment on all fronts. The Liberal Club, which is still located on Washington Square West, held dances called pagan routs. Theater soon put down roots in the village, and the Washington Square Players was founded in 1915. Many of the old haunts of the intellectuals and artists are gone, but the village is still fascinating. Washington Arch at the base of Fifth Avenue is the focal point of the village. Washington Square, there's Washington Square Park. We spent a lot of time there. It's got a little mini arch that's like inspired by the Arc de Triomphe from France. And it's a very nice park. It's very, I don't know what the word is. It's very memorable. It's recognizable. There's a word for that when something's recognizable as the epitome of the area. Maybe someone can think of the word that's on the tip of my tongue. Washington Square was once the scene of public executions. and it was a burial ground during the time of the plague. Now, every Sunday during the warm months, musicians play in the park. Yeah, lots of musicians, lots of low-level drug dealing. Iconic, that I think that was the word I was thinking of. Yes, iconic. Thank you, Jonathan. New York University has been in the village since the 1830s. Its student population grew so rapidly that the university asked a number of artists and writers to move. The disgruntled artists moved, and now New York University owns 4/5 of the land surrounding Washington Square. The university's law school, Trinity Chapel, the Bobst Library, the Hagup Kevorkian Center for Near Eastern Studies are worthy of note. The village's historic past is evident throughout. The tiny houses that line the cobbled streets of Washington Mews and McDougal Alley were once stables and carriage houses. At this point, McDougal Street spills over into Little Italy, adjacent to Soho, and it features restaurants, reader advisors, and a few coffee houses. McDougal Street is also the home of the off-Broadway Provincetown Playhouse and the Circle in the Square Theater, where the early plays of Tennessee Williams were performed. Bleecker Street, just a little bit north of my neighborhood, like a large portion of the village, has been designated a landmark district. Though the illogically twisting streets of the village are a challenge, the atmosphere of both daytime and after-hours Greenwich Village is a rich reward for the effort it takes to navigate the streets. Villages where very famous performers in the 60s, Bob Dylan played at the Village Gate a lot, Thelonious Monk, all the jazz people played there, all the folk people all hung out in the village. I think Bob Dylan and his girlfriend, the singer, who wrote a song called Blue that makes me cry every time I hear it. I'm trying to remember her name. What's her name? She was a very famous singer in her own right, folk singer. She was also Bob Dylan's girlfriend. Not Joni Mitchell, but I believe it starts with a J. I can't remember his. Someone will remember it. Let's just read about Washington Square Park. Washington Square Park, once a marsh, was claimed as a public park in 1828. Aside from a daily complement of park users, joggers, children, sports enthusiasts, the park is host to flea markets and fairs during the weekends, weather permitting. Village Gate has a huge performance space downstairs, cabaret-like performance space above it. Oscar Wilde Memorial Bookshop, Sullivan Street Playhouse, New School. Joan Baez, that's it. I knew it started with a J. Joan Baez. Try to find a recording by Joan Baez of a song called Blue and see how it makes you feel. Okay, so that was all to say that the guy didn't answer his door when we knocked on it. We've got one more person who attended the meeting to talk to. That's Dexter Drake at 158 in Midtown. We need to read that as well. It looks like 158 or 156. Yeah, 158. All right, so we're trekking up to Midtown, and we're going to read what that says. Nitna Logus says, Diamonds and Rust is my favorite of hers. Well, Diamonds and Rust is a famous, fantastic song. And there's a little bit of interesting history about Diamonds and Rust. I mentioned Bob Dylan. I believe Diamonds and Rust is a song about Bob Dylan. That's the first little piece of trivia. It's an amazing song. The other little piece of fantastic trivia with Diamonds and Rust is that Judas Priest, a heavy metal band, does a cover of Diamonds and Rust, which is in it of itself quite fantastic. So if you're familiar with one of those versions of Diamonds and Rust, you should listen to the other. I believe it's about Bob Dylan trying to come back to her or something. She basically says, you're offering me Diamonds and Rust. I've already paid. She's talking about him calling her on the phone. Okay, I believe that's right. I know for a fact that there are both versions of it, the Judas Priest version and her version. I like them both. All right, let's read about Midtown and then we'll knock on that guy's door. Is this why you watch is this a reason to watch this channel, or is this a reason why this channel is unwatchable? Probably both. Let's read about Midtown. The adjectives biggest and most are often used to describe Midtown Manhattan. The neighborhood has, for example, New York's biggest buildings, its biggest privately owned business and entertainment center, and the biggest concentration of big business in the country. Radio City Music Hall even has the world's biggest chandeliers, 2 tons apiece. Midtown has the most art galleries and museums of any neighborhood in the city, the most theaters of any area of New York, the most diverse sampling of cuisines to be found in the city, its most exclusive department stores, and coincidentally, its most unique thrift shops. Anywhere but New York, this bounty might be wretched excess. 5th and 6th Avenues can boast some of the country's most famous men's clubs. The uninitiated might not notice the University Club, the Century Club for publishing mavens, the Princeton Club, New York City Yacht Club, the Metropolitan Club, the Harvard Club, the Yale Club. So discreet are their exteriors. The Algonquin Hotel on 44th Street is the most famous for the number of celebrities who have patronized its restaurants and bars. East along 47th Street is the Diamond Center, so called because of the prodigious number of jewelers who have their salons in this block-long section of Midtown. So 47th Street is somewhere here, or you can't see, somewhere here. You want to see a movie. Anna says I had to stop out. Did we get to the last person on the list? No. So it's describing the Diamond Center, where all the jewelry store, diamond stores are, many of them run by Hasidic Jews. And if you want to see a very cool scene there in a movie, you could check out a movie called Marathon Man with Dustin Hoffman and Roy Scheider and Laurence Olivier. A 10 out of 10 movie. An amazing movie, but it's got a very memorable scene in the jewelry district of Manhattan that cannot be missed. Opening scene, in fact. Okay, east along 47th Street is a Diamond Center, so called because of the prodigious number of jewelers who have salons in this block-long section of Midtown. Then there are the department stores, the glitter of Altman's, Bergdorf Goodman, Bloomingdale's, Bonwit Teller, Henry Bendel, Lord & Taylor, Orbach's, and Saks Fifth Avenue can make the shopper forget the disdain with which he is sometimes treated in these emporiums. Rockefeller Center looms between 5th and 7th Avenue and 47th and 52nd Street. Its 557 combined stories cover 22 acres of ground and house hundreds of businesses. It's quite possible to spend one's entire life within Rockefeller Center. This is a headquarters of NBC shows like Saturday Night Live, etc. Daytime population of Rockefeller Center exceeds 200,000, many of whom are employed in the center's restaurants, shoe repair shops, gift and clothing stores, schools, banks, theaters, consulates, and airline offices. The center also has doctors, dentists, its own post office, and access to the subway station. The underground concourse running beneath Rockefeller Center is nearly 2 miles long, and it has entrances to the Hilton Hotel and Sheraton Center, the 6th largest hotel in the world. Rockefeller Center's own park, the Channel Gardens, extending from 5th Avenue to Lower Plaza, has 10 formal plantings annually. The Lower Plaza itself hosts enough activities to boggle the mind. It offers dining al fresco and occasional concerts, the chance to see visiting dignitaries, and an ice skating rink, and is open from the end of September until April. This is the famous lighting of the Christmas tree and the famous ice rink. The RCA building rises 70 stories above Rockefeller Center along one of the city's few privately owned streets, the 3 blocks between 49th and 51st. The street, Rockefeller Plaza, is owned by Columbia University. By law, it must be closed one Sunday a year to maintain the university's ownership of the property. From the top of the RCA building, observers can see Connecticut when the skies are clear. The McGraw-Hill building, a diminutive 51 stories high, has its own park in which visitors can walk through a waterfall. McGraw-Hill had a famous bookstore there, and I used to walk from my house here with my father as a little kid up to the McGraw-Hill bookstore. It had the best computer book collection of any bookstore in the city, and we would walk there and spend the day there. And they even had an Apple Lisa, which was the sort of big sister to the Mac. Before the Mac, I believe, was the Lisa. And I used to go and stare at that Lisa. It was a beautiful computer. All right, finishing up here. One mustn't forget Radio City Music Hall. There it is, across Avenue of the Americas from the Time and Life building. The Rockettes, its star attraction, have been performing in the hall since it opened in 1932. Midtown also has the Museum of Modern Art, the library of which contains 30,000 books and films. In addition, the museum's Lillie P. Bliss International Study Center serves the function of a university for the study of modern art. Atop the museum, the members' penthouse provides a meeting place for artists, critics, and art lovers. Rockefeller Center, the Yacht Club, IBM Building, City Core. Okay, the Ritz-Carlton, very famous hotels. All right. So we made our way up there, and now we're going to knock on the door of Dexter Drake, 158. Anna, you didn't miss anything except the tour of Midtown. Okay, 158 goes to 13, 13 goes to 11. Here's our last person at the meeting, Dexter Drake. Let's see if Dexter Drake is home to open the door for us and talk to us. Dexter Drake had an air of almost Zen-like calm about him, which put Ellery at ease immediately. Drake confessed that he was the peacekeeper for the New York Planning Commission, but he denied that any of the disagreements were serious. He was very concerned about the Fox child and felt the kidnapping had to have been a spur-of-the-moment crime, since no one knew that the boy would be at the meeting until he arrived. Ellery thanked him and asked him to call if he remembered anything else of importance. Okay, he's a peacekeeper. Denied that the disagreements were serious. So he says the disagreements, maybe he's talking about the argument we overheard. He says, nothing was serious or not serious. And he also claims, how he would know for sure, I don't know, that no one expected the boy. So he thinks it was spur of the moment. That's an odd situation because we know the Black Dahlia was stole several days ago and had to be built, a wall had to be built to hide it. So not sure how you could, that was obviously done many days in advance, but was the kidnapping planned many days in advance? That we don't know. And it says, wow, how are we going to track down the argument about that old business? I don't know. But let's, so we took that off the board. We've only got 2 more clues that we know about to go to. I guess we should just go to those clues and then we're going to have some thinking to do. Yikes. All right, what have we got? What's our clues left? We went to the two people. Two more clues. One is where one of the Black Marias are, and one is where Maria Valdez has got storage at NYU. Let's do the NYU one first, because I suspect her of being up to some no good. So we're going to go to 65. $65 goes to 142. 142 goes to 47. After these two clues, we're going to have some serious talk. Jonathan has a question. Let me just read this and then I will. And then I'll answer your question, Jonathan. 65 to 142 and then 142 to 47. So 47 is the NYU of Maria Valdez, where she says some of her stuff is. Did I write that down wrong? $65 to 142, 142 to 47. No, something's wrong. What's wrong? Maria Valdez storage is 65. 65 goes to 142. 142 goes to 47. All right, well, it is about our case. Okay, let's read it. It's a little confusing to me, but let's read it. All right, help me pay attention to this because I'm a little confused by this. Bob Jacobs was happy to show off the movie set. He was proud that the university was involved in a cooperative effort to make a major motion picture. There was no Black Maria here, so it must have gone to Ripley's museum warehouse. However, there were a number of magical cabinets. These had always interested him. Either they had a dozen doors on all different sides or they were locked up tight. He examined several, including a few that looked too small to contain anyone. There was nothing in any of them that led him to believe that Keith Fox had ever been inside one. So he says they're at Ripley's museum. I just don't understand why the way it described that. Maria Valdez tells us she's got some of her props here. I just don't know why he's talking about a cooperative effort to make a motion picture, because that's T.C. Fox is in the movie making business. So it's confusing that Maria has sent us here where she's got some of her stuff, some of her magical cabinets, and he's talking about the university making a major motion picture. Jonathan reminds us, he says, Maria told us that she was working, she dropped props on NYU. They're making a film, student film or documentary that the university is making. I guess that's possible, but is it suspicious at all to you that T.C. Fox is in the filmmaking business? And here we have got a connection to filming. Okay, so she says there's no Black Maria, so it must have gone to Ripley's Museum. Is Ripley's Museum the other place she tells us about? Where's our 65? Oh, that's 65, which we just went to. Okay. And then, so the next one is 70. And is that going to be where Ripley's Museum is? Or is that a new place? Let's look at our museums. Um, hmm. I am a little confused. Does she mention Ripley's when we talk to her? Let's see where she says. I'm not even sure we heard about the next place from. Village Gate Park is 70. That's the place we haven't gone to. That's where the Planning Commission says there's another Black Maria. So do we have to care that this guy is saying it must have gone to Ripley's Museum Warehouse? Ripley's Museum Warehouse. Is that a place we can go to? Jonathan says, I'm feeling this might not add up. All right, well, first thing at a time. I need to resolve this thing about the Ripley's Museum that just got referenced. Is that a place we can go to? Is this the first time we're hearing about it? It's not listed under museums. Is he just making an offhanded comment like, well, it's not here, it must be somewhere else? All right, well, let's table that for now. I'm just going to make a note here, Ripley's Museum was mentioned at 47. And let's go to the last place on our list, which was number 70. 70 goes to 11. 11 goes to 120. Here's 120. Ellery explored the park for some time until he found the length of wrought iron fence. He followed the perimeter of iron until he came to the vine-covered outline of an old carriage. He had to swing himself over the fence to get to it. Remember, this is where we're told one of the old Black Marias is parked, I guess. He had to swing himself over the fence to get to it. He looked guiltily through the bars to see whether anyone was watching him. It wouldn't do to set a bad example for the youth of the area. It also wouldn't do Ellery's image any good to have a picture taken by a friendly reporter while he was breaking and entering on public property. Around the front of the vehicle, the ivy had been cleared away so that Ellery could see the image that had been in Miss Minkus's photo. Remember, the Historical Society person had taken pictures of these different Black Marias. He called out softly to avoid alarming the boy. There was no answering sound, and nothing was visible behind the grime-encrusted barred windows. He made his way to the door and pried it open. The interior was covered with spray-painted graffiti. The floor was littered with the debris left by teenagers who had used it as a smoking room and or trysting place. There was no sign of Keith Fox. He had evidently never been there at all. Okay, so 120 is an old black Maria, unused. All right, well, we've now gone to every clue that we know about. There's nothing more on the board. And we're pretty confused. Jonathan says, try 99. Is that the Ripley Museum? Where do you see... All right, let me look at it this way. 99. What did you see? Did you see me actually pass it and not notice it? Where do you get 99 from? Oh, look who visited us today. It's the Invisible Man who's been posting some comments on some of the videos. It's good to see you. All right. Jonathan says, I think we've already been there. Well, there's 89. There's 98. 99, we've not been there. Well, we've been to an 89. But what are you saying that is? Why? What makes you say 99, Jonathan? I mean, I can look up in my lists what 89 was. '89 was Murray's house, or Murray's shop. '99 is the clue. 125 is the place. All right. Well, what was 125? I remember we were at 125, but I don't remember what it was. You think it was Ripley's Museum? 99 is the clue. All right, let me look up 99 and see what it says. No, Mr. Queen, my name is Mendez. It seems to me Miss Valdez should remember that. It was one of the places we went. Yes, is that, she sent us there. Is that Ripley's? Is that what it was? When we visited her, she sent us there. I guess I could recreate that. I can retrace that. $173. All right, so when we visit Maria Valdez, she says, I know TC, I know little Keith. Came to my house. No, when we ask her if she has an employee named Melendez, she says, is that the man from the Morgan Library? That was $125.99. They have many of my old stage props. I've loaned them my collection. You might want to ask there. And then we go to him. We say, Miss Valdez sent us. She should remember that. My name is Mendez. It seems to me that Mrs. Valdez should remember that, he says. She forgets names often, but her visual memory is wonderful. Okay, so maybe it would make sense that she would forget his name. He takes us into a room where she's donated her tricks. And then he says, we didn't have room for all of them. Some of them are on loan to New York University for props in a movie they're making there. And we say, do you have some of Miss Valdez's equipment? He says, yes. We say, do you have a Black Maria? And he says, we did, but I'm not sure if it went to the college or the warehouse. The warehouse is down by the docks across from the Roosevelt Expressway from the Fulton Fish Market, if you want to check it out there. Some are at NYU, some are at the Fulton Fish Market. When we go to NYU, or one of them, they send us to, they say it might be at Ripley's, but maybe it's at the Fulton Fish Market area. That was 39 to 40, 40 to 15. Mrs. Valdez's Black Maria was in a large room with other exhibits. Muddy footprints, but no sign of the kid. Okay, so we did find her car. It's just weird that when we went to this one place, he said, try Ripley's Museum. I guess that's just an offhanded comment that we're not meant to go to. Wow, this is a tricky situation. Whether there's going to be... One question is, are we wasting our time trying to solve stuff we can't? Let's take our little break and come back and then discuss where we are and if we can think of anything else to do. Maybe we'll go back to the warehouse where we did find Keith after turn 10 and see if we can spot a phone that may have been used to call from there. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're almost 7 hours into this. We've gone to every lead we can think of to go to. We're just discussing in the chat our theories here. There's a lot of loose ends that we don't really understand. Although it seems like we're all settling on the idea that it's Carlsberg. So Jonathan is posing a different idea. Another possibility I think is less likely. It's supposed to say 13 people and then only ever say 12 men. That would imply a woman, and it was probably Maria herself. Saying it was meant to say 13 boring people, then we look at list and see 12. Slip of the tongue. He knew there were 12 adults, but he went in, so he's the 13th, the driver. Who is the other person who says 13? Remember, someone else says 13. We meet with the driver, Eduardo, the brother. He says 13 adults. And we say, yeah, 13 men. That's a weird statement, right? He says 13 adults. And then we say, yeah, 13 men. And then we talk to someone else at the meeting who says 13. Yeah. Who was that? Let's see. I have it in my notes, I'm sure. If I don't have it in my notes, shame on me. Remember, the cop tells us he thinks it was an inside job and Carlsberg was suspicious. How does Eduardo know there were 13 men? Okay, so this was at the garage, Eduardo. Let's read that. So we catch Eduardo. He says, a tall, swarthy man in uniform is walking up the driveway. I have some bad news for him. He says, yeah, I just finished up at the medical examiner's. I had to identify the body. He was my brother. I wonder if we could go to the medical examiner. That's not going to be important. He says, I don't know anything about that. I can't help you. I'm sorry. Did you drive him to the meeting 2 nights ago? Yes, sir. He says, I sit out in front in the Lincoln. I read books. I don't go anywhere. The last chauffeur got fired because Mr. Carlsberg came back sooner than he said he would, and there was no one at the car. It was a long meeting this time. I felt sorry for the boy, just him and 13 boring adults. He says it must have been just 13 men and him in that building all by themselves. Okay, so this is huge. He has no way to know that the kid was up there with 13 adults. So he's giving himself away. I felt sorry for the boy. It sounds like he's the one who went up in there. I think he's talking about himself. And he did go up in there. Although you could say that what happened was Carlsberg came back and said, I just had a meeting. There was 13 of us. However, I got some bad news for you. We're going to find that other person who said that 13. But that other person didn't say, oh yeah, 13. Do you remember what he said? He said something much more definitive. He said, there were 13 of us, and we remarked how unlucky that was. Like, that's just not an offhand mistake. But he says 13 boring adults, and then he says, and then we say 13 men. 13 boring adults. Why does he say that? And then we say 13 men. We say 13 adult men. Very weird. Now we need to find the other person, because the other person doesn't just say 13. He says, Jonathan says, maybe he talked to the boy after he kidnapped him, and the boy was like 13 boring adults. The thing is, yeah, he could have got it from the boy if he kidnapped him, or he could have gotten it from the boss. The boss may have come back to the car and said, there's 13 of us. Like, who was the other person at the meeting who said 13 and it was an unlucky number? Here it is. Sandberg. 152. Let's read what Sandberg says. Sandberg has a bad cold, didn't want to have a prolonged conversation. All he could remember about the meeting was that there were 13 men there, and he felt that was unlucky. He also recalled hearing footsteps in the hall during the meeting in a supposedly deserted building. What the hell is this all about? That is just a bizarre clue. Absolutely bizarre. He's now telling us there were 13 men. He remembered it so well because he felt it was unlucky. And then he additionally hears footsteps. Okay, good. Good, Jonathan, good. Jonathan says the footsteps were the boy. Good. So he doesn't know that the boy's out there. I like that, Jonathan. The footsteps are the boy. But who were the 13 men at the meeting that our other attendee says? Now it's not just the driver that says there were 13. It's the guy at the meeting says there are 13. We must be reading that list. We must be reading that description wrong. I like Jonathan's explanation for the footsteps, though. I think the footsteps are the boy. I feel that's good. Jonathan says, I wonder if it's a bug. Maybe that there was supposed to originally be 13 people. But this thing about he felt that it was unlucky. That does not seem like it's a bug about the 13. That seems like the 13 is a clue. Let's go reread it yet again from start to finish and see if there's something we are missing. The red has come off from somewhere. Okay, so we're talking to Sherman Kemp. It was terrible. Poor little boy. He was wandering around in the hallway. We're not set up to babysit. Wandering around the hallway. Yeah, that's the footsteps he heard. We're not set up to babysit, so there isn't much for someone that age to play with. Sherman Kemp was all industrious sympathy. Working on a park theme, one which created an overview of the city in all its stages of development. Here and there we'll be putting up tableaus and displays, handsome bronze plaques. We're working with the New York Historical Society. They're very enthusiastic. What was T.C. Fox's role? He planned a substantial donation. He planned it, especially for this project, on behalf of a movie he'll be producing next year. So as a courtesy, we've let him attend every meeting. Franklin Coe, our chairman, was eager to have Mr. Fox present because he's a great admirer of Fox pictures. They have exactly the sort of human feel that we want in our parks. He lives in the Dakota. I'm sure he'll see you. What is Black Maria? She says, we have one tableau worked out all about the history of the police department. Historical Society gave us several listings of people or organizations that have memorabilia to donate. But you might check with Lucille Minkus. She's the recording secretary of the society, and if I can be of any further help, yes, I need a list of everyone who attended. Is that possible? He read the list over. How strange is that? We can't go to Fox Movies. I'm trying to think if there are other places, like we have not yet gone to a place that we haven't been directed to. And I'm just wondering if it's possible there's some place we're not thinking to go to. Is there some place we're not thinking to go to? I'll tell you what, let's do. Let's do a little bit like, let me check in with the chat. Jonathan says, we still have the final clue going back to the warehouse after turn 10. Yes. I also think it might make sense that Lucille Minkus was the 13th person at the meeting taking minutes. But I think the guy we just talked to who attended the meeting said 13 men. Yes, he did say 13 men. There were 13 men there. When we talked to Minkus, what does she say? Does she say she took minutes? She took notes? No, I think she just says she's working with them. Let's do this. If we were playing Sherlock Holmes, we might try to look at the neighboring places of the Planning Commission to see if someone saw anything. So let's try that. Let's try 20, 23, and 22. See if, especially 23, see if anyone saw anything from these places nearby. That's not how this game normally works, but let's just see. 20, 23, and 22 would be 20, 23, and 22. Let me just check these. So 77 says no clue, so that's not it. 166 says no clue, so that's nothing. 110, no clue, so that's not it. Okay, so none of the neighboring places to the Planning Commission saw anything. Her title is Secretary of Recording. It's going to be very frustrating if it's just a bug and we never get told about the 13 men. It's just it's inconceivable to me that there's a clue where the guy's saying, I noticed there were 13 and I thought it was unlucky. It's inconceivable that that would be there for no reason. All right, let's check out this clue and see if we can spot anything. 72 only. I just looked at it. John says, my guess it's in the list. It was supposed to list 13, but only list 12. I think that's not a bad guess. All right, let's read this together. This 72, I think it's okay to read this. It's not going to be relevant for us, supposedly. It says, okay, let's read this, 72. I don't think it's giving us more information. It's just telling us the game is over if we come back here. Incandescent bulbs had been wired here and there to illuminate the place because the fluorescent fixtures had apparently been removed weeks or months before. This is the same basic stuff we read when we saved the kid. Boxes and crates were set up on skids in rows that were just out of view. If anyone could see through the tempera coating on the windows, the light that the red paint let through the windows was sinister and hid more than it brightened. No fixtures, no motors humming anywhere in the building, and yet there was one electrical cord plugged into the wall in the main gallery. Followed the cord along the floor to what seemed to be a dead end at a wall. Tapped at the wall, discovered it rang hollow. Found a joint in the wall where invisible hinges held a door. Using a folding chair as a lever, he pried the door open. Inside the storage room, lit from within by a blue glow, stood a Black Maria. Hello? No answer. He came over to the carriage, tapped at the side, still no sound. The door of the wagon was padlocked shut. Ellery pried it with the leg of a chair. The blue light was a child's night light, secured on the inside of the wagon by a twist of wire. Floor was littered with sandwich bags, candy bar wrappers, a blanket, a few comic books. The boy had been here, but now he was gone, moved by his kidnappers. Ellery and the police would have to start all over. You may read the solution now. So basically, if you don't get to that location by turn 10, that you've lost the kid. But we found the kid. And there's no phone line there. So let's look at our assignment again. Who kidnapped Keith Fox? Why was he kidnapped? Who masterminded the crime? What does Black Maria mean to the crime? I guess you could say that the Black Maria is where they hid the kid. So we know the answer to that one, I think. And maybe you could say that the woman is just to throw us off the trail, the magician. I like the way Jonathan's thinking. Jonathan says, the kid does say daddy when we first arrived. It makes sense that he's just scared, but could it mean the father was behind it all? I like your thinking that the father could be behind it all. But here's the problem. They're in Carlsberg's warehouse, right? He's not on good terms with Carlsberg. Or are they arguing? Are they all three arguing about Aren't they arguing about the kidnapping? Like, we know they're arguing. Are they all in it together? But why is the question? Why would they? How does this kidnapping benefit Fox? How would it benefit the father? He says he wants to make a big donation on behalf of his movie. He's a rich movie producer. He's rich. No signs of needing money. We know the Melendez are in on it. We know the Melendez brothers are in on it. We're told that Melendez has two partners. Anna says, I don't see a motive for him. I don't see it either. John says, I keep bringing this up, but I'm just trying to remember if the Kalberg's warehouse is close to the Institute of Modern Design or actually related to it. Because what if the father said if his son was actually being held in a museum? I believe it's across the street from it. But we can try to look that up. I don't believe it's related to it, just across the street from it. So at 127, we talk to the chairman. Let's read this again. We talk to the chairman, and he says, you say that Black Maria is the only clue you have. That's right. Were you planning to use one for your park display? Yes. Carriage that's in the village gate, the one owned by Carlsberg. We've been gathering exhibit material as fast as we can. We're falling behind on our deadline. Where are you keeping the artifacts? At the Pierpont Morgan Library, lent us space. We're also using the Museum of Contemporary Modern Design owned by Mr. Carlsberg. So I was wrong. It actually is the museum that they're planning on using, which is owned by Carlsberg, but it's closed. So we have the run of the, it's closed, so we have the run of the place. It's across from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, which is at 200. And we have the Fox Warehouse near the Staten Island Ferries, which is also abandoned. So the Museum of Contemporary Modern Design is closed. It's across from the Museum of Modern Art. But does that mean that both of those places can be gone to and we only went to one of them? 200 is the Metropolitan Museum of Art. But Carlsberg owns the Museum of Contemporary Modern Design. It's appealing, but it doesn't appear to be true. It's basically, if you look at 200, which is here, that's the only place, that's the only museum here. I don't believe there is no, in the museums, a separate list of the Museum of Contemporary Design. So it's not like we could go to that separate place. The father says my son finds museums boring. Maybe he knows his son is in a museum. But as Anna says, for what purpose? For what purpose would the father be doing this? Just to get out of a donation? That doesn't make any sense. Father says when we talk to him, to frame Carlberg? No, that's too convoluted. Carlsberg Museum and Carriage. Carlsberg is rich as can be, right? Like, I would be inclined to believe it's the two brothers cooked up this scheme. Like, the driver has overheard his boss saying how this rich guy has got tons of money and decides, okay, we're going to kidnap him, kidnap his son. He drives his boss. He hears that the son is there somehow. And he calls his brother up and says, now's the time, go grab the son. And he's stolen the car all on his own. But we're told in the beginning that Melendez had two partners. So that would lead us to believe Carlsberg has to be in on it. And Carlsberg is in on it just because he doesn't like, I mean, he has expressed a real dislike for our guy, right? John says maybe Melendez the gopher was at the meeting with Murray, his boss, and saw the boy. Boy, I like that idea. Shall we reread the two Murray statements and see if we can detect that maybe Murray had Melendez accompany him? Let's reread the Murray statement places, because we got two places with Murray. We have his clothing store, and then we have his house. I think that was 31 and 41. Let's take a look at those again. Melendez asked Mr. Barnard, the 4-minute Murray brothers. Yeah, he works for me. What can I tell you about him? What sort of employee he is? Nothing special. We don't expect much. Pushing racks around. Easy job, I understand. He says there's a lien. He's always short of money. I think Melendez is pretty short of money. His job doesn't pay a lot. He's always asking for advances. That would make him a good candidate for his boss to say, all right, I got a job for you. You want to make money? You need money? Here's a job. Here's Jonathan's comment that I kept missing. If he wasn't a union employee, his job doesn't play up a lot, and he's always asking for advances. If he wasn't a union employee, ... Barnard let the sentence hang on its employed meaning. That's weird. We don't have any union we can go to, do we? I don't know why that would be of any use to us. Let's continue here. He won't be in again. He was killed this morning. He was? Yeah, I'm investigating disappearance. Fox? Yeah, that was on the radio this morning. Was he involved in that? How? Police would like to know. Here's my card. Mr. Murray is going to be really pissed off. Mr. Melendez was one of his gophers. Is that so? Where can I find Murray? He lives on the Chelsea Hotel. Better not give you the phone number. It's unlisted. Okay, now we're going to visit that guy himself, Murray. Murray growled. He was a medium-sized man of 60 with thick hair. It's going white under protest. You're not selling anything? That's right. Why do you come to me? I haven't made any complaint to the police. You were present at the meeting. So what? Can you give me any information that might help me to find the boy? He just shook his head. Perhaps you'd like to tell me about your man, Melendez. What about him? He does little jobs for me. He works in my factory. He's always out of money. His wife used to be my secretary. She asked me for a favor. Did he ever mention T.C. Fox? Did he know him? No. I wish I didn't know him either. The man is a pest. He wants respectable New York parks to look like fancy yuppie restaurants. So he's upset at this guy's influence on this park place. He's a poor worker, but he's a good listener. I may have mentioned something to him, but I never asked him to do anything about it. I may have mentioned something to him, like I wish that guy was out of the picture. I wish he wasn't part of this. Possibly he might have done something to please you. Good God, he isn't an idiot. Sounds like he was planning to reward himself. There are demands for a ransom, aren't they? That's correct. Sounds like a pretty fancy way to get out of debt. This guy doesn't sound like he's involved in this. I loved your theory, Jonathan, but it doesn't sound like he's like a gopher for this guy's business. Doesn't sound like he would take him with him. What about, let's read Carl's stuff again and see if he slips out that his driver came up with him. Carlsberg, 176. Fox, what about him? His son's been kidnapped, Mr. Carlsberg. Louis Carlsberg is an impatient, florid man with a hot temper. He grudgingly spared Ellery Queen 5 minutes and was regretting even those. Do you know a man named Melendez? Certainly I do. My chauffeur. Is he here? Did he report for work today? Yeah, he reported for work. He lives here. He lives here. Is that important to us? He lives here. I haven't seen him since lunch. I sent him to the garage to have the car seen to. It's been missing. I understand also that you have a Black Maria you're offering to the city. May I see it? You may not. It was stolen last week. I haven't had any peace of mind with the damn thing since I acquired it. What does that mean? Police have been no help at all. I want to call a Sergeant Morley at this number. I was to call a Sergeant Morley at this number if I heard anything. Ellery examined the card. It was from a police precinct near Murder Inc. Carlsberg reclaimed the card. I'm sorry to hear about Fox's son, but Fox is an upstart. I've had enough of him for a lifetime. New York is not a movie set. Then when we talked to that cop, he says it was an inside job, no breaking and entering. It's Carlsberg car, but he reported it missing. Is that part of an elaborate plan? It's been missing for a week. They've planned this. For whoever's doing this is planning this for a long time. I really wish we had more details about the kidnapping. And where are the phone calls being made from? John says, I think it's most likely it was just the Carlberg and the brothers. A convoluted scheme to get leverage over Fox and cash in on Black Maria insurance policy. Not my favorite, but I think it's it. If I had to guess, that would be my guess too. That there's three people and those are the three. And that maybe the driver came upstairs with him. Maybe the driver came upstairs with them. And that they've been planning this for a week. They have to have been planning this for a week because that Black Maria car was stolen a week ago and was boarded up inside a room. So they've been planning it for a while. The person said it had to be spur of the moment because no one knew he was going to be there. Okay, here's my theory now. And it says the whole premise is bizarre. Fox's wealthy man, doesn't he have a babysitter or nanny? Why did he take his son to the meeting? I don't know. You take your son, you want him to see your business. All right, so here's my theory for you. You ready? Eduardo, the driver, has been planning with Carlsberg, who's the mastermind, that they're going to kidnap the son, hold him for ransom. So he drives Carlsberg to this meeting. Carlsberg goes upstairs to the meeting. The driver sees Fox and his son walk in the building. He realizes, oh my God, this is the perfect opportunity for us to kidnap the kid that we've been planning to kidnap for a week. He goes upstairs. He walks into the meeting. He whispers in Carlsberg's ear, hey, I see the kid is in the meeting. I'll take him now. What do you think? And Carlsberg says, yeah, kidnap him now if you get the chance. So he's seen briefly as the 13th man in the meeting. He leaves. That's it. That's how the 13th man gets in the meeting. And that's how it becomes spur of the moment. It's sort of a week-long plan to kidnap the kid. but it was a spur of the moment opportunity to grab the kid at this meeting. And it's done because the driver sees the kid and the father walk in. Or maybe Carlsberg sees the kid at spur of the moment at the meeting and says, hold on, I got to make a phone call. Steps out of the room for a minute to make the phone call. But I like my first theory because it gives us the 13th man very briefly in the meeting. And only 2 people noticed 13 men. One was just a guy who happened to count the people, he's superstitious, so he counted 13 people while the driver was in the room. And the other person who says 13 is Eduardo, who lets out somehow by accident. Well, Anna says, you wouldn't count 13 as being in that meeting. I don't know, just think about it. It's a meeting of people, you don't know everyone. So maybe you're just counting people very quickly at the beginning of the meeting, and you're not paying too much attention. John says, or maybe originally they just hid the Black Maria in a museum to claim the insurance, then spur of the moment kidnap the kid and just take him back to the same hiding spot. That's a good point. If you were doing that, that even more implicates Carlsberg. I think that's a reasonable guess. Then it has to be Carlsberg because only Carlsberg can get the insurance money. So yeah, it has to be Carlsberg and the 2 brothers. It makes sense that one of the other brothers would be I mean, Melendez has to be involved in it somehow. If he didn't grab the kid, if Eduardo didn't grab the kid, then his brother did. All right, I think I'm ready to try to answer it. Shall we take a 5-minute break? Does anyone want to spend more time rereading stuff, thinking about stuff? I could try to scan through for anything we might have missed. I just noticed a clue related to our case. I was just scanning through. I did notice a clue, but it almost looked like it might be a bug. Let me see if I can sort of work it backwards. So there may be clues we haven't seen. Let me see if I can undo it. It feels like there might be a place. So I just saw a clue that's clearly related to our case that we haven't read, though I don't know how we would get there. I wonder if like I see police headquarters. I don't think that was it, but let me just see. 22 is police headquarters. 22 says read 42 or contact 151. So if we choose to go to police headquarters, That's 22. If we do that, we're supposed to go to 42, or if we have a contact 151. Let me just see 42 and 151. That might be like an ally kind of thing, that it's an unspoken ally. 42 or 151. Let me just see here. 40. No, that has nothing to do with anything. Contact 151. That doesn't seem right. No, that has nothing to do with us. I want to see what this one is. 75. See if that's related to our case, because it says after turn 10. No, that's not related to us. I don't know. I could read you this thing that I see. We did talk to those two cops. Are there any other police precincts? Like any other police departments we can go to? I feel like it might be a bug. Museums, schools, shops. What about a magic shop? Could we get information on that woman if we go to a magic shop? But I didn't see any. Landmarks, jewelry. It did say gambling debts. Do we know any gambling places? City Hall, Hall of Records. What about that? That's not right. Parks office. This is all about parks. He said he reads books in the car. Go to a bookstore. Museum of Modern Art is at 145. 145 to 20. 20 to 77. We already went to that one, right? No, sorry, I did that wrong. Museum of Modern Art is 145. That's the 99. 99, no clue. The Bibliophile Bookshop, 179. 179 goes to 95. 95, no clue. Except it's got a footnote. We did talk to the two cops. I just don't know how to find them. And there doesn't seem to be any police precincts except the one that we're told about. So we're told there's a precinct at 184. 184 went to 5. 5 went to 2. We went to 2, and that's when the cop told us about the insider job of the car. But our two detectives, we're glad to help. If you ask for one of us, if you call in with anything. Where is there? We're having coffee, Sergeant Chuck Snow. But there doesn't seem to be any other police precincts we're told about. Like in the directory, what small directory it is, does not list. It was government offices, Hall of Records. I checked that police headquarters was 22, 166. That's where we actually checked for nearby witnesses. We didn't see anything. Criminal courts, city prison was 29. Family court, 30. I'll just look at those quickly. 29 and 30 is 68 and 6. 68 is no clue. 6 is no clue. So those aren't, none of those are relevant. Hospitals, hotels, housing, libraries. I just don't see anything. Let's assume it's a bug and read the clue. Okay, let's do it. Let's just read what this clue is. Because it's 184. We can track where 184 would have been found. 184 would have come from would have come from 62. And 62 would have come from, look at all these places. Most of them probably lead to no clue, but some of them surely don't. So 184 came from 62, and 62 would have come from .62 would have come from 176. So 176 176 is here. One 176 is here. But we don't know what that is. All right, let's read it. Ellery learned from calling at the police department that Keith Allen Fox disappeared from the office of the New York City Planning Commission while his father, T.C. Fox, and 12 others met on a plan to renovate a closed park and reopen it with new decor. The boy, age 6, it's like, these are like finally we've got all our details of the kidnapping. T.C. Fox and 12 others, that seems like a bug. Then the 13 sounds like a bug. The boy 6 had been taken by a person or persons unknown. The kidnappers, 3 in number, to judge by the differing voices on the phone, had made 8 calls so far. The demand was simple. If Fox did not provide the kidnappers with $2 million by the end of the day, he would never see his son again. They told him that Black Maria had the boy safe. The kidnappers said they would call to say where the money should be left. This is like finally we've got our details of the crime. And this was from calling at the police department. What police department is this? How are we supposed to know that? Is it in the intro somewhere that we jumped over? Sounds like it should have been our first clue. Yes, it does. It does sound like it should have been our first clue. What about this? Is this it? Begin the game at number 38? Is that what it is? Is that this part that we missed? This? Let's see. If we begin the game at 38. 38? No, we did this. 38 goes to 41. 41 is 19. That's Miss Melendez. When we tell him her husband's been killed. He got a few phone calls. One was from the brother, one was from his boss. That may be just a bug. Ask for one of us if you call in with anything. It really makes you think like that might have been one of the, that would be like a known place that we should know to go. I'm going to quickly look for any others here. Very weird. Very weird. Is it possible that we, when it said start at 38, we did the normal lookup? What if we had gone right to 38? That says no clue. What if we had gone right to 38 here? Nope. That's not for us. That's Miss Melendez. We talked to her. I don't see any others. That sounds like maybe a bug then, or something we're overlooking. I think it must be a bug. All right, maybe they got the Fox plus 12 in the meeting in the same way we did, the superstitious participant. Jonathan says, this does not bode well. Okay, well, I think we've now seen everything, though. We know there's 3 of them because 3 different people called. So I guess I'm ready to guess, but it's been an hour. Can you check the other numbers on the list if we missed other clues? It's not easy to check because what I'd have to do is I'd have to look at every number here and then see if it matches up to something here. The only thing you could do is you could look for repeated numbers that are used for no clue. Like you know that 77, 166, and 110 are no clue, or all say no clue. But they've deviously hid stuff. So you could say every 77 is going to be a no clue. It's probably reused quite a bit. This is the only way you do it, right? Every 77 you know is a no clue, but there are lots of different things that can be no clues. So you'd have to go cross everything off if you really wanted to go through the list. But I read through, I glanced through everything, and I don't see, I'm just looking for names, and usually I can see just by a quick glance if it's talking about names of people that aren't in our case. And I don't see any other clue that's talking about someone that is in our case. Oh, wait, here's one. This one looks like a place if you went to a library. So here is a library location. It says, according to the research section of the library, a Black Maria was a large, sturdy wagon pulled by horses. Its primary purpose was a police vehicle, a paddy wagon. According to the Dictionary of American Slang, word first came into use around 1847. There is a reference to the Black Marias in Louis Armstrong's biography, Satchmo. The reference mentions Black Marias in New Orleans around the turn of the century. The term also slang for a hearse and for high-end explosive shell used during World War I. The reference librarian, when asked for more information, suggested to Ellery Queen that he contact the New York Historical Society, which is where we did go. I don't see anything else that looks like it's about us. No, that's it. Okay, that's it. All right, so Jonathan says, solve the case as we talked about it. I'm ready to solve it. I guess there's a chance we're doing context or expertise wrong. I don't believe so. If you want to see how context and expertise work, they're down here. It would be if you're sent to one of these places, you look and you say, it tells you whether if you have expertise, you get to read a specific thing. If you have a contact, you get to read a specific thing. So it sounds like maybe our police, it feels like they forgot to mention that you should go to that here's a police station, go there. But I don't think we did anything else wrong. So here's what we're doing. Maybe the who is the mastermind is just a trick question. The answer is no such. No, I think it's Carlsberg. Don't we think that Carlsberg is probably the mastermind if you're ready to do it? Okay, it's been an hour, so we're going to take an 8-minute break. Then we'll come back and solve it and talk about it. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're about ready to solve the case of the Black Maria. We've been playing for 8 hours now. I don't feel nearly as frustrated as I did on the previous case, and that's not because I expect there to be a good ending here. It's because on one hand, it's 75 degrees in here instead of 85. But it's also because our expectations were set pretty low in the train game, and I'm trying to think, this case is sort of testing what I've said before about appreciating the case that challenges you, even if it's not got a satisfying answer. And this is a perfect example because we have now spent several hours chewing on the details of trying to connect the dots in this case. And I think the three of us are probably in agreement now that the dots are not going to get connected. That the case, we've read everything, and we've got all these very tantalizing, odd clues about the 13 men, about in the meeting, about this being 3 men doing this, spur of the moment, things that the phone call from a large tinny room. There was another big clue that I can't remember what it was, but lots of details that have really made us try to chew on this and think about what evidence we're overlooking. And Jody Lynn Nye, who's written this case and the train case, feels like maybe she doesn't worry about that these don't have resolutions. Which is very unsatisfying in a way, but it gave us several real hours of chewing over these theories and discussing who's involved. Is Carlsberg involved? Is there? So we haven't really found the evidence to back up this stuff, but lots of intriguing clues. And maybe feel like this game could be fixed with more stuff. But I'm trying to appreciate the mental state that it's triggered in us of trying to come up with these things. All right, so let's get our final answers to these questions. Who kidnapped Keith Fox? Why was he kidnapped? Who masterminded the crime? What does Black Maria mean to the crime? Let's start at the end. What is Black Maria? We think now Black Maria is the police wagon, old antique police wagon, where they have boarded up a room to hide and stuck the kid in that room, inside the Black Maria vehicle. Maybe the thing they were arguing about in the past is they were trying to throw shade on that woman, Maria Valdez, and make her look suspicious to Fox. I don't know. Why was he kidnapped? Well, it seemed like in the end there, we did at least get confirmation that they were trying for ransom money. $2 million? How much did they want? 2,000? 2 million. Okay. So we know why. We think it's for money and maybe to stop him from messing with the park's design, some combination. Then we've got our two last questions. Who kidnapped him and who masterminded the plan? We're told very clearly that it was 3 people involved in this whole plot. There were 3 male voices on the phone. I think we're told it's 3 male voices. Yeah, it's always a male voice in a tinny room. We're fairly certain we know Melendez was the one guy who was shot. So we know he's involved in it. It makes complete sense that the brother's involved in it. So I think we're probably pretty much in agreement that the brother and Eduardo and Melendez are the 2 brothers involved in it. And then it's just the question of who is the 3rd person. Jonathan says, if you 2 are stuck on Carlsberg, as the mastermind. For the sake of suspense, I'll go with the father. So the thing you have to answer about the father, there are some things that are suspicious about the father, but it's very hard to think of a motive for the father that holds up. Very hard. You can't get the actual blackmail money from yourself. The only thing you could get is out of owing them a donation that you promised. I just don't see that. Anna said, if Carlsberg is the boss, he wouldn't call, right? Then who's the third voice? No, I think he could call. The mastermind could call. He doesn't like him. He's hot-tempered. So it could be the other guy, but I believe it's probably Carlsberg who's calling. I like my idea that they were planning this kidnapping plot for a while. They hid the car away to get the insurance money. And the driver saw the kid go by with the parents, so he went upstairs, talked to his boss, said, should we kidnap him today? And that's what accounted for the 13th man. Then they kidnapped and then they drove away in the car. I think that makes sense. I think you couldn't get the kid out of there unless you had a car. The Melendez himself had no money and his automobile was stolen. The only person who has a car is the driver brother, Eduardo. That means Carlsberg has to be in on it if they're going to be driving the kid with that car, right? If Eduardo's driving the car of this guy, he has to be driving, the boss has to be in on it. So I think that's more evidence that it's the Carlsberg is in on it. Jonathan says it's a way to embezzle $2 million from yourself. You don't have insurance on kidnapping, so I don't think you would get that money back. So I don't know how you embezzle that money from yourself. All right, so I'm going to choose the mastermind is Carlsberg, and that the three of them did it, and that the woman is just a red herring. All right, Anna says, now I'm very curious about the solution. All right, Jonathan, are we all ready, and anyone working ready to read the solution? Okay. So the solution is in reverse text. It's actually quite small. I have scanned and printed out a copy so we can read it without a mirror. Here it is. Nitna Voga is here, says, good luck, everyone. Nitna, do you want to make your guess before we read this? Do you want to get a guess in? It can't be the magician. That magician lady is so suspicious. Maybe he's having an affair with the magician. That's why they are not admitting to knowing each other. What do you think about that theory? That it would explain all the caginess, right? Like he doesn't want to say he's having an affair with her, so he doesn't want to point to her, but he's like, oh, I better tell this guy just in case. All right, here we go. I think that's why they're not admitting to each other. All right, here we go. It's a fairly short solution, so I don't think we're going to be entirely satisfied, but let's see what it says. To solve the kidnapping, Ellery had to go to the New York Historical Society, the Carlsberg Mansion, the Precinct House near Murder, Inc. for the robbery report. That's not right. That's a bug. The Precinct House near Murder, Inc. was where we got the car stolen report, so I think that was a bug. Or we did something wrong. And to the Museum of Modern Contemporary Design to find Keith. When he interviewed Melendez's brother, he realized that the chauffeur had not stayed with the car as he claimed, since he knew the number of men at a closed meeting in an otherwise empty building with more than one exit. He was involved along with his brother and one other man. They did it on the spur of the moment for the money. Well, we all remarked that he was very suspicious of knowing how many men were in the room, but then we said he could have gone upstairs or he could have heard it from his boss when his boss came down. But this is saying, yes, that was very suspicious. But we had already picked him out. He was suspicious. Okay, the solution's almost done. Melendez's brother confessed to snatching the boy and stuffing him into the Lincoln's trunk. He then called his brother to help him. Both brothers were deeply in debt, although the dead man had a greater outstanding bills. Carlsberg was not involved in the crime, although he was guilty of conspiring to defraud his insurance company by hiding the carriage. Okay, so we were half right that Carlsberg was involved in the conspiracy to defraud for a stolen car, but apparently this is saying he's not involved and the driver stole the kid and stuck him in the trunk. The brother confessed to the other brother. So the driver, it's saying on the spur of the moment, the driver kidnapped the kid and then called and told his brother, hey, I just kidnapped this kid. Let's hold him for ransom. Carlsberg was not involved in this crime, although he was guilty of conspiring to defraud his insurance company by hiding the carriage. His chauffeur knew where it was concealed and used it as a safe place to put the victim, knowing that his employer couldn't risk being caught in the vicinity of the supposed stolen vehicle. That's it. Who's the third man? Game doesn't tell us. He was involved along with his brother and one other man. Who's the other man? We're not told. Let's just make sure that there isn't a continued page that I didn't scan. Yeah, here's the Black Maria solution. So that's it. So Carlsberg's not involved. There's a third man that we're never told about. I mean, and the 13 and versus 12 men is a bug. Okay, I like my solution better. I don't buy that he stuck him in the trunk and picked up his boss with the kid in the trunk. And it says, that's what I said. The driver called his brother. I even started to type out that he stuffed the kid in the trunk. Well, you should have said it. I know the feeling of thinking something but deciding, no, that's not right, and not saying it. Who said that Carlsberg, the mastermind, would not have made the phone call themselves? Was that Anna or Jonathan? Anna said, if Carlsberg is the boss, he wouldn't call, right? Then who's the third voice? Well, Anna was right about that, it seems. The boss didn't call. Carlsberg wouldn't be involved. The other third man did. And I guess the mastermind is Eduardo. Somehow Eduardo knows about the fraud to steal the car that he's built a room for. I don't like it. I like my idea better, that Carlsberg is involved, wants the $2 million. Nevertheless, Jody Lynn Nye is not so great, in my opinion, at writing these mysteries in a satisfying way. But it did get us thinking. The whole 13 men was you have to wonder if some of these things weren't like planned pieces that never got written, that never got completed. The third man we never hear about. I didn't even entertain the concept that the third man could be someone that we don't have any interaction with and can't identify. I guess maybe we should have considered that, right? There's no reason for us to require that we meet all three men. But I made the case at the end that Carlsberg had to be involved because my theory was, if Eduardo, the driver, kidnapped the kid on site, he had to put him in the car, so Carlsberg had to know. This is saying that he put him in the car, he duct taped his mouth, and then the guy wouldn't notice? Don't like it. And it says, yeah, not underwhelming as we expected, not Sherlock Holmes consulting detective quality game. Yeah. I think maybe we can be done with Ellery Queen. I think we really got a tour of Manhattan. That was kind of fun. We went to almost every neighborhood. I think maybe the only neighborhoods we didn't, I did on my first playthrough. Yeah, it is. Well, I mean, we can talk about our feelings of the game now. I mean, the writing is of much less quality than the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective case. It's fun to be in New York, but the game doesn't give us much of a flavor of New York. In fact, almost all of the flavor of New York comes from just reading this tour guide. The actual paragraph interactions are very short. There is some bugginess. There is some weirdness with the looking up stuff. You can see the expertise and context were useless. Cartoonish. So, I mean, pretty low quality mystery experience. Jonathan says, I think these need more play testing, not just for bugs. More play tester could have cleaned up some ambiguity in the paragraphs. Like, why don't we ask Maria more about their past with Fox? Yeah, you're right. In addition to all this, there are some really weird moments. The comments with Maria and Fox saying he lost track of her in Hollywood, and then she's saying I'm the next door neighbor, a ball landed in the yard. That was weird. And then that had nothing to do with anything. The first clue about all the details of the case we never got, so we had to read it in the end. So buggy, weird, awkward. The writing was not of good quality, not of great quality at least. Didn't really give us a real sense of time and place the way the good Sherlock Holmes consulting detective stuff does. Occasional bit of humor, but not much. And then a whole bunch of weird loose ends that really had us spending a couple hours trying to make sense of that we couldn't. The only thing I will give it, John says, the element of these cases I find most interesting is some of the gritty scenes, like when the kid thought a cat fell out of the apartment. I would say the only thing that I find, well, I mean, the New York description of the tour guide is interesting, but I mean, I think if push came to shove, I think I'd have to say I'd rather have a mystery that feels broken and is broken like this was, but still gave us 2 hours of chewing over these facts. I think I would still prefer that to a mystery where when we got to, we never had moments where we had to discuss stuff. And I think that's a hard case to make. But if you've got people who are willing to talk about their crime, like Jonathan and Anna are, there is some enjoyment in just trying hard to make sense of these clues. Like the 13 people, we had to come up with some explanation for that. The best I could do is that the driver went upstairs, talked to his boss, and was counted as the 13. So if push came to shove, I'd rather have that than a super easy answer. Anna says, can we solve 1 or 2 West End adventures now, please? Jonathan is agreeing with me in general, but I think we flipped here where I enjoyed the train cane case more than you, and you enjoyed this one more. Yes, I would say that's true. I think Jonathan enjoyed the train game. I enjoyed this one more. What about you, Anna? Where would you come down on these 2 games? The train game was too cartoonish for me. This one was at least the details may have been broken and a little bit silly, but at least it was set in Manhattan. There wasn't like a game being played. It was a kidnapping, ransom. I recommend the movie Ransom as well. That's a good movie if you want to watch a kidnapping movie. Or one of my favorite movies of all time, High and Low, has a similar type of theme. Anna says, the tour of New York was fun, but the case wasn't so interesting. Did you like the train game better, Anna? The train case? I think we're done with Ellery Queen. I think we can be done with Ellery Queen unless someone says that there's a good reason why one case we haven't played is great. I think maybe we're done with this Ellery Queen game. It would be hard to recommend. And it says lead after lead after lead that didn't add up to anything. Yeah, this is an 8.5-hour game. We're being tested on our stamina and our patience. That's for sure. Well, I appreciate you guys dealing with the mic quality being different. It did make a real difference to me to be able to play in a bearable temperature room. And we've done all of my anecdotes of New York. I don't have much left. Well, I still enjoyed the process. I actually enjoyed it quite a bit because I really did enjoy trying to make sense of that. And in some ways, that's the reason I play these games, to be stumped, to hit a wall and try to come up with a plausible explanation for the clues. And in fairness to the game, it gave me that. I did really feel like we spent a lot of good quality time trying to make sense of these clues that couldn't be made sense of. And I think we came up with a better explanation than the game. Disappointing that the game didn't give us a better solution, but you can't have everything. So we'll stop here. Anna said, if this had been 3 to 4 hours, it would have been better. Yeah, I can see that. But we're gluttons for punishment. We like the exhausting experience in some sense. But yeah, it went on a little long, 7:30 a.m. All right. We're going to meet again at the end of this week to do the play-by-mail cases. And possibly between now and Thursday or Friday, I will have another session of something. But it's not going to be Ellery Queen. But it's also not going to be Sherlock Holmes. I think I'd like to do a little bit of a puzzle or adventure game. I may do the small box puzzle Cartavania or whatever it's called game, or maybe we'll Lhasa, yeah. But stay tuned on the channel for that. If you want to help decide what games we play next, visit the Game Queue thread, which is on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, which you can find a link to in the community tab of this YouTube channel. If you watch this after we've played it, it's very unlikely you'll watch the whole thing. You might jump around. But if you do watch it, we would like to hear your comments afterwards. Are there things we missed? Whatever. Did you hate it? Whatever. I'd love to hear comments after the fact. Maybe there'll be a comment like a year after we play it, 2 years after we play it, 2 weeks, who knows? But that's one of the most enjoyable parts about playing these, is seeing comments from people who watch it after the fact. Anna, Jonathan, thank you as always for joining me. These experiences would be hard to just sit with. They'd be much more disappointing to sit with alone. So it really does make a big difference to me for my experience and enjoyment to have Jonathan and Anna with me, and Nitya as well. All right. Let's end it there. I'll see you next time later this week. Until then, goodbye.